梁歌制作，赵子曰，作者老舍。第一，钟鼓楼后面有好几家公寓，其中的一家字号是天台。天台公寓门外的2扇3尺见长、9寸5间宽、贼亮的黄铜招牌刻着
Production by Liang Gu, Zhao Ziyu, author, Lao Shi. First. 1. There are several apartments behind the bell and drum tower. One of them is called Tiantai. The 2 bright brass signs outside the rooftop apartment door are 3 feet long and 9 inches wide. They are engraved with
专租学员，包办伙食。从事实上看，天台公寓的生意并不被这2面招牌限制住。专租学员吗？遇有空房子的时候，不论那届人士也和学生们同样被欢迎。包办伙食
exclusively rents students and provides meals. In fact, the business of the rooftop apartment is not restricted by these 2 signs. Is it exclusively for renting to students? When there is a vacant house, people from all walks of life are equally welcome as students. Meals are provided.
客人们除非嫌自己身体太胖而想减食去肉的，谁也不甘心吃公寓的包饭，虽然饭费与房租是同时交贵的。天台公寓的生意也并不因为旅行招牌上所说的而减少。
Unless the guests think they are too fat and want to eat less meat, no one is willing to eat the included meals in the apartment, even though the meals and rent are paid at the same time. The business of the rooftop apartment will not decrease just because it fulfills what is stated on the sign.
唯其不纯粹招待学生，学生才来得更踊跃；唯其饭食不良，住客们才能享受在别个公寓所想不到的利益。例如，拿2件小事说，客人要插麻雀。
Only if it does not just entertain students, students will come more enthusiastically. Only if the food is not good, the residents can enjoy benefits that cannot be enjoyed in other apartments. For example, take 2 small things. The guest wants to fork the sparrow.
公寓的老板就能请出1、2位似玉如花的大姑娘作陪。客人们要喝酒，老板就能供给从京北用猪尿泡运来的真正原封漏税的烧刀子。天台公寓住着有30上下位客人。
The owner of the apartment can invite 1 or 2 beautiful girls to accompany him. When the guests want to drink, the boss can provide them with authentic, tax-evacuated, Shao knives shipped from northern Beijing using pig urine. There are about 30 guests living in the rooftop apartment.
虽然只有20间客房，因为有2位客人住1间的，而没有1位住2间的。这20间客房既不在一个院子里，也不是分作3个院子，折中的说是结作2个院子。往新颖一点说
Although there are only 20 rooms. Because there are 2 guests staying in 1 room, but no one staying in 2 rooms. These 20 guest rooms are neither in 1 courtyard, nor are they divided into 3 courtyards. To put it more eclectically, they are divided into 2 courtyards, to be more novel.
是分为内外2部，2部之中隔着一段粉板墙，上面彩画一些人物鬼狐。有人说画的是《聊斋志异》上的故事，不幸还没遇见一位敢断定到底画的是《聊斋》上那一段。
It is divided into 2 parts, inner and outer. There is a section of pink board wall between the 2 volumes, on which some characters, ghosts, and foxes are painted. Some people say that the painting is a story from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. Unfortunately, I have yet to meet anyone who dares to say that the painting is actually the section from Liao Zhai.
内外2部的结构大大的不相同，外部是整整齐齐的3合房，北、南、西房各5间，内部是2间北房、3间西房，以上共20间客房和3间半南房室、堆房、柜房、厨房和厕所。
The structures of the inside and outside are greatly different. The outside is a neat triple room, with 5 north, south and west rooms each, The inside is 2 north rooms and 3 west rooms, a total of 20 guest rooms, and 3.5 south rooms, storage room, cabinet room, kitchen and toilet.
公寓老板常对有考古癖的客人们说，在公寓开张以前，这本来是2家的房子，中间隔着一堵碎砖砌的界墙，现在那段粉板墙便是界墙的旧址。此外，他还常含着泪说，
The owner of the apartment often tells guests who have an archaeological bent, before the apartment opened, this was originally a house for 2 families, separated by a broken brick boundary wall. The current section of the pink board wall is the former site of the boundary wall. In addition, he often said with tears in his eyes.
拆那堵界墙时候，从墙基发现了一尊小铜菩萨，他把那尊菩萨卖了3块洋钱，后来经别人一转手卖给一个美国人，竟自卖了600块大洋。到如今，那群有考古癖的人们。
When the boundary wall was demolished, a small bronze bodhisattva was discovered from the base of the wall. He sold the bodhisattva for $3 foreign. Later, it was resold to an American and he sold it for 600 yuan. The group of people who have archaeology addiction today.
想起来就替公寓老板伤心，可是很少有追问那尊小菩萨到底是那一朝代的。因为有这样的结构，所以客人们管外部叫紫禁城，内部叫租界，一因其整齐严肃。
Thinking about it makes me sad for the apartment owner, but few people ask which dynasty the little Buddha statue belongs to. Because of this structure, guests call the outside the Forbidden City and the inside the Concession. One is because of its neatness and seriousness.
一因其散落幽静。正知事实，紫禁城和租界2个名词用的也颇俏皮恰当，外部的房屋齐整，15间中甚至于有2间下雨不漏水的，租价略高，住客们自然地带一些贵族气象。
One is because it is scattered and quiet. This proves the fact that the terms Forbidden City and Concession are used quite playfully and appropriately. The houses on the outside are neat and tidy. 2 of the 15 houses are even leak-proof even if it rains. The rent is slightly high, and the residence naturally, it has some aristocratic air.
内部呢，地势幽僻，最好作为打牌喝酒的地方，称为租界，信为得体。就是那半间厕所，当客人们不愿见朋友或债主子的时候，也可以全充外国医院为好像。
Inside, the terrain is secluded and is best used as a place to play cards and drink. It is called a concession, which I believe is appropriate. Even that half of the toilet can be used as a foreign hospital when the guests do not want to see their friends or creditors, as if. Inside, the terrain is secluded and is best used as a place to play cards and drink. It is called a concession, which I believe is appropriate. Even that half of the toilet can be used as a foreign hospital when the guests do not want to see their friends or creditors, as if.
政客们的脱籍隐退之所。2. 关于天台公寓的人物的描写实在是件难事。一来，住客们时来时去，除了几位没有以常搬家为一种运动的习惯的。
A retreat for politicians. 2. It is really difficult to describe the characters in Rooftop Apartment. First, the residents came and went, except for a few who did not have the habit of moving frequently as a form of exercise.
很少有一住就是1年半载的。二来，一位客人有一位的特别形体的构造和天赋的特性，要是不偏不向的细说起来，应当给他们的写起传记来才对。
Rarely do you stay here for a year and a half. Secondly, each guest has a special physical structure and innate characteristics. If we want to explain it in detail in an impartial way, we should write a biography for them.
而且那一本传记也不会没有趣味，因为那一个人的生命都有一种特别滋味的。李愿王大个儿的爱唱斩黄袍， 外院孙明远的小爆竹式的咳嗽。
And that biography will not be uninteresting, because every person's life has a special flavor. The big boy Wang in the inner courtyard loves to sing, beheading the yellow robe, and the little son Mingyuan in the outer courtyard coughs like a firecracker.
王大个儿半夜3更的唱《斩黄袍》，以抵抗孙明远的连珠炮响的咳嗽，就是这些小事也值得写一本小说。再往小里说，崔老板的长杆大烟袋。
Big guy Wang sang, beheading the yellow robe, in the middle of the night to resist Sun Mingyuan's continuous coughing. Even these little things are worthy of writing a novel, and to talk about the little things, Boss Chui's long pipe.
打杂的李顺的那件短袖长襟、宽领缺纽的蓝布大衫，也值得描写一回。然而，取重去轻，我们还不能不简单着写。
The short-sleeved, long-breasted, wide-collared blue cloth shirt worn by handyman Li Shun is also worth describing. However, to select the important and discard the light, we still have to simply write.
虽然我们明知道天台公寓的真相绝不像我们所写的这样粗简，当我们述说一个人或一件事的时候，我们耳边应当挂着王大个儿的斩黄袍和孙明远的咳嗽。
Although we know that the truth of the rooftop apartment is not as simple as what we wrote. When we talk about a person or a thing, Wang Dogwa's beheading the yellow robe and Sun Mingyuan's cough should be hanging in our ears.
眼前应当闪映着崔老板的大烟袋和李顺的那件在历史上有相当价值的蓝布大衫。这样，我们或者可以领略一些天台公寓的复杂情况了。
Boss Chui's big tobacco bag and Li Shun's historically valuable blue cloth shirt should be flashing in front of his eyes. In this way, we may be able to appreciate some of the complexities of rooftop apartments.
老太太买柿子是捡大个儿的挑，历史家写历史是选着红胡子蓝靛脸的人物写，就是小说家也常犯这路势利眼的毛病。虽然小说家比老太太和历史家聪明一些。
When old ladies buy persimmons, they pick big ones. When historians write history, they choose characters with red beards and blue indigo faces. Even novelists often suffer from this snobbery problem. Although novelists, compared with old ladies and historians, often home is smarter.
明知道大个儿的柿子未必不涩，红胡子蓝靛脸的人们未必准是英雄。无论怎么说吧，我们不能不由天台公寓全体的人物中挑出几个来写。范。
We know that big persimmons may not be astringent, and people with red beards and indigo faces may not be heroes. No matter how we put it, we have to select a few of the characters in the rooftop apartment to write about. 3.
天台公寓的外部以第3号5间北房当中的那一间为最大，公认为天台公寓的金銮殿。第3号的主人也俨然以内外部的盟主自居。
The exterior of the rooftop apartment is number 3, the one among the 5 north rooms, which is the largest and is recognized as the Golden Palace of the rooftop apartment. The owner of number 3 also seems to regard himself as the leader of the internal and external alliance.
第3号的主人是天台公寓最老的住客，一部《天台公寓史》清清楚楚印在他的脑子里，他的一举一动都有所影响于公寓的大局。不但此也。
The owner of number 3 is the oldest resident of the rooftop apartment. The history of the rooftop apartment is clearly imprinted in his mind. Every move he makes has an impact on the overall situation of the apartment. Not only that.
第3号的主人是位最和蔼谦恭的君子，不用说对朋友们虚恭有礼，就是对仆役们也轻易不说一个脏字。除了有时候茶泡得太淡，酒热得过火。
The owner of number 3 was a most amiable and courteous gentleman. Needless to say, he was polite to his friends, and he never said a bad word to his servants, except sometimes the tea was too weak and the wine was too hot.
才今生遇朕的赞美仆役们几声混蛋。不但此也，第3号的主人是麻牌入门二黄批评原理的著作者。公寓的客人们不单是亲爱他，
He praised the servant several times with a golden voice, asshole. Not only that, the owner of number 3 is the author of Introduction to Ma Pai and Principles of Huang Criticism. Apartment guests didn't just love him.
也很自傲的能和这样一位学者同居。不但此也，第3号的主人在大学明正大学学过哲学、文学、化学、社会学、植物学，每科3个月。他不要文凭，不要学位，只是为学问而求学。
I am also very proud to live with such a scholar. Not only that, the owner of number 3 studied philosophy, literature, chemistry, sociology, and botany at a university, Mingjing University, for 3 months in each subject. He doesn't want a diploma or a degree, he just studies for the sake of knowledge.
不但此也，第3号的主人对他父母是个孝子，虽然他有比脑子还多的非孝新思想。每月他至少给他父母写2封信，除催促汇款之外，也照例写上进口均安。不但此也，
Not only that, the owner of number 3 is a filial son to his parents, although he has more non-filial, new ideas than he has in his head. He writes at least 2 letters to his parents every month. In addition to urging for remittances, he also writes best wishes, June, as usual. Not only that.
第3号的主人的姓，据百家姓的首位赵，他的名立在《论语》第1章的头上。子曰：赵子曰先生的一切都和他姓名一致，居于首位。他的鼻子天字第1号，尖高。
The last name of the owner of number 3? Ranking first in 100 family surnames, Zhao. His name? Standing on the head of the first chapter of The Analects, the master said. Everything about Mr. Zhao Ziyue is consistent with his name. His nose is the number 1 in the sky, pointed, high.
并不难看的鹰鼻子，他的眼祖传独门的母狗眼，他的嘴真正西天取经又宽又长的8戒嘴，鹰鼻、狗眼、猪嘴，加上一颗鲜红多血、七窍玲珑的人心，才完成了一个万物之灵的人。
Not an ugly eagle nose. His eyes were the unique bitch eyes inherited from his ancestors. His mouth is truly a wide and long beigey mouth. An eagle's nose, dog's eyes, and a pig's mouth, plus a bright red and bloody human heart with exquisite orifices, complete a man who is the soul of all things.
而人中之灵的赵子曰，他不但得于天者如是之后，凡加以人事者亦无所不尽其极。他的皮袍从霜降穿过5、7国耻纪念日半尺来长的雪白麦穗，递到溪口老羊皮。
And Zhao Zi, the spirit among men, said, Not only was he so rich in what he received from heaven, but he also went to great lengths in all the human things he did. His leather robe, which passed from frost descent to May 7th National Humiliation Anniversary, and the snow-white wheat ears that were half a foot long, authentic Westgate Liuyangskin.
他的皮鞋绝对新式，英国皮，日本做的，冬冷夏热，臭闻远近的牛皮鞋。道德、学问、言语和其他的一切，不跟别人比较，也没有比较的必要。他永远是第一。他不要文凭、学位。
His leather shoes are absolutely new, made from British leather and made in Japan. They are cowhide shoes that are cold in winter and hot in summer. They smell bad from far and near. Don't compare with others in morality, knowledge, speech, and everything else. There is no need to compare. He will always be the first. He doesn't want a diploma, a degree.
有时候可也说，咱若是要学位的时候，不要哲学博士，不要文学博士， 咱要世界第一无所不有的总博士。有2件事他稍微有一点不满意，住的房是第3号。
Sometimes you can also say, if we want a degree, we don't want a PhD in philosophy or literature. We want the world's best, all-encompassing doctorate. There were 2 things that he was slightly dissatisfied with. The room he lived in was number 3.
和上学期考试结果的揭示，把别人的姓名都念完，才找到赵子曰3个墨宝神足的大字，有点不高兴。然而，一大转眼，客人们都管第3号叫金銮殿。
After reading all the names of others, I finally found the 3 big characters, Zhao Ziyue, that was full of ink, and I was a little unhappy. However, a big twist. The guests all called the 3rd number Jinluan Palace.
自然第1号之意预期中矣。至于名列榜末呢，他照着镜子自己勉励，倒着念不是第一吗？于是那一点不高兴，一片雪花似的那一点，没其立足之地了。
The meaning of natural number 1 is embedded in it. As for being at the bottom of the list, he looked in the mirror and encouraged himself. Reading backwards is not number 1. Then that bit of unhappiness, that bit like a snowflake, had no place to stand.
还有一件不痛快的事，这一件可不似前2者之容易消灭。他的妻子在10年前，赵子曰15岁结婚，真是9天仙府首席的小脚美人。他在结婚后3个月中受爱情的激动。
There is another unhappy thing, which is not as easy to eliminate as the first 2. His wife, 10 years ago, Zhao Zi said he got married at the age of 15, was really the chief beauty with small feet in the 9 heavens immortal mansion. Within 3 months of his marriage, he was moved by love. There is another unhappy thing, which is not as easy to eliminate as the first 2. His wife, 10 years ago, Zhao Zi said he got married at the age of 15, was really the chief beauty with small feet in the 9 heavens immortal mansion. Within 3 months of his marriage, he was moved by love.
就写了100首7言绝句赞扬他的一对小金莲。现在赶巧了，在隆福寺的旧书摊上，还可以花3个童子买一本赵著的小脚集。可是
She wrote 107-character quatrains to praise her pair of little golden lotuses. Now, by chance, at the used bookstall in Longfu Temple, you can buy a copy of The Collection of Little Feet by Zhao for 3 coppers. But
现在的人们不但不复以窄窄金莲为美，反异口同韵的诋为丑恶。于是圣之使者的赵子曰当然不能不跟着人们改换了美的观念。
Nowadays, people not only no longer regard the narrow golden lotus as beautiful, but also denigrate it as ugly when they say the same thing in the same rhyme. Therefore, Zhao Ziyue, the sage of the hour, of course had to follow people to change the concept of beauty.
他越看东安市场照相馆外悬着的西洋裸体美人画片，他越伤心家中贮藏着的那个丑女。他本是个海阔天空、心怀高朗的学者，所以他只诚实地赏识真的美。
The more he looked at the pictures of naked Western beauties hanging outside the photo studio in Dong'an Market, the more sad he became about the ugly girl stored in his home. He was originally a scholar with broad horizons and a noble mind, so he only honestly appreciated true beauty.
只勤恳地搜求人生的真意，而不信任何鬼气三弥漫的宗教。不幸，自从发觉了他那头，或者说那匹妻子的短处以后，他懊悔的至于信了宗教，以求一些精神上的安慰。
I only diligently search for the true meaning of life and do not believe in any ghost-filled religion. Unfortunately, after discovering the shortcomings of his head, or rather, horse, his wife, he regretted it and turned to religion in order to seek some spiritual comfort.
他的信仰物非佛、非孔、非马克思，更非九尾仙狐，而是铁面无私的五殿阎君。排于酒后，他觉得非有些灵魂上的修养不可， 他真的秉着虔诚，匍匐在地的祷告起来。
His object of faith is not Buddha, Confucius, Marx, or the nine-tailed fox, but the selfless king of hell of the 5 palaces. After drinking, he felt that some spiritual cultivation was necessary. He really prayed on the ground with piety.
敬求速遣追魂小鬼将剑内召回，以便小子得与心事美人享受恋爱的甜美。阎君万岁！阿门。祈祷之后，他心中轻快了许多，眼前光明了许多。
Please send the soul-chasing kid to quickly recall the bitch, so that the kid can enjoy the sweetness of love with a new type of beauty. Long live Yan Jun. Amen. After praying, his heart felt much lighter and his eyesight became much brighter.
好似他的灵魂在七宝莲池中洗了一回澡，他那个小脚冤家，在他半闭着的眼中，像一条黑线似的飞向地狱去了。然后金光万道，瑞彩千条，无数的唯心仙子从天上飘然而降。
It was as if his soul had taken a bath in the 7 treasures lotus pond. His little-footed enemy, in his half-closed eyes, flew to hell like a black line. Then thousands of golden lights, thousands of auspicious colors, and countless reform fairies floated down from the sky.
他的心恢复了原位，周身的血脉流得顺了骨折，觉得眼前还有一盏120烛立的西门子电灯，光明、希望。他从无聊之中还要安慰自己，来吧，再爽快爽快。于是金銮殿。
His heart returned to its original position, and the blood around his body flowed smoothly. He felt that there was a Siemens electric lamp with a power of 120 candles in front of him, bright. Hope. He wanted to comfort himself from boredom. Come on. Be more refreshing and refreshing. So, Jinluan Palace.
中2瓶烧酒由赵子曰的2片厚嘴唇热辣辣直刺到他灵魂的深处。可怜的赵子曰。第2 B 第3号差不多是天台公寓的公众会议厅，一来是赵子曰的势力所在。
The 2 bottles of soju were pierced directly into the depths of his soul by Zhao Ziyue's thick lips. Poor Zhao Zi said. Second. 1. Number 3 is almost the public meeting hall of the rooftop apartment. Firstly, it is where Zhao Ziyue's power lies.
号召的座。2来是第3号是全公寓中最宽绰的房子。第3号的巨坛和野树林一样，远看是绿丛丛的一片，近看却松、槐、榆、柳各有特色。同样
The call is worthy. Secondly, number 3 is the most spacious house in the whole apartment. Number 3's gatherings are the same as those in the wild woods. From a distance, they appear to be a patchwork of green bushes, but up close, pine, locust tree, elm, and willow each have their own characteristics, the same.
他们的谈话远听是一群醉鬼奏乐乱吵，近听却各有独立不已的主张与论调。你说昨天那张白板吊单吊得多么脆，地上溅了一张。第1位没有说完，第2位，店主东。
From a distance, their conversation sounds like a group of drunkards playing music and making noise. From a close perspective, they each have their own independent opinions and arguments. You said yesterday's whiteboard fishing list was so crispy. I saw one on the ground. The first person didn't finish his sentence, the second person said. The shopkeeper dong.
黄骠马的马字不该耍花签呀！谭教天活着的时候。第2位没说完，第3位，感情小翠和张圣人列了锅了。本来嘛，第3位没说完，第4位，你们想，我入文学系好。
The word horse for the yellow gelding should not be played in a fancy way. When Tan Jingtian was alive. The second person didn't finish, and the third person said. Der Xiaozui and Zhang Xingren had a falling out. Originally. The third person didn't finish, and the fourth person said, "You think I'd better join the literature department?"
还是哲学系好。我的天性近。第4位没说完，大家一起喊：莫谈学士。第3号的聚谈如此进行，直到大家的注意集中于一点。第3号的主人开始收拾茶碗、墨盒。
Or is it better to major in philosophy? My nature is close to. Before the fourth person finished speaking, everyone shouted together. Don't talk about academic matters. The discussion of number 3 continued like this until everyone's attention was focused on one point. The owner of number 3 began to pack away the tea bowls and ink cartridges.
河旁的一切可以用作武器的东西，因为问题集中的时候，茶碗墨盒便要飞腾了。第3号的主人倒不准是胆子小怕流血，却是因为茶碗摔碎，没有人负责赔偿。
And anything else that can be used as a weapon. Because when the problem is concentrated, the teacup ink cartridge will soar. The owner of number 3 was not necessarily timid and afraid of bloodshed, but because the tea bowl was broken and no one was responsible for compensation.
第3号的聚谈，凭良心说，也不是永远如此。遇到国家、社会、学校发生重大事故的时候，大家也真能和衷共济地讨论救济的方法。不幸就是有时候打起来。
The number 3 gathering, honestly speaking, is not always like this. When a major accident occurs in the country, society, or school, everyone can really discuss relief methods together. Unfortunately, there are fights sometimes.
第3号的主人也甘心为国家、社会而牺牲几个茶碗。2. 夜深了，若不是钟鼓楼的钟声咚咚地代表着寒酸贪睡的北京说梦话，北京城真要像一只大死牛那么静寂了。
The owner of number 3 is also willing to sacrifice a few tea bowls for the country and society. 2. It's late at night, and if the bells of the bell and drum towers hadn't been talking in their sleep, representing the shabby and sleepy Beijing, the city of Beijing would have been as silent as a big dead cow.
鬼似的小风卷着几片还不很成熟的雪花，像几个淘气的小白鹅在电灯下飞舞。虽然只是初冬的天气，却已经把站街的巡警冻得缩着脖子往避风阁里跑了。
The ghostly wind blew a few snowflakes that were not yet very mature, like a few naughty little white moths, flying under the electric light. Although it was only the beginning of winter, the patrolman standing on the street was so cold that he shrunk his neck and ran into the wind shelter.
这种境界在天台公寓里是绝不到的，因白天讲堂上睡足了觉的结果，住客们不但夜间不困，而且显着分外精神。王大个儿的《斩黄袍》已从头至尾唱了3遍。
This kind of silence is not felt in the rooftop apartment. As a result of getting enough sleep in the classroom during the day, the residents are not only not sleepy at night, but also appear to be extra energetic. Wang Dogwa's Beheading the Yellow Robe has been sung from beginning to end 3 times.
孙明远为讨王大个儿的欢心，声明用他的咳嗽代替喝彩。梨院里2场麻雀打得正欢，输急了的狠命的摔牌。赢家微笑着用手在桌沿上替王大个儿拍板。
In order to please the big man Wang, Sun Mingyuan declared that he would cough instead of cheering. There was a lively game of sparrows in the courtyard, with the desperate losers throwing their cards at each other, while the winner smiled and put his hand on the edge of the table to make the decision for the big man.
外院南屋里，一位小鼻子小眼睛的哲学家和一位大鼻子大眼睛的地理家正辩论地球到底是圆的还是方的。2位的辩论毫无结果，于是由这个问题改到讨论。
In the south room of the outer courtyard, a philosopher with a small nose and small eyes and a geographer with a big nose and big eyes were debating whether the earth was round or square. The debate between the two reached no result, so the question was changed to the discussion.
到底人们应当长大鼻子大眼睛，还是小鼻子小眼睛？只有北屋里的方老头安稳地睡熟了，只有他能在这种环境下睡得着，因为他是个聋子。第3号里8圈麻雀插完。
Should people have big noses and big eyes, or small noses and small eyes? Only old man Fong in the north room was soundly asleep. He was the only one who could sleep in this environment because he was deaf. In the third number, 8 circles of sparrows are completed.
开始会议关于罢课的事情。赵子日坐在床上，臀下垫着2个枕头，床沿上坐着周少莲、武端，椅子上坐着2位莫大年和欧阳天风。天台公寓住着有30上下位客人。
Start a meeting about the strike. Zhao Ziri was sitting on the bed with 2 pillows under his hips. Zhou Shaolian and Wu Duan were sitting on the edge of the bed. There were 2 people sitting on the chairs, Mo Danian and Ouyang Tianfeng. There are about 30 guests living in the rooftop apartment.
现在第3号的会议却只有此5位，一来因为客人们并不全属于一个大学，二来纵然同是一个大学的学友，因省界、党系制不同，要是能开超过10个人以上的会议。
Now there are only these 5 people in the third meeting. Firstly, because the guests do not all belong to the same university. Secondly, even if they are alumni of the same university, due to differences in provincial boundaries and party affiliations, if there can be more than 10 people, meeting.
也显着与理不合。周少莲是位很古老的青年，弯弯的腰像个小银钩虾，瘦瘦的一张黄脸像个小柑橘子，2只小眼永远像含笑，鼻尖红着又永远像刚哭完，这样似笑不笑。
It is also obviously unreasonable. Zhou Shaolian is a very old young man, with a stooped waist like a small silver lobster. His thin yellow face looks like a small dried orange. The 2 small eyes always look like they are smiling, and the tip of their nose is red and they always look like they have just finished crying. It seems like a smile, but not a smile.
似哭非哭的，叫人看着不能起一定的情感。细嫩的嗓音好似个7、8岁的小姑娘，可是嗓音的难听又绝不是小孩子所能办到的。眉上的皱纹却似有40、50岁了。
It looks like crying but not crying, which makes people unable to have certain emotions when looking at it. The delicate voice is like that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl, but the sound of the voice is definitely not something that a child can achieve. The wrinkles on my eyebrows really look like they are 40 or 50 years old.
嘴唇上可又一点胡子茬没有。总之，断定他至小有7岁，至大有50，或者没有什么大错。他学的是哲学，可是他的功夫全用在做新诗上。他自己说
There was no stubble on his lips. In short, it is concluded that he is at least 7 years old and at most 50 years old, or there is nothing wrong with it. He studied philosophy, but he spent all his time writing new poems. He himself said,
他是以新诗来发表他的哲学。不幸，人们念完他的新诗，也不知为什么就更糊涂了。他张口便是新诗，闭口便是哲学。没有俏皮的诗句，该他说话的时候也不说。有漂亮的诗句。
He expressed his philosophy in new poetry. Unfortunately, after people read his new poems, they became even more confused for some reason. When he opens his mouth, he writes new poetry, and when he closes his mouth, he writes philosophy. There are no witty verses, and he doesn't speak when it's time for him to speak. There are beautiful poems.
不该他说话的时候，也非说不可。现在他穿着一件灰布棉袍，罩着一件旧蓝碧鸡的西服上身，这样不但带出几分新的味道，而且西服口袋多。
He had to speak when he wasn't supposed to. Now he was wearing a gray cotton robe and an old blue serge suit. This not only brings out a somewhat new flavor, but the suit also has many pockets.
可以多装一些随时写下来的诗句的纸条，以免散落遗失了。至于5、末2位呢，他们全是学经济学的。他们听说西洋银行老板、公司经理全是经济专家。他们也听说
You can put some extra notes of poems written down at any time to avoid being scattered and lost. As for Wu and Mo, they both majored in economics. They heard that the boss of Western Bank and the company managers were all economic experts. They also heard
银行老板与公司经理10个有9个是秃脑瓢、双下巴颏、大肚子，肚子上横着半丈来长的金表链，所以他们2位也都是挺腰板、鼓肚皮、缩脖子，以显向上多肉。
9 out of 10 bank bosses and company managers are bald, have double chins, and have big bellies. A half-foot-long gold watch chain hangs across their bellies. Therefore, both of them also straighten their backs, bulge their bellies, and shrink their necks to show off the flesh on their necks.
至于2位不同支点虽然很多，可是最容易看出来的是莫大年的脸红得像一盘缩小的朝阳，5端的脸是黄的似一轮秋月。莫大年的红脸肉嘟嘟的像个小胖子。
Although there are many differences between the two, the easiest thing to see is Mo Danian's face is as red as a shrinking sunrise, while Butuan's face is as yellow as an autumn moon. Mo Danian's red face was as plump as a little fat man.
人们也叫他小胖子，5端的黄脸肉上也不少，可是没有人想起叫他小胖子。有些人实在想叫他小种子，又觉得不好出口，虽然种和胖是差不多的。莫大年是心广体盘。
People also called him Little Fatty. Butuan also had a lot of yellow face and flesh, but no one thought of calling him Little Fatty. Some people really want to call him Little Swollen, but find it difficult to say it, even though bloated and fat are almost the same. Mo Danian had a big heart and a fat body.
心里有什么，嘴里就说什么。5端是心细体盘，心里揣着好的，嘴里却说着坏的，因为坏的说着受听。莫大年是肥棉袍，宽袖马褂，好像绸缎庄的少掌柜的。5端是青呢洋服。
Whatever is in the heart, the mouth speaks. Butuan was careful and fat. He kept good things in his heart but said bad things with his mouth, because the bad words were listened to. Mo Danian wears a fat cotton robe and a wide-sleeved mandarin jacket, like the young shopkeeper of a silk and satin shop. Butuan is a blue wool suit.
黄色法国式皮鞋，一举一动都带着洋味儿。欧阳天风呢，他在大学预科还不满7年呢，大概差2个学期。他抱定学而不厌、温故知新的态度。
Yellow French-style leather shoes. Every move has a foreign flavor. As for Ouyang Tianfeng, he has been in college preparatory school for less than 7 years, about 2 semesters short. He has an attitude of never getting tired of learning and reviewing the past to learn new things.
唯恐其冒昧升级而根基打得不坚固。他和赵子曰的每科学3个月的方法根本不同，可是为学问而求学的态度是有同样的可佩服的。他的面貌、服装。
I'm afraid that if they upgrade rashly, the foundation won't be solid. He and Zhao Ziyue's method of studying every 3 months is fundamentally different, but their attitude of studying for the sake of learning is equally admirable. His appearance, clothing.
比赵子曰的好看的不止10倍，可是他们2个是影形不离的好朋友。赵子曰只有和欧阳这么个俊俏的人相处，才坦然不觉自己的丑陋。
More than 10 times more beautiful than Zhao Ziyue, but the two of them are inseparable good friends. Zhao Zi said that only by getting along with a handsome person like Ouyang can he be calm and unaware of his own ugliness.
欧阳天风只有和赵子曰这样难看的人相处， 才安然不疑自己的娇美。他们两个好像庙门前立着的那对哼哈二将，唯其不同，是以相称。他们两个还有一点不同的地方。
Only when Ouyang Tianfeng gets along with an ugly person like Zhao Ziyue can he be at peace with his own beauty. The two of them are like the pair of generals Hum and Ha standing in front of the temple, but they are different and complement each other. There is one more difference between the two of them.
赵的入学是由家里整堆往外拿洋钱，在公寓中打麻雀，稀啷哗啷1/5/10的输洋钱。欧阳不但不用从口袋里往外掏钱，却是因插麻雀赚钱而去交学费。
When Zhao entered school, he took foreign money from his family and lost it by playing mahjong, 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 and playing mahjong, playing mahjong, and playing mahjong. Not only did Ouyang not have to take money out of his pocket, but he had to pay his tuition because he made money.
设若攻读互助会要赠给半工半读的人们奖牌，那可以无疑地断定，那块金质奖牌是要给欧阳天风的。他们两个的经济政策根本不同。
If the Work-Study Mutual Aid Association wants to give medals to people who are working part-time, then there is no doubt that the gold medal should be given to Ouyang Tianfeng. Their economic policies are fundamentally different.
可是，在麻雀场上使他们关系越发密切。赵子曰要是把钱输给欧阳天风，除了他以为插麻雀是最高尚的游戏以外，他觉得无形中做了一桩慈善事业。3.
But the relationship between them became closer on the mahjong field. Zhao Zi said that if he lost money to Ouyang Tianfeng, besides thinking that forking mahjong was the most noble game, Zhao Zi felt that he had invisibly done a charity. 3.
第3号的会议开幕，李顺主席赵子曰坐在床上，像一座小过山炮似的喊：“李顺，李顺！”没有应声。李顺，主席的脸往下一沈，动了虎威。没有应声。叫李顺干什么？莫大年问。
Opening of session number 3. Li Shun. Chairman Zhao Zi said, sitting on the bed and shouting like a little roller coaster, Li Shun. Li Shun. No answer. Li Shun, the chairman's face sank, and he became fierce. No answer. Why call Li Shun? Mo Danian asked.
买瓜子、烟卷，没有这两样，这个主席我不能做。赵子曰挑着眉毛，很郑重地说：“不早了，大概他睡了。”莫大年说着，看了看胖手腕上的小金表，可不是2点10分了。咱们醒着。
By melon seeds and cigarettes. Without these two things, I cannot be the chairman. Zhao Ziyue raised his eyebrows and said solemnly. It's late, he probably fell asleep. Mo Danian said and looked at the small gold watch on his fat wrist. No, it's 2:10. We are awake.
打杂的就不能睡。主席气昂昂地说。也别怪李顺，莫大年傻傻乎乎地替李顺解说，8小时的工作，不是通行的劳工限制吗？先别讲理论，他该睡，我们不该吃瓜子。
The handyman can't sleep. The chairman said angrily. Don't blame Li Shun, Mo Danian stupidly explained for Li Shun. Isn't 8 hours of work a common labor restriction? Don't talk about theory yet. He should sleep and we should not eat melon seeds.
主席理直气壮的一语把莫胖子顶回去了。屋中静默了一刻。不管理论，莫大年低着头像对自己说：“人道要讲吧。”好，主席说：“老莫，听你的，讲人道，瓜子不吃了。烟呢？难道也？我有。”
The chairman pushed Fatty Mo back with his confident words. There was silence in the room for a moment. Regardless of theory, Mo Danian lowered his head and said to himself, "Let's talk about humanity." "Okay," the chairman said, "Old Mo, I listen to you, be humane, and don't eat melon seeds. As for cigarettes, don't you think I have."
来，吃一支。武端轻快地打开银烟盒，递给赵子曰。主席的虎相微俯，拿了一支烟。烟卷燃着，怒气渐次随着口中喷出的香雾腾空而散。我还是差涵养。
Come. Eat one. Butuan opened the silver cigarette case briskly and handed it to Zhao Zi. The chairman bent his neck slightly and took a cigarette. The cigarette was burning, and his anger gradually dissipated with the fragrance spraying from his mouth. I still poor in self-cultivation.
主席摇着头，很后悔的样子说，止不住发怒。你的火，老莫，永远和孔圣人一样的高明。好，现在该商议咱们的事了。我说，老李怎么不来？好，人家老李那能和咱们一块会议。
The chairman shook his head and said regretfully, I can't stop getting angry. Your work, Lao Mo, will always be as good as that of Kong Xingren. Okay, now it's time to discuss our affairs. I said, why doesn't Lao Li come? Okay. Can Lao Li have a meeting with us?
武端慢慢地说，你猜怎么着？哼，老李绝不赞成罢课，不来正好。主席，周少莲诗性已动，张着小鲶鱼似的嘴，扯着不得人心的小尖嗓，首先发言，此次的罢课是必要的。看
Butuan said slowly, guess what? Humph. Lao Li will never approve of a strike, so it would be a good idea not to come. Chairman. Zhou Shaolian was already in the mood for poetry. He opened his mouth like a catfish and spoke in an unpopular little shrill voice. He spoke first, Butuan said slowly, guess what? Humph. Lao Li will never approve of a strike, so it would be a good idea not to come. Chairman. Zhou Shaolian was already in the mood for poetry. He opened his mouth like a catfish and spoke in an unpopular little shrill voice. He spoke first, this strike is necessary. Look.
看那灰色的教授们何等的冷酷，看那校长刀山式的命令何等的严重。我们若不抵抗，只是失了我们心上自由之花，耳边夜莺之曲。反对科举式的考试。
Look how cold those gray professors are. Look at the principal's sword-like order, how serious it is. If we do not resist, we will lose the flower of freedom in our hearts and the song of the nighthawk in our ears. Be opposed to. Oppose imperial examinations.
帝国主义的命令。他深深地喘了一口气，接着说，从文学上看来，这是我的意见。他又喘了一口气，至于办法步骤，还不是我脑中的潮痕所能尽到的。虽然反对
imperialist orders. He took a deep breath and continued, from a literary point of view, this is my opinion. He took another breath. As for the methods and steps, they are not something that the tide marks in my mind can soak into. Although, objection.
老周的话透彻极了。主席说，跟着看了看手中的烟卷，美美的，越吃越不是味儿。他一撇嘴，猛地把烟卷往地上一扔。老赵，你忘了那是老五的金色的烟丝，雪白的胭脂，上印洋字。
Lao Zhou's words are extremely clear. The chairman said. Then he looked at the cigarette in his hand. It belongs to my sister. The more you eat it, the less it tastes. He curled his lips and threw the cigarette to the ground. Old Zhao, you forgot that it is Lao Wu's golden shredded tobacco, snow white cigarette paper, with foreign characters printed on it.
中含尼古丁的烟卷吧。周少莲乘着机会展一展诗才，绝没有意思挑拨是非。我该死！主席想起来，那是武端的烟，含着泪起誓道歉。老武，你不怪我，一定，我要有心骂你的烟。
Cigarettes containing nicotine, right? Zhou Shaolian took the opportunity to show off his poetic talent, and had no intention of stirring up trouble. I deserve to die. The chairman remembered that it was Butuan's cigarette and swore an apology with tears in his eyes. Old Wu. You don't blame me, of course. I want to curse your cigarettes.
妹妹的，我不是人。哼，要不是老周，这顿骂我算挨妥了呢。武端脸上微微红了一红，把手插在裤袋里，挺了挺腰板，说：“你猜怎么着？英雄造笑骂，笑骂造英雄，不骂怎会出英雄？”
My sister, I am not a human being. Snort. If it weren't for Lao Zhou, I would have been fine with this scolding. Butuan's face turned slightly red. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, straightened his back and said, "Guess what? Heroes create laughter and scolding create heroes. Without scolding, how can a hero be born?"
骂你的，主席！得了，瞧我了。莫大年笑着给他们分解，商量咱们的事要紧。欧阳，该你说话了，别净听他们的。欧阳天风刚要发言，被主席给拦回去了。老五，你看着。
I'm scolding you, Chairman. Come on. Look at me. Mo Danian smiled and explained to them, "It's important to discuss our matters, Ouyang. It's your turn to speak, don't listen to them." Ouyang Tianfeng was about to speak, but was stopped by the chairman. Lao Wu. You watch.
从此我不再吃烟，烟中有尼古丁，毒素。主席不但后悔错骂了人，也真想起吸烟的害处来。诸位，以后再看见我吃烟，踢着我走。他看着武端不言语了，才向欧阳天风说：“得。”
From now on, I will no longer smoke cigarettes. Smoke contains nicotine, a toxin. The chairman not only regretted scolding someone by mistake, but also really remembered the harmful effects of smoking. Everyone. If you see me smoking again in the future, kick me away. He looked at Wu Duan speechless, and then said to Ouyang Tianfeng, "Yes."
该听你的了。我不从文学上看，欧阳天风满脸堆笑，两条眉像一处一皱一皱的，像半脑的英俊的恼着还笑的古代希腊的神像。我从事实上想，校长、教员、职员全怕打，他们要考。
It's time to listen to you. I don't look at it from literature, Ouyang Tianfeng said with a smile on his face, his eyebrows wrinkled in one place, like a half-angry, handsome, angry and smiling ancient Greek god. I think about it factually. The principal, teachers, and staff were all afraid of being beaten. They have to take the exam.
我们就打。说罢，他把皮袍的袖口卷起来，露出一对小白肉馒头似的拳头。粉脸上的葱心绿的筋脉柔媚地长起来，像几条水彩画上的嫩绿荷梗。
Let's fight. After that, he rolled up the sleeves of his leather robe, revealing a pair of fists that looked like small white meat buns. The green veins on his pink face swelled up like a few tender green lotus stems in a watercolor painting.
激烈的言辞从俏美的口中说出来，真像一朵正在怒放的鲜花，使看的人们倾倒，而不敢有一丝玩侠的意思。欧阳说的对极了，对极了。主席疯了似的拍着手，扯着脖子喊。
The fierce words uttered from the pretty mouth are like a blooming flower, which makes the people watching fall in love without daring to have any hint of playfulness. Ouyang is absolutely right. Absolutely right. The chairman clapped his hands like crazy and shouted while pulling his neck.
比在戏园中捧昆凌还激烈一些。我们有许多理由、事实反对校长。武端发言，凭他的出身，你们猜怎么着就不够做校长的资格。他的父亲，注意，他的父亲是推小车卖布的。
It's more intense than holding a kunling in the theater. We have many reasons and facts to oppose the principal. Butuan said, based on his background, guess what? He is not qualified to be a principal. His father, pay attention, his father was pushing a cart and selling cloth.
你们知道不知道？说到这里，他往四围一看，心中得意极了，好似探险家在荒海之中发现了一座金岛那样欢喜。你们猜怎么着？本着平等、共和的精神。
Do you know? Having said this, he looked around. He felt extremely proud, as happy as an explorer who discovered a golden island in the desert sea. Guess what? In the spirit of equality and republic.
我们也不能叫卖部的儿子做校长。老五的话对极了。主席说完打了2个深长而款式的哈欠。大家被主席引动的也呀，哈地打起哈欠来。诸位，赞成不？
We cannot ask the son of a cloth seller to be the principal. What Lao Wu said is absolutely right. The chairman said, and after speaking, he let out 2 long and deep yawns. Everyone was so excited by the chairman that they started to yawn. Everyone. Do you agree?
开一扇窗子，进些新鲜空气。莫大年问，众人没有回答。莫大年立起来，把要往窗子上伸的那只手在大襟上掸了掸烟灰，又坐下了。没人理你，红色的老莫。
Open a window to get some fresh air? M.O. Danian asked. No one answered. M.O. Danian stood up, dusted the cigarette ashes on his lapel with the hand that was about to reach out to the window, and sat down again. No one cares about you, Red. Lao M.O.
周少莲用诗人的观察力看出莫大年的脸红得像抹着胭脂似的。主席，莫大年嘟嘟囔囔地说：“我困了，你们的意见便是我的意见，你们商议着，我睡觉去了。神圣的主席，原谅我。”
Zhou Shaolian used a poet's observation ability to see that M.O. Danian's face was as red as rouge. Chairman. M.O. Danian muttered, I'm sleepy. Your opinions are mine. You can discuss it, and I'm going to sleep. Holy Chairman. Forgive me.
我黑色与白色的眼珠已一齐没有抵抗上层与下层的眼皮包围之力了。周少莲随着莫大年也往外走。老莫，老周，明天见。主席说。主席，欧阳天风精神百倍地喊。
My black and white eyes can no longer resist the enveloping power of the upper and lower eyelids. Zhou Shaolian followed M.O. Danian out. Old M.O. Lao Zhou. See you tomorrow. Said the chairman. Chairman. Ouyang Tianfeng shouted energetically.
我们不能无结果而散。问问大家赞成打不？诸位，我们决定了，打。主席说，将来开全体大会的时候，我就代表天台公寓的学友说，打。是不是？没第二个办法。欧阳天风说，没。
We cannot leave without results. I want to ask if everyone agrees with fighting. Everyone. We decided, fight. The chairman said, when the plenary meeting is held in the future, I will say on behalf of the Jackie friends in the rooftop apartment, fight. Yes or no? There is no other way. Ouyang Tianfeng said, no.
莫大年和周少莲已经走到院中，树树的小雪居然把地上盖白了。周少莲跳着脚，提着小尖嗓喊：“老赵，还不出来看这初冬之雪哟？雪哟，白的呀，是吗，老周？”
Mo Danian and Zhou Shaolian had already walked into the courtyard, and Xiaoxue, who was washing themselves, actually covered the ground with white. Zhou Shaolian jumped on his feet and shouted in a high-pitched voice. "Old Zhao! Why don't you come out to see the early winter snow? Snow! It's white. Really, Lao Zhou?"
赵子曰从床上跳下来往外跑，武端、欧阳天风也都跟出来。欧阳天风怕冷，抱着肩像个可爱的小猫似的跑进自己屋里去。赵子曰和武端都伸着两臂，深深地吸着血气。
Zhao Ziyue jumped out of bed and ran outside. Wu Duan and Ouyang Tianfeng also followed. Ouyang Tianfeng was afraid of the cold, so he ran into his house holding his shoulders like a cute kitten. Zhao Zia and Butuan both stretched out their arms and inhaled the snow breath deeply.
一个雪花居然被赵子曰吸进鼻子里去，化成一个小水珠落在他的宽而厚的唇上，哈哈，有趣。周少莲立在台阶，用着劲想诗句，想了半天，好容易想起两句古诗。
A snowflake was actually sucked into Zhao Ziyue's nose, turning into a small drop of water and falling on his wide and thick lips. Haha. Interesting. Zhou Shaolian stood on the steps and thought hard about poems. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered 2 lines of ancient poems.
加上了一两个虚字算作新诗，一边摇头一边哼唧：“北雪啊，犯了长沙；胡雪幽冷了万家。”赵子曰接了下句，然后说：“对不对，老周？杜诗，杜诗，老赵。灰色的胡云才对。”
Adding 1 or 2 empty words counts as a new poem, while shaking his head and humming. Beishua, I've committed a crime Changsha. Hu Shuiyo, it's cold Wanjia. Zhao Zi said the next sentence, and then said, "Isn't that right, Lao Zhou?" "Do sure. Do sure. Old Zhao. Gray Hu Yun is the right one."
周少莲说完，颇不高兴地走进屋里去。老五，赵子曰放下周少莲，向武端说：“还有烟卷没有？”踢着他走。欧阳天风在屋里笑着嚷：“踢我！你，留神伤了你的小白脚趾头啊！”
After Zhou Shaolian finished speaking, he walked into the room quite unhappy. Lao Wu. Zhao Ziyue put down Zhou Shaolian and asked Wu Duan, "Do you have any more cigarettes?" "Kick him away." Ouyang Tianfeng shouted in the room with a smile. "Kick me? You? Careful that I hurt your little white toes."
只要人们会笑，会扯下长脸蛋一笑，什么事也可以说过不算。赵子曰于是哈哈地笑起来。第3，桌上的小洋钟叮叮地敲了6下。赵子曰很勇敢地睁开眼。切。
As long as people can laugh and smile, nothing can be said. Zhao Zi said, then he burst into laughter. 3rd. 1. The small foreign clock on the table dinged 6 times. Zhao Ziyue opened his eyes bravely. Rise.
他自己盘算着到公园看雪去。老柏树们挂着白胡子，大红墙上戴着白硬领，美呀，也有益于身体。南屋的门开了，赵子曰在被窝里瓮声瓮气地喊：“老李吧，干什么去？踏雪去。”
He thought to himself, "Go to the park to watch the snow. The old cypress trees have white beards, and the red walls wear white collars. It's beautiful. It's also good for the body." The door to the south room opened. Zhao Ziyue shouted angrily from under the quilt, Old Li. What are you doing? Go on the snow.
李景纯回答：等一等，一同去。公园前门等你，雪下的不厚，我怕一出太阳就全化了。李景纯说着，已走到院中。好，水榭西边的小草亭子上见。赵子曰回答：街门开了。
Li Jingchun answered. Wait a minute, let's go together. I'll wait for you at the front gate of the park. The snow is not very deep. I'm afraid it will melt away as soon as the sun comes up. Li Jingchun said as he walked into the courtyard. Okay. See you at the small grass pavilion west of the water pavilion. Zhao Zi replied. The street door is open.
赵子曰听得真真的，他的兴味更增高了，说起就起。1、2、3、1、2雪踏，他脑中一圈两圈的画了几个白圈，白圈越转越小，眼睛随着白圈的缩小渐渐往一处闭。眼睛闭好，红松。
Zhao Zi said that it was true. His interest increased even more. Just talk about it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, snow, tread. He drew several white circles in his mind. The white circle turns smaller and smaller, and the eyes gradually close in one place as the white circle shrinks. Close your eyes, red pine.
绿雪，灰色的假柏林掩开了大闹公园。太阳慢腾腾的从未散尽的灰云里探出头来，眼前渐渐的滴滴一声声的往下落水珠。李顺进来生火，又把赵子曰的好梦打断。李顺
Green snow, gray jia bolin, staged havoc in the park. The sun slowly poked its head out of the gray clouds that had never dispersed, and drops of water gradually fell from the eaves. Li Shun came in to raise the fire and interrupted Zhao Ziyue's sweet dream. Li Shun.
什么时候了？8点多了。先生，天晴了没有？赵子曰的头依然在蓄满独门自制香甜而又酸溜溜的叹气的被窝里埋着。太阳出来好高了，先生。等他拧泥巴。
When is it? It's past 8 o'clock. Gentlemen. Is the sky clear? Zhao Ziyue's head is still buried in the quilt filled with homemade sweet and sour charcoal gas. The sun is so high, sir. Have to. Wait until you step into the mud.
赵子曰哀而不伤地叨唠着，可是多睡一会儿也不错。今天是礼拜4，早晨没功课，睡。好热啊，白薯。门外春二，昔为东陵侯，今卖主白薯的汉军镶蓝旗人，小童中似的吆喝着。
Zhao Zi said sadly but not sadly, but it's not bad to sleep a little longer. Today is Thursday. I don't have any homework in the morning, so sleep. It's so hot, white potatoes. Chun Er outside the door, a man from the Han Army's Xianglan banner who used to be the Marquis of Dongling, and now sells boiled sweet potatoes, shouted like a small copper bell.
妹妹的，你不吆喝不成吗？赵子曰海底捞月的把头深深往背里一缩，大冷的天不在家中坐着，出来挨骂。栗子未裂，真热。这一声差不多像堵着第3号的屋门喊的。不睡了。
My sisters. Can't you just shout? Zhao Zi said that he was looking for the moon in the sea, and he shrank his head deeply into the quilt. If you don't sit at home on a cold day, you will get scolded if you come out. Chestnut flavor, so hot. This sound is almost like shouting blocking the door of number 3's room. I won't sleep.
赵子曰怒气不打一处来，不出去打你个死东西，不姓赵。 他一鼓作气地坐起来，3下5除2地穿上衣裤，下地披上皮袍，跑出去。赵先生，真正赛例子。春儿笑着说：“照顾照顾。”
Zhao Zi said with anger, "If you don't go out and beat you to death, your surname is not Zhao." He sat up in a hurry, put on his clothes and pants, got down to the ground, put on his leather robe, and ran out. Mr. Zhao. It's a real chestnut competition. Chun Er said with a smile, "Take care of me."
我的先生，财神爷。川二，这，来呀，先生，看看咱的白鼠漂亮不漂亮？啊，来，先生，我给您哪挑块干饶的？赵子曰点了点头，慢慢地走过去，看了看白鼠锅，真的焦黄的一锅白薯。
My husband, the god of wealth. Spring 2. Come on, sir. Let's see if our sweet potatoes are pretty. Come on, sir. Where can I pick out some dried meat for you? Zhao Ziyue nodded and walked over slowly. He looked at the sweet potato pot. It was a pot of really delicate yellow sweet potatoes.
煮得咕嘟咕嘟的冒着金圈银眼的小气泡，那块锅心几个子。赵子曰试了试上下嘴唇，咽了一口隔夜原封的浓唾沫。跟先生敢讲价？好，随意赏。
It's cooked until it's sizzling with small bubbles with golden rings and silver eyes. How much does that piece of pot heart cost? Zhao Zi said, licking his upper and lower lips, and swallowed a mouthful of thick saliva that had been left intact overnight. Dare you bargain with me, sir? Okay. Feel free to reward me.
川儿的话说的比他的白薯还甜美。假如在白薯界有卖白薯与说白薯两派，川儿当然是属于后一派。赵子曰忍不住又觉得不值的笑了一笑。春儿用刀尖轻轻地把那块
Haruji's words are sweeter than his sweet potato. If there are two factions in the white potato world, white potato sellers and white potato talkers, Haruji certainly belongs to the latter faction. Zhao Ziyue couldn't help but felt it was not worth it, so he smiled. Haruji's words are sweeter than his sweet potato. If there are two factions in the white potato world, white potato sellers and white potato talkers, Haruji certainly belongs to the latter faction. Zhao Ziyue couldn't help but felt it was not worth it, so he smiled. Haruji used the tip of the knife to gently cut the piece of
钦定的白薯挑在碟子里，跟着横着2刀，竖着1刀，切成6小块，然后不必忙而要显着忙的用小木勺盛了1勺半年汁，匀匀的往碟上一撒，手续丝毫不苟，做得活泼而有生气。
Pick the imperial order sweet potatoes on the plate, then cut them into 6 small pieces with 2 knives horizontally and 1 knives vertically. Then, without being too busy but clearly busy, use a small wooden ladle to hold a spoonful of half-sticky juice, and evenly pour it onto the plate. Sprinkle it on. The procedures are meticulous and the work is lively and energetic.
最后，恭恭敬敬双手递给赵子曰：“雪下晚岛不冷了。”赵子曰蹲在锅旁，一边吃一边说。对面坐着一个垂涎3尺的小黑白花狗，挤鼻弄眼的希望吃些白薯须子和皮，或总称曰。
Finally, he respectfully handed it to Zhao Zi with both hands and said, "Isn't it cold after the snow falls?" Zhao Ziyue squatted beside the pot and said while eating. Sitting across from him was a salivating little black and white dog, winking and winking in the hope of eating some sweet potato beards and skins, or, in general.
属于是先生，可不是。春儿回答：“我告诉您说，10月见雪，明年必是好年头。盼着吧，穷小子们好多吃2顿白面。可是雪下的不厚，不厚。” 先生，不哦，大概其说吧，也就是5分来的。
Potato residue. Yes, gentlemen. No. Chun Er replied, I tell you, if you see snow in October, next year will be a good year. Looking forward to it, the poor boys will have 2 meals of white noodles. But the snow is not thick. Not thick. Gentlemen. Not thick. To put it bluntly, it's only 5 points.
不到1寸，不。赵子曰斜着眼瞪了春儿一眼，然后把精神集中到白薯碟子上。他把那块白薯已吃了3/4，忽然觉悟了。呸！呸！还没漱口，不合卫生。可不，先生，白薯清心败火。
Less than an inch, no. Zhao Ziyue glanced at Chun Er sideways, and then concentrated on the sweet potato plate. He had eaten 3/4 of the piece of sweet potato, and suddenly realized. Bah! Pooh! I haven't rinsed my mouth yet, it's not hygienic. Cough. Bo. Gentlemen. Sweet potato clears the heart and dispels internal heat.
吃完了1天不漱口也不要紧，春儿笑着说，心中唯恐因为不合卫生的罪案而少赚几个童子。谁信你的话，瞎扯。赵子曰把碟子扔在地上。
It doesn't matter if you don't rinse your mouth for a day after eating. Chun Er said with a smile, fearing that he would earn a few less coins because of an unhygienic crime. Who believes what you say? It's nonsense. Zhao Zi said and threw the plate on the ground.
春儿和那条小黑白花狗一起冲锋去抢，小狗没吃成薯鱼，反挨了春儿一脚。赵子曰立起来往院里走，口中不住地喊李顺。这，李顺在院里答应，给春儿拿1毛钱。这，好热啊。
Haruji and the little black and white dog charged together to grab it. The puppy didn't turn into potato leftovers, but was kicked by Chun Er. Zhao Ziyue stood up and walked into the courtyard, calling Li Shun constantly. Li Shun agreed in the courtyard. Give Haruji a dime. It's so hot.
白说。2. 李景纯是在明正大学学哲学的，秀瘦的一张脸，脑门微向前勺着一点，2只眼睛分外的精神，由秀弱之中带出一股坚毅的气象来。身量不高。
Sweet potato. 2. Li Jingchun studied philosophy at Mingjing University. He has a thin face, with his forehead slightly tilted forward. The extraordinary energy in his 2 eyes is brought out by his frailty. There is an air of perseverance. The stature is not high.
贝尔略微向前探着一些，身上一件蓝布棉袍罩着青泥马褂，把沈毅的态度更做足了几分。天台公寓的人们有的钦佩他，有的由嫉妒而恨他。
The back is slightly tilted forward. She was wearing a blue cotton robe and a green woolen mandarin jacket, which further enhanced Shini's attitude. Some of the people in the rooftop apartment admired him, while others hated him out of jealousy.
可是他自己永远是很温和有礼的。老赵，早晨没有功课。李景纯踏雪回来，在第3号窗外问：“进来，老李。”我该死，一合眼把一块雪景丢了。
But he himself is always very gentle and polite. Old Zhao. No homework in the morning? Li Jingchun came back from the snow and asked outside the 3rd window. Come in, Lao Li. Damn it, I lost a piece of the snow scene when I closed my eyes.
赵子曰不一定准后悔，而带着后悔的样子说：“等在下吧。”李景纯进去，把一只小椅搬到炉旁坐下。老李，昨天晚上为什么不过来会议？ 赵子曰笑着问：“我说话便得罪人，不如不来。”
Zhao Zi said that he may not necessarily regret, but he said it with a look of regret. Let's wait. Li Jingchun went in, moved a small chair to the stove, and sat down. Lao Li, why didn't you come over for the meeting last night? Zhao Ziyue asked with a smile. I'll offend people if I say anything, so it's better not to come.
李景纯回答：“再说，会议的结果出不去打，我根本不赞成。是吗？好，老李你坐着，我温习温习英文。”赵子曰对李景纯不知为什么总有几分畏惧的样子。
Li Jingchun replied, Besides, I don't agree with it at all if the results of the meeting cannot be fighted. Really? Okay. Lao Li, you sit down while I review my English. Zhao Ziyue always looked a little afraid of Li Jingchun for some reason.
更奇怪的是，他不见着李景纯也想不起念书，一见李景纯立刻就把书引起来。他从桌上拿起一本小书，嗖了2声，又耸了耸肩，面对着墙郑重地念起来。
What's even more strange is that he can't think of studying without seeing Li Jingchun. When he sees Li Jingchun, he immediately becomes addicted to reading. He picked up a small book from the table, coughed twice, shrugged, faced the wall and read solemnly, A boy.
A peach. 他又嗖了2声，跟着低声的呻吟：“一个博爱，一个屁吃。”把书放下，李景纯忍不住地笑了：“我和你谈一谈。这可是你叫我放下书。”赵子曰板着面孔问
A peach, he coughed twice more, and then muttered in a low voice. One is fraternity, and the other is shit-eating. Put the book down. Li Jingchun couldn't help but laugh. Let me talk to you. Are you asking me to put down the book? Zhao Zi asked with a straight face.
李景纯没回答。得，赵子曰扑哧一笑，放下就放下吧。他把那本小书往桌一扔，就手拿起一支烟卷，自然踢着我走。的是谁也没有他自己记得清楚，可是不在乎。
Li Jingchun didn't answer. Yes. Zhao Zi said with a chuckle, Put it down, just put it down. He threw the small book on the table and picked up a cigarette. Naturally no one said, Kick me away. He remembered it clearly, but he didn't care.
李景纯低着头静默了半天，把要说的话自己先在心中读了一遍，然后低声地问：“老赵，你到年底26岁了。”不错啊，赵子曰说着，用手摸了摸唇上的胡子茬。不错，是。
Li Jingchun lowered his head and was silent for a long time. He read what he wanted to say in his mind first, and then asked in a low voice, Old Zhao. You will be 26 years old by the end of the year? Not bad. Zhao Ziyue said and touched the beard stubble on his lips with his hand. Not bad, yes.
是个年壮力足、虎头虎脑的英雄，比我大2岁，是你的老大哥。哈哈。赵子曰老气横秋地用食指弹了弹烟灰，真带出一些老大哥的派头，好像老大哥应当吃烟卷。
He is a young and powerful hero. 2 years older than me. It's your big brother. Haha. Zhao Ziyue flicked the cigarette ashes with his index finger in an old-fashioned way, really bringing out some big brother style. It seems like big brother should be eating cigarettes.
和老爷子该吸鸦片都应该定在宪法上似的。老大哥将来做什么呢？李景纯立起来，低着头来回走。谁知道呢？不该知道。李景纯看了赵子曰一眼。这该知道。
It seems that whether the old man should smoke opium should be determined in the Constitution. What will Big Brother do in the future? Li Jingchun stood up and walked back and forth with his head lowered. Who knows? Shouldn't you know? Li Jingchun glanced at Zhao Ziyue. This should know.
赵子曰开始觉得周身有些不自在，用他那短而粗好像5根香蕉似的手指，小肉巴子一般的抓了抓头，又特别从5个手指之中选了一个食指，翻过来调过去的挖着鼻孔。
Zhao Ziyue began to feel a little uncomfortable all over his body, and he scratched his head with his short and thick fingers like 5 bananas. He also specially selected one of the 5 fingers, the index finger, and turned it over and over to pick his nostrils.
现在何不想想呢？一时那想得起来，赵子曰却是想了一想，真的没想起来什么好主意。我要替你想想呢。李景纯冷静而诚恳地问。我听你的。
Why not think about it now? I can remember it for a moment. Zhao Zi said that after thinking about it for a while, he really didn't think of any good ideas. Should I think about it for you? Li Jingchun asked calmly and sincerely. I listened to you.
赵子曰无意中把半支烟卷扔在火炉内，2只眼绕着弯看李景纯，不敢和他对眼光。老赵，你我同学差不多快2年了。李景纯又坐在炉旁。
Zhao Ziyue accidentally threw half a cigarette into the stove and looked at Li Jingchun with his eyes, not daring to meet his eyes. Old Zhao. You and I have been classmates for almost 2 years. Li Jingchun sat by the stove again.
假如你不以我为不值得一交的朋友，我愿。老李，赵子曰显出诚恳的样子来了，照直说。我要不听好话，我是个 dog。Mr. Dog， 说完这2个英国字，好在。
If you don't regard me as a friend not worth keeping, I would like to, Old Li. Zhao Zi said, showing sincerity, just tell me. If I don't listen to good words, I'm a dog, Mr. Dog. After saying these 2 British words, fortunately.
又把恳切的样子赶走了7、8分。把我对你的态度说出来。老赵，我不是个喜欢多交朋友的人，可是我看准了一个人，不必他有钱，不必他的学问比我强，我愿真心帮助他。
He drove away 7 or 8 points of his earnest look. Tell me my attitude towards you. Lao Zhao. I am not a person who likes to make many friends, but I have spotted a person. He does not have to be rich or knowledgeable than me. I am willing to sincerely help him. He.
你的钱其实是你父亲的，我没看在眼里。你的行为，拿你花钱说，我实在看不下去。可是我以为你是个可交的朋友，因为你的心好。赵子曰的心，他自己听得见。
Your money actually belongs to your father, and I don't notice it. I really can't stand your behavior when it comes to your money. But I thought you were a good friend because you have a good heart. Zhao Ziyue's heart can be heard by himself.
直扑咚扑咚地跳。你的学业，不客气地说，可谓一无所成。可是你并不是不聪明，不然你怎么能写麻雀入门，怎能把二黄唱得那么好呢？你有一片好心，又有一些天才。
Jumping like a thump 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 thump. To put it bluntly, you have achieved nothing in your studies, but you are not unintelligent. Otherwise, how could you write Introduction to Sparrow, and how could you sing Huang so well? You have a lot of good intentions and some genius.
设若你照现在的生活往下干，我真替你发愁。老李，你说到我的心坎上了。赵子曰的108000毛孔，个个像火车放气似的，嗖嗖的往外射凉气，从脚后跟到天灵盖一致的颤动。
If you continue with your current life, would really feel worried for you. Old Li. You spoke to my heart. Zhao Zi said that there are hundreds of thousands of pores, and each one is like a train letting off steam, shooting cool air out. From the heel to the Tianling cap, it trembles in unison.
才发出这样空前的、革命的、口是心非的，也许不然，一句话。到底是谁的过错？李景纯看着赵子曰，赵子曰的脸子中又透着一点绿了，好像电光绸实心的洋服材料那么红一缕。
Only then did he utter such an unprecedented, revolutionary, duplicitous, perhaps not, sentence. Whose fault is it? Li Jingchun looked at Zhao Zi and said, Zhao Zi's face had a hint of green in the purple, like electric silk, a fashionable material for Western clothes, with a wisp of red.
绿一缕的，并不难看。我自己不好，自然你自己不能辞其咎，可是外界的引诱势力也不小。以交朋友说，你有几个真朋友？以你的那个唯一的好友说，大概你明白他是谁。
A wisp of green, not ugly. I'm not good at myself. Of course you can't absolve yourself of the blame, but the temptation from the outside world is not small. In terms of friends, how many true friends do you have? In terms of your only good friend, you probably know who he is.
他是你的朋友还是仇人？我知道。哦，不管他是谁吧，现在只看你有无除恶向善的心决心。老李，你看着，我只能用我将来的行为报答你的善意。赵子曰一着急，居然把在他心中。
Is he your friend or enemy? I know. Oh. No matter who he is, now it just depends on whether you have the heart and determination to eliminate evil and do good. Old Li. You watch. I can only repay your kindness with my future actions. Zhao Zi said that when he was anxious, he actually put it in his heart.
或者无论在哪儿吧，藏着的那个真赵子曰显露出来。这个真赵子曰一定不是鹰鼻、狗眼、猪嘴的那个赵子曰，因为你闭上眼，单用你的心耳听这句话。
Or wherever it is, the hidden, true Zhao Ziyue is revealed. This real Zhao Ziyue must not be the Zhao Ziyue with an eagle nose, dog eyes, and pig's mouth, because you close your eyes and listen to this sentence with your heart and ears alone.
绝不是猪嘴所能喷出来的。如果你能逃出这个恶势力，第二步当想一个正当的营业。李景纯越发的镇静了一些。你说我做什么好？有3条道。李景纯慢慢地输出3个手指来。
It's definitely not something that a pig's mouth can spit out. If you can escape from this evil force, the next step is to find a legitimate business. Li Jingchun became calmer. What do you think I should do well? There are 3 ways. Li Jingchun slowly stretched out 3 fingers.
定睛看了手指半天，才接着说。第一，选一门功课，死干4、5年，这最难，你的心一时安不下去。第二，你家里有地，有个10几顷。赵子曰说着，脸上和心里好像一起红了一红，惭愧。
After looking at his fingers for a long time, he continued, First, choose a subject and work hard for 4 or 5 years. This is the hardest. Your heart will not be at ease for a while. Second, do you have land at home? There are more than 10 hectares. After looking at his fingers for a long time, he continued, First, choose a subject and work hard for 4 or 5 years. This is the hardest. Your heart will not be at ease for a while. Second, do you have land at home? There are more than 10 hectares. Zhao Zi said, his face and heart seemed to be red at the same time. Ashamed.
前几天还要指着那些田地和农商总长的儿子在麻雀场上见个上下高低，买些农学的书籍和新式农器，回家一半读书一半实验，这稳当易做，而且如有所得。
A few days ago, I had to point out those fields and the son of the agricultural and commercial director to see who was up and down on the mahjong farm. buy some agricultural books and new farm equipment, and go home half to study and half to experiment. This is sure and easy to do, and you will get something for sure.
有益于农民不浅。第三，李景纯停顿了半天才接着说，这是最危险的。最危险，在社会上找一些事做，没有充分的知识而做事，危险；有学问而找不到事做，甚至于饿死，死也光明。
It is of great benefit to farmers. Third, Li Jingchun paused for a long time before continuing. This is the most dangerous. The most dangerous. Find something to do in society. Doing things without sufficient knowledge is dangerous. If you are educated but cannot find anything to do, you may even starve to death, but your death will be bright.
没学问而只求一碗饭吃，我说的是你和我，不管旁人，那和偷东西吃的老鼠一样，不但犯了偷盗的罪过，或者还播散一些传染病。不过，你能自己收敛，做事实在能得一些经验。
Being uneducated and just asking for a bowl of rice, I'm talking about you and me, regardless of others, is the same as a rat stealing something to eat. It not only commits the crime of stealing, but also spreads some infectious diseases. However, if you can restrain yourself, you can actually gain some experience in doing it.
自然好坏经验全可以算作经验。总之，无论如何，我们该当往前走，往好处走。哪怕针尖那样小的好事，到底是好事。李景纯一手托着腮。
Naturally, all good and bad experiences can be counted as experience. In short, no matter what, we should move forward and move towards the good. Even if a good thing is as small as the tip of a needle, it is a good thing after all. Li Jingchun held his chin in one hand.
静静地看着炉中的火苗一跳一跳的，好像几个小淘气儿吐着小红舌头，嬉皮笑脸的笑。赵子曰半张着嘴，直着眼睛也看着火苗，好像那些火苗是笑他。伸手钻了钻耳朵。
Quietly watching the flames in the furnace jump and jump like a few naughty children sticking out their little red tongues and laughing playfully. Zhao Zi said with his mouth half open and his eyes straight looking at the flames, as if the flames were laughing at him. He reached out and dug into his ears.
掏出一块灰黄的耳垢，挖了挖鼻孔，掏出小阁罗式的一个鼻牛，奇怪，身上还出这些零七杂八的小东西。活了20多年，好像没做过一回自觉的掏耳垢和挖鼻牛。
Take out a piece of gray-yellow earwax. I dug my nose and took out a nose that looked like a small clam. It was strange. There are all these miscellaneous little things on the body. I have lived for more than 20 years and it seems that I have never consciously picked out my earwax or nose.
郑和没有觉过脑子是会思想的，嘴是会说好话的器具一样。老赵，李景纯立起来说，原谅我的粗鲁不客气，大概你明白我的心。明白，明白。关于反对考试你还是打呀。
It's just like you haven't realized that your brain can think and your mouth can say good things. Old Zhao, Li Jingchun stood up and said, "Forgive me for being so rude. Maybe you understand what I mean." Understood. Understood. Are you still fighting against your opposition to the exam?
李景纯想往外走，又停住了。我不管了，我也配闹风潮？那全在你自己的慎重，我现在倒不好多说。李景纯推开屋门往外走。谢谢你，老李。
Li Jingchun wanted to walk out but stopped. I don't care. I am worthy of causing a disturbance. That's all up to your own prudence. I can't say much now. Li Jingchun opened the door and walked out. Thank you, Lao Li. 赵子曰不知不觉地随着李景纯往外走，
走到门外，心中一难受，低声地说：“老李，你回来，有话说吗？你回来，进来。”李景纯又走进来，赵子曰的两眼湿了，泪珠在眼眶内转。
Zhao Ziyue followed Li Jingchun out unknowingly. When he reached the door, he felt uncomfortable and whispered, "Old Li, come back. Do you have anything to say? Come back. Come in." Li Jingchun walked in again. Zhao Ziyue's eyes were wet, tears welling up in his eyes.
用力耸鼻皱眉，不叫他们落下来。老李，我也有一句话告诉你，你的身体太弱，应当注意。他的泪随着他的话落下来了，只是为感激李景纯的话，不至于落泪。
He shrugged his nose and frowned hard to keep them from falling down. Lao Li, I also have something to tell you. Your body is too weak, you should pay attention. His tears fell with his words. Just because I was grateful for Li Jingchun's words, I wouldn't cry.
后悔自己的行为，也不至于落泪。他劝告李景纯了，他平生没做过。他的泪是由心里颤动出来的，是有感激、后悔、希望、觉悟、羞耻。
If you regret your actions, you won't shed tears. He advised Li Jingchun. He had never done anything like this in his life. His tears were trembling from his heart, from gratitude, regret, hope, awareness, and shame.
一片杂乱的感情中分泌出来的几滴心房上的露珠。他的话永远是为别人发笑而说的，为引起别人的奉承而说的，为应酬而说的。他的唇、齿、舌、喉只会做发音的动作。
A few drops of dew on the heart secreted from a mess of emotions. His words are always said to make others laugh, to elicit flattery from others, and to entertain others. His lips, teeth, tongue, and throat can only make pronunciation movements.
而没有一回卷起舌头问一问他的心。这是他第一次觉得能由言语明白彼此的心，这是他第一次明白朋友的往来不仅是嘴皮上的标榜，而是有两颗心互相吸引。
And not once did he curl up his tongue and ask about his heart. This is the first time that he feels that he can understand each other's hearts through words. This is the first time that he understands that the relationship between friends is not just lip service, but two hearts attracting each other.
像两股异性的电气默默的相感，他能由心中说话了，他灵魂的颤动打破一切肢体筋肉的拘束，他的眼皮拦不住他的泪了。可是泪落下来，他心里痛快了。
Like two electric waves of the opposite sex silently feeling each other. He could speak from his heart, the vibration of his soul broke the restraints of all limbs and muscles, and his eyelids could no longer hold back his tears. But when the tears fell, he felt happy.
因为他把埋在身里20多年的心，好像埋的都长了锈了，第一次在光天化日之下血淋淋的掏出来给别人看。可是到底他不敢在院中告诉李景纯。
Because the heart that had been buried in him for more than 20 years seemed to have grown rusty, and for the first time he took it out bloody in broad daylight and showed it to others. However, after all, he did not dare to tell Li Jingchun in the hospital.
好像莫大的耻辱是在大庭广众之下说从心中发出来的话，他没有那个勇气。老赵，你督催着我运动吧。李景纯低着头又走出去了。3. 欧阳天风和武端从学校回来。
It seems that the greatest shame is to say words from the heart in public. He doesn't have the courage. Old Zhao, please urge me to exercise. Li Jingchun lowered his head and walked out again. 3. Ouyang Tianfeng and Wu Duan came back from school.
进了公寓的大门就喊：“老赵，老赵！”没有应声。 欧阳天风三步两步跑到第3号去开门，开不开。他伏在窗台上，从玻璃往里看，赵子曰在炉旁坐着，面朝里，两手捧着头。
As he entered the apartment door, he shouted, Dash. Old Zhao. Old Zhao. No answer. Ouyang Tianfeng ran to number 3 to open the door in 3 or 2 steps, but it couldn't be opened. He leaned on the windowsill and looked through the glass. Zhao Zi was sitting by the stove, facing in, holding his head in his hands.
一动也不动。老赵，你又发什么疯？开门！你猜怎么着？开门！武端也跑过来喊。赵子曰垂头丧气地立起来，懒懒地向前开了门。欧阳天风与武端前后脚地跳进去。
Not moving at all. Old Zhao. Why are you so crazy? Open the door. Guess what? Open the door. Butuan also ran over and shouted. Zhao Ziyue stood up dejectedly and lazily opened the door. Ouyang Tianfeng and Wu Duan jumped in front and back.
武端跳动的声音格外沈重好听，因为他穿着羊皮鞋。你又发什么疯？欧阳天风双手扶着赵子曰的肩头问。赵子曰没有言语，这时候他的心还在嘴里，舌头还在心里。
Butuan's beating sound was particularly heavy and pleasant because he was wearing foreign leather shoes. Why are you so crazy? Ouyang Tianfeng asked, holding Zhao Ziyao's shoulders with both hands. Zhao Zi said that he had no words. At this time, his heart was still in his mouth and his tongue was still in his heart.
一时没有力气，也不好意思叫他的心与口分开，而说几句叫别人，至少叫欧阳天风的粉脸蛋绣上笑纹的话。欧阳天风半恼半笑地摇晃着赵子曰的肩膀。
At the moment, he didn't have the strength or embarrassment to separate his heart and mouth, and say something that would make others, at least Ouyang Tianfeng's pink face, embroidered with smile lines. Ouyang Tianfeng shook Zhao Ziya's shoulders with half annoyance and half smile.
像一只金黄色的蜜蜂，非要把赵子曰心窝中的那一点香蜜才走不可。赵子曰心中一次一次地熬着，还不忍使那只可爱的黄蜂的小毛腿上不带走他一点花粉。
Like a golden bee, it must pluck away the sweet honey from Zhao Ziyue's heart. Zhao Ziyue's heart was pricking with thorns, and he couldn't bear to prevent the cute wasp from taking away a little pollen from his little furry legs.
那好似是他的责任，虽然他自觉的是那么丑的一朵小野菊，他至少也得开口，不管说什么说。别闹，身上有些不合适。他的眼睛被欧阳天风的粉脸映得有些要笑的倾向了。
That seems to be his responsibility. Although he felt that he was such an ugly little wild chrysanthemum, he had to at least speak, no matter what he said. Don't make trouble. There's something inappropriate about you. His eyes were reflected by Ouyang Tianfeng's pink face, making him want to laugh.
可是脸上的筋肉还不肯帮助眼睛完成这个笑的动作。他的心好像东西两半球不能同时见着日光似的，立在笑与不笑之间一阵阵的发酸。我告诉你，明天和商业大学赛球。
But the muscles on the face are still unwilling to help the eyes complete this smile. His heart felt as if the East and West hemispheres could not see the sun at the same time, standing between laughing and not smiling, and feeling sour for a while. I tell you, we will play against Commerce University tomorrow.
你的游击今天下午非去练习不可。好你个老滑头，壮病！欧阳天风骂人也是好听的，撇着小嘴说：“赛球得不了足球博士。”
You must practice your gorilla this afternoon. You old cunning guy, pretending to be sick. Ouyang Tianfeng's curses are also pleasant to hear. He curled his lips and said, "You can't get a doctorate in football by playing football."
赵子曰狠了心，把这样生硬的话向欧阳天风绵软的耳骨上刺。这一点决心，不亚于辛亥革命放第一声炮。拉着他走，去吃饭。你猜怎么着？这里有秘密。武端说。
Zhao Ziyue was so cruel that he stabbed Ouyang Tianfeng's soft eardrum with such harsh words. This determination is no less than the first shot of the revolution of 1911. Take him away and go to dinner. Guess what? There is a secret here. Butuan said.
武端的外号是武秘密，除了宇宙之谜和科学的奥妙他不屑于猜测以外，什么事他都看出一个黑影来，他都想用 X 光线去照个两面透光。他坐洋车的时候，
Butuan's nickname is Wu Secret. Except for the mysteries of the universe and the mysteries of science, he disdains speculation. He sees a dark shadow in everything, and he wants to use X-rays to illuminate both sides. When he was riding in a foreign car,
要是遇上一个瘸拉车的，他登时下车去踢拉车的瘸腿两脚，试一试他是否真瘸。他踢拉车的绝没有欺侮苦人的心，踢完了，设若拉车的是真瘸，他多给他几角钱。
If he met a lame driver, he would immediately get out of the car and kick the lame driver's legs to see if he was really lame. He had no intention of bullying the poor man when he kicked the cart puller. After kicking him, if the cart puller was really lame, he would give him a few cents more.
又绝没有可怜苦人的心。总而言之，他踢人和多给人家钱，全是为彻底了解。他认为多花几角钱是一种秘密试验费。他从桌上拿起那顶假貂皮帽，扣在赵子曰的肉帽架上。
He has no pity for the poor. In short, he kicks people and gives them more money just to understand them thoroughly, and he thinks that spending a few extra cents is a kind of secret experiment fee. He picked up the fake mink hat from the table and put it on Zhao Ziyue's hat stand.
又从抽屉里拿出一个钱包，塞在赵子曰的衣袋里。他不但知道别人的钱包在那里放着，他也知道钱包里有多少钱，不然怎配叫做武秘密呢？真的，我不大舒服，不愿出去。
He took out a wallet from the drawer and stuffed it into Zhao Ziyue's pocket. Not only does he know where other people's wallets are, he also knows how much money is in the wallet. Otherwise, how can he be called Wu Mi? Really? I don't feel very comfortable and don't want to go out.
赵子曰说着，心中也想到为什么不吃公寓的饭，而去吃饭馆。拉着他走。武端拉着赵子曰的左臂，欧阳笑了一笑，拉着他的右臂，二龙捧珠似的把赵子曰脚不擦地的捧出去。
As Zhao Zi said this, he also thought, "Why don't you eat in the apartment instead of going to a restaurant? Pull him away." Wu Duan pulled Zhao Ziyue's left arm. Ouyang smiled and pulled his right arm. The two dragons held Zhao Ziyue out like a bead without wiping his feet.
出了街门，洋车夫飞也似的把车拉过来。赵先生坐我的。赵先生，他的腿瘸。两条小龙把这颗夜明珠捧到车上。欧阳天风下了命令，东安市场。武端四围看了一看。
After leaving the street gate, the foreign rickshaw driver pulled the car over as fast as he could. "Mr. Zhao, take my car." "Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, his leg is lame." Two little dragons carried the luminous pearl to the car, and Ouyang Tianfeng gave the order, "Donggan Market." Butuan looked around.
看到底有没有瘸腿拉车的？没有。他心中有点不高兴。路上的雪都化了，经行人车马的磨碾，雪水与黑土调成一片又黏又浓又光润的黑泥膏。车夫们却施展着点碾跳。
See if there is any lame person pulling the cart. No, he was a little unhappy. The snow on the road has melted. After being grinded by pedestrians, cars and horses, the snow water and black soil have mixed into a sticky, thick, and smooth black mud paste. However, the drivers used points, grinds, picks.
跳的脚艺对手艺而言，一路泥花乱溅，声色并佳的到了东安市场。先生，我们等着吧。车夫们问。不等，叫我们泥母猪似的滚回去。糊涂！武端不满意这样问法，分明这样一问。
The dance skills, for a technical point of view, were splashed with mud and mud all the way, and the sound and appearance were good when they arrived at the Dongan market. Sir, shall we wait? Asked the drivers. Don't wait, tell us to go back like sows? You're confused. Butuan was not satisfied with this question and clearly asked it like this.
在大庭广众之下，把武秘密没有包车的秘密揭破，岂有此理？杏花天还是金瓶梅？欧阳天风问赵子曰。两个杏花天和金瓶梅全是新开的苏式饭馆，随便。
It is unreasonable to expose the secret that Wu secretly did not have a chartered car in public. Xingguishan or Jinping Mai? Ouyang Tianfeng asked Zhao Zi. The two, Xingguishan and Jinping Mai, are both newly opened Soviet-style restaurants. Casual.
赵子曰好像就是这两个字也不愿意说。随着欧阳天风，武端丧胆失魂的在人群里挤。全市场的东西人物，在他眼中都似没有灵魂的一团碎纸烂布，玻璃窗子内的香水瓶。
Zhao Zi said that he seemed unwilling to say even these two words. Following Ouyang Tianfeng, Wu Duan squeezed in the crowd in fear. In his eyes, everything in the market seemed like a soulless ball of rags and perfume bottles in the glass window.
来自巴黎，橡皮做的花红柳绿的小玩意，在纽约城做的，有什么目的？满脸含笑的美女们，比衣裳架子多一口气的美而怪可怕的太太们，都把两只比金刚钻还亮的眼睛。
From Paris, colorful baubles made of rubber, made in New York City, what is their purpose? Beauties with smiles on their faces, ladies who are more beautiful and frightening than their clothes, all have eyes brighter than diamonds.
射在玻璃窗上，有的挺了挺脖子进到铺子里去，下了满足占据性的决心；有的摸了摸钱袋，把眼泪偷偷咽下去，而口中自言自语地说：“这不是顶好的货，这是生命。”
Shooting on the glass window, some straightened their necks and entered the shop, determined to satisfy their possessiveness. Some touched their money bags, swallowed their tears secretly, and said to themselves, "This is not the best product. This is life."
赵子曰在这几分钟里，凡眼中所看到的，脑中登时画上了一个杏花天、金瓶梅，我自己，杏花天，喝点绍兴黄。武端说，然后对欧阳天风耳语：“杏花天的那掌柜的由苏州来的，嘿。”
Zhao Zi said that in these few minutes, whatever he saw in his eyes, a question mark was drawn in his mind. Xingguishan? Jinping Mei? Myself? Xingguishan. Drink some Shaoxing yellow. Butuan said. Then he whispered to Ouyang Tianfeng, the inner shopkeeper of Xingguishan is from Suzhou, hey.
好漂亮了！到了杏花天的楼上，欧阳天风给赵子曰要了一盒3炮台烟。赵子曰把烟燃着，眉头渐渐展开有3、4厘，而且忘了在烟卷上画那个含有哲学性的。老赵，武端说
So beautiful. Arriving upstairs at Xingguishan, Ouyang Tianfeng asked Zhao Ziyue for a box of 3 Fortress cigarettes. Zhao Ziyue lit the cigarette, his brows gradually spread by 3 or 4 centimeters, and he forgot to put the cigarette in the cigarette roll. The philosophical question mark. Old Zhao. Butuan said.
说你的秘密，喝什么酒？欧阳天风看了武端一眼，跟着把全副笑脸递给赵子曰：“不喝。”赵子曰仰着脸看喷出的烟，心中人生问题与自己的志趣的萦绕却是稀薄多了。
Tell your secret. What to drink? Ouyang Tianfeng glanced at Wu Duan, then handed Zhao Zi a smiling face and said, ? Don't drink. Zhao Zi said, looking up at the smoke. The lingering problems of life and his own ambitions in his heart were indeed much thinner.
可是，一时不便改变态度，被人家看出自己喜怒无常的弱点。欧阳天风微微从耳朵里，其实真说不出是打那一个机关发出来的，一笑，然后和武端商量着点了酒菜。
However, it was difficult to change his attitude for a while, and others saw his moody weakness. Ouyang Tianfeng smiled slightly from his ears. Actually, I can't tell which mechanism it came from. Then we discussed with Butuan and ordered wine and dishes.
赵子曰啷当一声把酒盅跑坛的刚摆好的扣在桌上，酒菜上来，他只懒懒地吃了几口菜，扭着脖子看墙上挂着的5星葡萄酒的广告。老五，来，划拳，3星，7巧，1品高升。
Zhao Zi clanged the wine cup, which the waiter had just placed, and placed it on the table. When the wine and food arrived, he only lazily took a few bites of the food and twisted his neck to read the advertisement for 5-star wine, hanging on the wall. Lao Wu. Come on. Punch. 3 stars. Qiqiao. High promotion.
赵子曰眼看着墙，心中可是盼着他们问老赵来，他好回答他们不划，以表示他意志坚定。不幸他们没问。欧阳3拳2胜1咣当，武端提起酒壶给欧阳天风斟上一盅。
Zhao Zi stared at the wall, hoping in his heart that they would ask Old Zhao. Come, so that he could answer them, no. No, to show his firm will. Unfortunately, they didn't ask. Ouyang. 3 punches, 2 wins and 1 light is enough. Wu Duan picked up the wine bottle and poured a cup for Ouyang Tianfeng.
然后向赵子曰说：“给我们看着，你猜怎么着？”欧阳最会赖酒。赵子曰没言语。老五。欧阳天风郑重其事地说：“不用问他，他一定是不舒服。他要说不喝，就是不喝，甚至连酒也不看。”
Then he said to Zhao Zi, Look at us. Guess what? Ouyang is the best at drinking. Zhao Zi said he was speechless. Lao Wu. Ouyang Tianfeng said solemnly, Don't ask him, he must be uncomfortable. If he says he doesn't want to drink, he just doesn't drink, and he doesn't even look at the wine.
这是他的好处。赵子曰心里痛快多了。欧阳天风的小金钥匙不大不小，正好开赵子曰心窝上那把愁锁。会说话的人不是永远讨人家喜欢。
This is his benefit. Zhao Ziyue felt much happier. Ouyang Tianfeng's little golden key, not too big or too small, just opened the lock of worry in Zhao Ziyue's heart. People who can talk are not always liked by others.
而是遇必要的时候增加人家的愁苦，激动人家的怒气。设若人们的怒气、愁闷有一定的程度，你要是能把它激到最高点，怒气与愁闷的自身便能畅快、满足，转悲为喜。
But when necessary, it increases people's sorrow and arouses their anger. If people are angry and depressed to a certain extent, if you can arouse them to the highest point, the anger and depression themselves will be happy, satisfied, and turn sadness into joy.
破涕为笑。 正像小孩子闹脾气到不可开交的时候，爽得叫他痛哭一场，老太婆所谓哭出来就好了。这是也。对于不惯害病的，你说你看着好多了。当他不幸而害病的时候，
Tears turn into laughter. Just like when a child is in a bad temper, it feels so good to make him cry. The old woman said, "Just cry and it will be fine." This is true. To a person who is not used to getting sick, you say, "You look much better." When he is unfortunate enough to get sick.
他因你这个暗示，那和梗灯芯的功效就能增高10倍。可是对于以害病吃药为一种消遣的人，你最好说你还得保养呀。红色补丸之外，还得加些艾萝卜脑汁啊。
Because of your suggestion, the efficacy of the lotus stems and lamp cores will increase tenfold. But for people who take medicine when they are sick as a pastime, you'd better say, you still have to take care of yourself. In addition to the red pills, you also need to add some AI Luo brain supplement.
于是他满意了，你的同情心与赏识病之美的能力安慰了他。欧阳天风明白这个，武端划拳又输了，拿起酒盅一仰脖，口滋的一声喝尽，把酒盅向赵子曰一亮，干。
So he was satisfied, and your compassion and ability to appreciate the beauty of illness comforted him. Ouyang Tianfeng understands this. Butuan lost again in the punch, so he picked up the wine cup, raised his neck, drank it all with a loud mouth, raised the wine cup to Zhao Zi and said, "Do it."
赵子曰已经回过头来，又是皱眉，又是挤眼，似乎病得十分沈重。香喷喷的酒味一丝一续地往鼻孔里刺，刺得喉部微微发痒。用手抓了抓脖子，看着好像要害白喉似的。老赵。
Zhao Ziyue had already turned around, frowning and winking, as if he was very ill. The fragrant smell of wine stung his nostrils bit by bit, making his throat feel slightly itchy. He scratched his neck with his hands and looked like he was suffering from diphtheria. Old Zhao.
武端说：“替我划，我干不过欧阳这个家伙。”赵子曰依旧没回答，手指头在桌底下一屈一伸的直动，然后把手放在桌上，左手抓着右手的指缝，好似要出鬼风疙瘩。老赵。
Butuan said, "Paddle for me, I can't beat this guy Ouyang." Zhao Ziyue still didn't answer, and moved his fingers under the table. Then he put his hand on the table and grasped the fingers of his right hand with his left hand, as if he was about to get ghost pimples. Old Zhao.
欧阳天风成于中，行于外的说：“你是头疼还是肚子不好？”疼，全疼。赵子曰说着，立刻真觉得肚子里有些不合适，身上也发痒，痒得难过，风寒。欧阳天风不加思索定了脉案。
Ouyang Tianfeng said sincerely, "Do you have a headache or a bad stomach?" "It hurts. It all hurts." Zhao Ziyue said, and immediately felt something uncomfortable in his stomach. "It's itchy on your body too?" "It's so painful." Feng Han. Ouyang Tianfeng determined the pulse without thinking.
都是他妈的春儿那小子！赵子曰灵机一动，想起病源，叫我吃白薯，压住了风。喝口酒试试。欧阳天风说着，把扣着的那只酒盅拿起来。他拿酒盅的姿势显出十分恳切。
"It's all that damn Chun Air kid," Zhao Zi said, remembering the source of the disease with an idea. "Tell me to eat sweet potatoes to suppress the wind. Would you like to have a drink?" Ouyang Tianfeng said and picked up the cup. The way he held the wine cup showed a very sincere attitude.
至于没有法子形容，不喝，不喝。赵子曰的脑府连发10万火急的电报警告全国，无奈这个中央政府除了发电报以外别无作为。
There is no way to describe it. Don't drink. Don't drink. Zhao Ziyue's mind sent out tens of thousands of urgent telegrams warning the whole country. Unfortunately, the central government did nothing but send telegrams.
于是赵子曰那只右手像恶鹰捉兔似的把酒盅拿起来，酒盅到了唇边，他的脑腑也醒悟了，为肚子不好而喝一点黄酒，怕什么呢？于是薄一仰灌下去了，酒到了食管。
So Zhao Zi said that the right hand picked up the wine cup like a hungry eagle catching a rabbit. The glass of wine reached his lips, and he realized in his mind, drinking a little rice wine because of a bad stomach, what are you afraid of? So he drank it down with a tilt of his neck. The wine reached the esophagus.
四肢百体一切机关一起喊了一声万岁，眉开了，眼笑了，周身的骨节咯吱咯吱的响，脑腑也逢迎着民意下了命令，责令老嘴再喝一盅，一盅，两盅，三盅。
All the limbs and organs of the body shouted, "Long live!" The eyebrows opened, the eyes smiled, and the joints all over the body creaked. The brain office also responded to the public opinion and issued an order, let Lao Zui drink another cup. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups.
舌头渐渐麻的像一片酥糖，软筋筋的要融化在嘴里，血脉流动的把小脚趾头上的那个鸡眼刺的又痒痒又痛快。4盅5盅，肚子怎么样？
My tongue gradually became numb, like a piece of soft candy that almost melted in my mouth. The blood flowed, making the corn on my little toe feel itchy and pleasurable. 4 cups, 5 cups. How's your belly?
欧阳天风关心赵子曰，差不多和姐姐带小兄弟一样亲切。死不了了，还有一点疼，一点，1、2、3，又是3盅，再要1斤。你今天早晨的不痛快，不纯是为肚子疼吧？老李，好人。
Ouyang Tianfeng cared about Zhao Ziyue almost as kindly as a sister treats her little brother. I can't die. It still hurts a little. A little. Dash. 1, 2, 3, 3 cups again. I want another pound. You're unhappy this morning, isn't it just because of your stomachache? Old Li, a good man.
他教训了我一顿，叫我回家去种地。好人，好主意。武端说：“你猜怎么着？你回家，他好娶王女士。”哈哈，李寿侯有些诡计多端呢。欧阳笑着说：“灯点上了，不知怎么就点上了。”
He taught me a lesson. Tell me to go home and farm. Good guy. Good idea. Butuan said, guess what? You go home so that he can marry Ms. Wang. Ha ha. Li Shouho has some tricks up his sleeve. Ouyang said with a smile. The lamp was lit, somehow it was lit.
麻雀牌稀里哗啦的响起来，不知怎么就往手指上碰了。4圈一散，赵子曰的酒气比志气还壮，血红的眼睛盯着那张雪白的白板。4圈完了，再续4圈，不多续，明天再瞧。
The mahjong card chirped loudly, and somehow I touched it on my finger. 4 rounds and 1 break. Zhao Ziyue said, smelling more drunk than ambitious, his blood-red eyes fixed on the snow-white, blank slate. 4 laps completed. 4 more laps, no more. There will be a game tomorrow.
我得早睡，4点钟了，睡去，养足精神，好替学校争些光荣。体育不可不讲，我告诉你们，小兄弟们。哦，鸡鸣了，风雨如晦，鸡鸣不已。赵子曰念罢，倒在床上睡起来。
I have to go to bed early. It's 4 o'clock. Go to sleep. Keep up your spirits so that you can win some glory for the school. Sports cannot be ignored, I tell you, little brothers. Oh, oh, oh. The cock crows. The wind and rain are like darkness, and the cock crows endlessly, Zhao said after reciting, fell on the bed and fell asleep.
他在梦中又见着李景纯了，可是他记起红中白板，把李景纯打得望影而逃。4. 商业大学的球场铺满了细黄沙土，深蓝色的球门后面罩上了雪白的线网。
He saw Li Jingchun again in his dream, but he used Hongzhong and whiteboard to beat Li Jingchun and run away. 4. The Stadium of Commerce University is covered with fine yellow sand, and the dark blue goal is covered with a snow-white net.
球场四围画好白灰线，顺着白线短木桩上系好粗麻绳，男女学生渐渐在木桩外站满，彼此交谈，口中冒出的热气慢慢地凝成一片薄雾。招待员们，欧阳天风与武端在内。
A white and gray line was drawn around the court, and thick hemp ropes were tied to short wooden stakes along the white line. Male and female students gradually stood outside the wooden stakes, talking to each other, and the heat from their mouths slowly condensed into a mist. A white and gray line was drawn around the court, and thick hemp ropes were tied to short wooden stakes along the white line. Male and female students gradually stood outside the wooden stakes, talking to each other, and the heat from their mouths slowly condensed into a mist. Ushers, including Ouyang Tianfeng and Wu Duan.
执着小白旗，胸前飘着浅绿的绸条，穿梭式的前后左右跳动，并没有一定要做的事。几个风筝陪着斜阳在天上挂着，代表出风静云轻初冬的晴美。
Holding on to the little white flag, the light green silk strips floated on his chest, jumping back and forth, left and right, and there was nothing he had to do. Several kites hang in the sky accompanying the setting sun, representing the beauty of the clear early winter with calm wind and clear clouds. Holding on to the little white flag, the light green silk strips floated on his chest, jumping back and forth, left and right, and there was nothing he had to do.
斜阳迟迟顿顿地不忍离开这群男女，好似在他几十万年的经验中，这是头一次在中国看见这么活泼可爱的一群学生。场外挽着发辫的卖糖的。
Xianyang couldn't bear to leave this group of men and women, as if this was the first time in his hundreds of thousands of years of experience that he had seen such a lively and lovely group of students in China. The candy seller with braided hair outside the venue.
一手遮着冻红的耳朵吆喝着离高口歪酥糖藕。景区半日学校的小学生穿着灰色肥肿的棉短袄，吆喝着烟来烟卷儿。男女学生头上的那层薄雾渐次浓厚。
Covering his cold red ears with one hand, he yelled, "The pear cake tastes crooked, the candy is vomiting." A primary school student from the half-day school in the police district, wearing a gray and swollen cotton short jacket, shouted, "Come on cigarettes, rolled cigarettes." The mist on the heads of the male and female students gradually thickened.
因为几百支烟卷的燃烧凑在一块儿，也不亚于工厂的一个小烟筒。地上的白灰线渐次逐节消灭，一半是被学生的鞋底碾去，一半是被瓜子、落花生的皮子盖住。
Because the burning of hundreds of cigarettes together is no less than that of a small chimney in a factory. The white and gray lines on the ground gradually disappeared section by section. Half of them were crushed away by the soles of students' shoes, and the other half were covered by the skins of melon seeds and peanuts.
赛球员渐渐地露了面，商业大学的是灰色运动衣、棕色长毛袜、蓝色一把抓的小帽；明正大学的是红色运动衣、黑毛袜、白小帽。要是细看他们身上穿着的，头上戴着的。
The players gradually showed up. Those from the commercial university were wearing gray sweatshirts, brown woolen socks, and blue caps. Mingyang University wears red sportswear, black wool socks, and white caps. If you look carefully at what they are wearing and what they are wearing on their heads,
可以不用迟疑地下个结论，一些国货没有。虽然他们有时候到杂货店去摔毁洋货，球员们到场全是弯着腿、缩着背，用手搓着露在外面的膝部，冻得直起鸡皮疙瘩，表示一些。
You can come to the conclusion without hesitation. Some domestic products are not available. Although they sometimes go to the grocery store and destroy foreign products. The players all came to the field with their legs bent, their backs hunched, and their hands rubbing their exposed knees, with goosebumps rising from the cold, expressing some
软中硬运动家的派头。入场之前，在场外找熟识的人们一一握手。老张，卖些力气，不用多赢，半打就够。老孙，小帽子漂亮呀，往他们腿上使劲踢。李逵，球员们似乎听见。
Soft but hard, sportsman style. Before entering the venue, I looked for familiar people outside the venue to shake hands one by one. Old Zhang put in some effort. No need to win more, half a dozen is enough. Old Sun. What a beautiful little hat. Kick them hard in the legs, Li Kuei. The players seemed to hear it.
似乎没听见，只露着刚才刷过的白牙，绕着圈向大家笑。到了场内，先攻门，溜腿，活动全身，球从高处飞来，轻轻地用脚尖一扣，扣在地上，然后假装一滑，脊背朝地。
He didn't seem to hear him, and just smiled at everyone in a circle, showing his white teeth that he had just brushed. Once on the court, attack the goal first, slide your legs, and move your whole body. The ball flies from a high place, and you lightly tap it with your toes and slam it onto the ground. Then he pretended to slip, with his back facing the ground.
双脚竖起倒在地上，别个球员脚尖触地的跑过来，拾起皮球向倒在地上的那位膝上一摔，然后向周围一看，果然四围的观众全笑了。守门的手足并用。
He fell to the ground with his feet up. Another player ran over with his toes touching the ground, picked up the ball and threw it on the knee of the one who was lying on the ground. Then he looked around, and sure enough, all the spectators were laughing. The hands and feet guarding the gate worked together.
横遮竖挡的不叫球攻入门内，有时候球一打在门后的白线网上，他却高高一跳，摸一摸球门的上框，作为没看见球进了门。赵子曰到了，哈啦，哈啦，赵铁牛到了，可不是铁牛。
Those who block horizontally and vertically do not let the ball go into the goal. Sometimes the ball has hit the white line net behind the goal, but he jumps high and touches the upper frame of the goal as if he didn't see the ball go in. Zhao Zi said the day has arrived. Ha ha. Ha ha. Zhao Tiniu is here. It's not Tiniu.
黑红的脸色，短粗的手脚，两腿故意往横着拐，大叉着步，真像是界无敌的运动家。运动袜上系了两根豆瓣绿的绸条，绿条上露着黑丛丛的毛腿，一腿踢死牛，无疑的。
With a dark red face, stubby hands and feet, his legs deliberately turned sideways, and his steps crossed, he really looked like an invincible athlete in the world. The sports socks were tied with 2 watercress green silk strips, and the black hairy legs were exposed on the green strips. Kick the cow to death, no doubt.
他在场外拉不断，扯不断地和朋友们谈笑，又不住地向场内的同学们点手喊：“老孟，今天多出点汗呀，进来溜溜腿。”不用，有根。说着向场内走，还回着头点头摆手。
He kept chatting and laughing with his friends outside the court. He kept nodding to the students in the field and shouting, Lao Meng. Sweat a little more today. Come in and run your legs? No. You have roots. He walked into the field while still looking back. Nod and wave.
走到木桩切近，脚绊在麻绳上，整个大元宝似的跌进场内。四维雷也似的笑成一阵，看，铁牛又耍花样了。他蹬了蹬腿，打算一个鲤鱼打挺跳起来，可是他头上发沈，心中酸悟。
When he got close to the wooden stake, he tripped his foot on the hemp rope and fell into the field like a big ingot. Everyone around burst into laughter like thunder. Look! Tinu is doing tricks again. He kicked his legs, planning to jump like a carp. But his head felt heavy and his heart was sour.
怎么也立不起来。招待员们慌了，拿火酒，火酒，一把一把的火酒咕叽咕叽的往他踢死牛的腿上拍。成了，成了，他勉强笑着说，腿上没病，脑袋发晕。老赵的腿许不跟进，今天
I couldn't stand up. The waiters panicked. Bring the fire wine. Fire wine. Handfuls of fire wine were slapped on the leg of the cow that he had kicked to death. It's done. It's done. He said with a forced smile, my legs are not sick, but my head is dizzy. Old Zhao's legs may not be strong enough today.
你猜怎么着？武端对欧阳天风说：“别说丧气话。”滴滴，评判员，一个滚斗金似的小英国人，双腮鼓起多高，把银笛吹得含着杀气。
Guess what? Butuan said to Ouyang Tianfeng. Don't say depressing words. D. The judge, a little Englishman who looks like a douchebag, puffs up his cheeks as high as he can and plays the silver flute with murderous intent.
场外千百个人头灯时，一根线拉着似的转向场内。吸烟的把一口烟含在口中，暂时忘了往外喷；吃瓜子的把瓜子放在唇边，且不去嗑。场内球员站好。
Thousands of heads outside the field suddenly turned to the field as if pulled by a thread. The smoker held a puff of cigarette in his mouth and temporarily forgot to spray it out. The person who ate melon seeds put the melon seeds to his lips and did not bite them. On the field, the players stand still.
赵子曰是左翼的先锋。滴滴，赵子曰一阵怪风似的把球带过中线，快！铁牛 ，Iron shoot， 把他自己的性命忘了，左旋右转的往前飞跑，也不知道是球踢着人。
Zhao Ziyue was the pioneer of the left wing. Beep beep. Zhao Zi said, like a strange gust of wind, he brought the ball across the center line, quick. Iron Bull. Ayang, shoot. Forgetting his own life, he ran forward turning left and right. I don't know if the ball is kicking someone.
还是人踢着球，狮子滚球似的张牙舞爪的滚。敌军的中卫把左足向前虚位一试，赵子曰把球向外一拐，正好落在敌军中卫的右脚上，一蹴把球送回。哈啦，哈啦，轰的一声。
People are still kicking the ball, and the lion is rolling like a ball with its teeth and claws. The enemy's center back put his left foot forward as a try. Zhao Ziyue turned the ball outward, just in time, and landed on the enemy's center back's right foot, sending the ball back in one move. Ha ha. Ha ha. There was a bang.
商业大学的学生把帽子、手巾，甚至于烟卷盒全扔在空中，跳着脚喊：“糟糕！”老赵、赵子曰的同学一起叹气。这1分钟内，商业大学的学生都把眼珠努出1分多。
Students from the commercial university threw their hats, handkerchiefs, and even cigarette packs in the air, jumping on their feet and shouting. Oops. Old Zhao. Zhao Ziyue's classmates sighed together. Within this minute, the students at the commercial university all blinked for more than a minute.
明正大学的全把鼻子缩回5-6厘。赵子曰偷偷往四围一看，千百个嘴都像一致地说：“老赵糟糕！”他装出十分镇静的样子，把手放在头上，隔着小帽子抓了一抓。
All the famous university students retracted their noses by 5 to 6 centimeters. Zhao Ziyue secretly looked around, and saw that thousands of mouths all said in unison, "Old Zhao is terrible." He pretended to be very calm, put his hand on his head, and scratched it through his little hat.
好像一抓脑袋就把踢球的失败可以遮饰过去。不知有什么理由，正在抓他的脑袋，恰好球从后面飞来，正打在他的手上，也就是打在头上。他脑中嗡地响了一声。
It seems that the failure of playing football can be covered up by scratching the head. I don't know what the reason is. While grabbing his head, the ball happened to fly from behind and hit his hand, that is, his head. There was a buzzing sound in his head.
身子向前倒去，眼中一亮一亮地发现着白板、东风、发财，耳中恍惚地听见 tongue out， 跟着四围的人声嘈杂，把他抬下来。死东西，死牛，评判员不公，打，打。
Falling forward, his eyes lit up as he discovered, whiteboard, Dongfeng, get rich. In his ears, he heard in a trance, time, out, followed by the noise of people around him, carry him down. Damn it. The judge is unfair. Falling forward, his eyes lit up as he discovered, whiteboard, Dongfeng, get rich.
欧阳天风跑进去，把赵子曰搀起来。他扶着欧阳慢慢走到球门后，披上皮袍坐在地上。他的同学们还是一个劲儿的喊打。东北角上跟着有几个往场内跑。
Ouyang Tianfeng ran in and helped Zhao Ziyue up. He helped Ouyang slowly walk behind the goal, put on his leather robe and sat on the ground. His classmates kept shouting, hit, followed by a few from the northeast corner running into the field.
跑到评判员的跟前，不知为什么又跑回去了。后来才知道，那几位全是近视眼，在场外没有看清评判员是洋人。哼，设若评判员不是洋人，哈啦，哈啦！商业大学的学生又喊起来。
He ran to the judges and then ran back again for some reason. Later I found out that those few people were all short-sighted and did not see clearly that the judges were foreigners outside the court. Humph. What if the evaluator is not a foreigner? Ha ha. Ha ha, the students from the business university shouted again.
赵子曰看得真真的，那个皮球和他自己只隔着那层白线网。诗人周少莲缩着脖子，慢慢地扭过来，递给赵子曰一个小纸条。这赤色军输了，反干不过那灰色的小丑鸭。
Zhao Ziyue saw it really clearly. There was only a layer of white net between the ball and himself. The poet Zhou Shaolian shrank his neck, slowly turned around, and handed Zhao Zi a small note. This Red Army has lost. Can't defeat that gray clown duck.
可是输了就输了吧，有什么要紧？哈哈。第四 ，B， 红黄蓝绿各色的纸，黑白金紫各色的字，真草隶篆个体的书法，长篇短习古文白话各样的文章。
But if you lose, you lose. What's the big deal? Ah. Fourth. 1. Papers in red, yellow, blue and green colors, calligraphy in black, white, gold and purple, calligraphy in various styles of real grass, official seal and seal script, long and short essays in classical Chinese and vernacular.
冷嘲热骂、轻敲乱咒无所不有的骂话，攻击与袒护校长的宣言，从明正大学的大门贴到后门，从墙角粘到楼间， 还有一张贴在电线杆子上的。大门碎了，牌匾摘了，玻璃破了。
There are all-encompassing curse words, including sarcasm, hot curses, and curses, a manifesto to attack and defend the principal, which is posted from the front door to the back door of Mingjing University, from the foot of the wall to the top of the building. There is also a declaration posted on a telephone pole. The door was broken, the plaque was removed, and the glass was broken.
窗子飞了，校长室倒成土坪，仪器室砸个粉碎，公文飞了一街，一张整的也没有。图书化为纸灰，只剩下命不该绝的半本《史记》。天花板上团团的泥迹。
The window flew off. The principal's office was reduced to ashes, and the instrument room was smashed to pieces. The official documents flew all over the street, and not a single page was intact. The books turned into paper dust, leaving only half of the historical records that was destined to die. There were clumps of mud on the ceiling.
地板上一块块的碎砖头，什么也破碎了，除了一只痰盂还忍气吞声地立在礼堂的东南角。校长室外一条扯断的麻绳，校长是捆起来打的。大门道5、6只断鞋。
There were pieces of broken bricks on the floor. Everything was broken except for a spittoon, which still stood in the southeast corner of the auditorium. There is a torn hemp rope outside the principal's room. The principal tied it up and beat it. There are 5 or 6 satin shoes at the gate.
教员们是光着袜底逃跑的。公事房的门框上3寸多长的一个洋钉子钉着斜以凝定的一只耳朵，那是服务20多年老成持重的罪案树务员头上切下来的。
The teachers escaped with their socks bare. On the door frame of the office room, a foreign nail more than 3 inches long was nailed to an ear that had already turned blood. It was cut off the head of a mature and serious, criminal, civil servant who had served for more than 20 years.
校园温室的地上一片变成黑紫色的血，那是从1月挣10块钱的老园丁鼻子里倒出来的。温室中鱼缸的金鱼亮着白肚皮浮在水面上，整盒的粉笔在缸底上冒着气泡。
The ground in the campus greenhouse turned into black and purple blood, which was poured from the nose of the old gardener who earned 10 yuan a month. The goldfish in the fish tank in the greenhouse floated on the water with a bright white belly, and a whole box of chalk bubbled on the bottom of the tank.
煎熬着那些小金鱼的未散之魂。实验室中养的小青蛙的眼珠在砖块上粘着，丧了他们应在试验台上做鬼的小命。太阳愁得躲在黑云内，一天没有出来。
The lingering souls of those little goldfish are suffering. The eyes of the little frogs raised in the laboratory were stuck on the bricks, and they lost their lives as ghosts on the test bench. The sun was so sad that it hid in the dark clouds and didn't come out all day.
小老鼠在黑暗中得意洋洋地在屋里嚼着死去的小青蛙的腿。报纸上3寸大的黑字报告着这学校风潮，电报挂着万万火急，飞散到全国。教育部大门紧闭，2门不开。
The little mouse proudly chewed the legs of the dead little frog in the dark. 3-inch black letters in the newspaper reported the school trend. Telegrams were flying all over the country. The door of the Ministry of Education is closed and the second door is not open.
看着像一座久缺香火的大神龛，教育团体纷纷召集会议讨论救济办法，不期而同地决定了看一看风头再说。雄赳赳的大兵，枪上插着冠贺人血的刺刀。
It looks like a large shrine that has been short of incense for a long time. Educational groups convened meetings one after another to discuss relief measures, and unanimously decided, let's wait and see the limelight before talking. The heroic soldiers had bayonets on their guns that were accustomed to drinking human blood.
野兽似的把这座惨淡破碎的大学堂团团围住， 好像只有他们这群东西敢立在那里。地上一滴滴的血痕凝成一个一个小圆眼睛似的，静静地看大兵们的鞋底儿。2. 老赵
They surrounded this bleak and broken university hall like wild beasts, as if they were the only ones who dared to stand there. The drops of blood on the ground formed like small round eyes, quietly looking at the soles of the soldiers' shoes. 2. Old Zhao.
你怎么样？李景纯到东方医院去看赵子曰。你来了，老李。赵子曰头上裹着白布，面色惨黄，像风息日落的天色。左臂兜着纱布，右腮上粘着一个粉红橡皮膏的十字，左右相衬。
How are you? Li Jingchun went to Dongfang Hospital to see Zhao Zi and said, Are you here, Lao Li? Zhao Zi said that his head was wrapped in white cloth, and his complexion was as pale as the wind and sunset. There was gauze wrapped around his left arm, and a pink adhesive plaster cross was stuck on his right cheek. The left and right sides contrasted.
另有一番侠烈之风，伤不重，有个7、8天也就好了。欧阳呢？在公寓睡觉呢。李景纯越说得慢，越多带出几分情感，脸上的笑纹画出心中多少不平。他没受伤。赵子曰问
There is also a heroic spirit. The injury is not serious. It will be fine in 7 or 8 days. Where is Ouyang? Sleeping in the apartment. The slower Li Jingchun spoke, the more emotion he expressed. The smile lines on his face showed how much injustice he felt in his heart. He's not injured? Zhao Zi asked.
他只恐怕欧阳天风受伤，可是不能自止地想欧阳一定受伤。他听了李景纯的话，从安慰中引起几分惊异。主张打人的怎会能受伤？难道他没到学校去？
He was only afraid that Ouyang Tianfeng was injured, but he couldn't help but think that Ouyang must be injured. After hearing Li Jingchun's words, he was a little surprised from the comfort. How can someone who advocates beating people get hurt? Didn't he go to school?
赵子曰似乎有些不信李景纯的话，这时候他倒深盼欧阳受一点伤。他好像不愿他的好友为肉体上的安全而损失一点人格。我没去，因为我不主张打，他也没去。
Zhao Ziyue seemed to not believe Li Jingchun's words. At this time, he really hoped that Ouyang would be injured. He seemed unwilling to let his friend lose any personality for physical safety. I didn't go because I don't advocate fighting. He didn't go either.
因为他主张打。哦，赵子曰闭上眼，眉头皱在一处，设若他不是自己身上疼，或者是为别人痛心。李景纯呆呆地看着他，半天没有说话。别的病房中的呻吟哀叹。
Because he advocates fighting. Vomit. Zhao Zi closed his eyes and frowned in one place, assuming that he was not hurting himself, or was feeling sad for someone else. Li Jingchun looked at him blankly and didn't speak for a long time. There were groans and lamentations in other wards.
乘着屋中的静寂渐次亲近来。李景纯看看赵子曰，听听病人的呻吟，觉得整个的世界陷在一张愁网之中。
Taking advantage of the silence in the house, it gradually invaded. Li Jingchun looked at Zhao Zi and said, listening to the patient's moans, he felt that the whole world was trapped in a web of sorrow.
他平日奋斗的精神被这张悲痛的黑影遮掩得正像院中那株老树那样颓落。赵子曰似乎昏昏地睡去，他蹑足屏息地想往外走。老李，别走！赵子曰忽然睁开眼。
His spirit of daily struggle was obscured by this sad black shadow, just like the old tree in the courtyard. Zhao Ziyue seemed to have fallen asleep. He tiptoed and held his breath to walk out. Old Li, don't go. Zhao Ziyue suddenly opened his eyes.
向李景纯苦笑了一笑，表示身上没有痛苦。你身上到底怎样？不怎样，真的。赵子曰慢慢抬起右手，摸了摸头上的纱布，然后迟迟顿顿地说：“我问你，什么事？我问你。”
He smiled bitterly at Li Jingchun, indicating that he was not in any pain. What's going on with you? Nothing, really. Zhao Ziyue slowly raised his right hand and touched the gauze on his head, and then said after a pause, I ask you. Dash. What's up? I ask you.
王女士怎样？赵子曰偷偷看了李景纯一眼，跟着把左右眼交互的开闭，看着自己的鼻翅，上面有一些细汗珠。他听说也到医院来了，我正要看他去。是吗？赵子曰说完。
How is Ms. Wang? Zhao Ziyue glanced at Li Jingchun secretly, then opened and closed his left and right eyes alternately, and looked at the wings of his nose. There were some beads of sweat on it. Dash her. I heard that she also came to the hospital, and I was about to see her. Yeah. Zhao Zi said after finishing speaking.
又把眼闭上。说真的，你身上不难过？不。李景纯心中有若干言语，问题要说都被赵子曰难过的样子给拦回去。不说，觉得对他不起；说，又怕增加他的苦痛与烦闷。走。
Close your eyes again. Seriously, aren't you feeling sad? No. Li Jingchun had several words, questions in his mind, but they were all stopped by Zhao Ziyue's sad look. If you don't say it, you feel sorry for him. If you say it, you're afraid of adding to his pain and annoyance. Walk.
怕赵子曰寂寞，不走，心中要说而不好意思说的话，滚上滚下，像一群要出巢的蜜蜂。正在为难，门开了，莫大年满面红光地走进来。他面上的红光把赵子曰的心照暖了几分。
Afraid of being lonely, Zhao Zi said, if I don't leave, the words I want to say but am embarrassed to say roll up and down like a swarm of bees about to leave the nest. While he was in trouble, the door opened and Mo Danian walked in with a glowing face. The red light on his face warmed Zhao Ziyao's heart a little.
老赵，明天见。李景纯好容易得着脱身的机会，又对莫大年说：“你陪着老赵说话吧。”说完，他轻轻地往外走，走到门口，回头看了看赵子曰
See you tomorrow, Lao Zhao. Li Jingchun finally got a chance to escape, and said to Mo Danian, You can talk to Lao Zhao. After that, he walked out gently, walked to the door, looked back at Zhao Zi and said.
赵子曰脸上的笑容已不是前几分钟那样勉强了。老赵，莫大年问，听说你被军阀把天灵盖掀了？谁说的？掀了天灵盖还想活着？赵子曰心中痛快多了，说话的气调锋利有趣了。
The smile on Zhao Ziyue's face was no longer as forced as it was a few minutes ago. Old Zhao. Mo Danian asked, I heard that the warlord had your Tianling cover lifted off by you? Who said that? You still want to live after lifting the Tianling cap? Zhao Ziyue felt much happier, and his tone of voice became sharper and more interesting.
人家都那么说嘛。莫大年的脸更红了，红的正和傻老的红脸蛋没分别。欧阳呢？不知道，大概正在奔走运动呢。不一定。我来的时候遇见老五，他说待一会儿来看你。你问他。
Is that what everyone says? Mo Danian's face turned redder, just like the red cheeks of silly old man. Where is Ouyang? Have no idea. Probably running around and exercising, not necessarily. When I came here I met Lao Wu and he said he would come and see you later. You ask him.
他的消息不是比咱灵通吗？王女士呢？赵子曰自然地说出来。我也不知道，管他们呢。老莫，你没事吧？没事，专来看你。莫大年可说着一句痛快话，自己笑了一笑，以示庆贺之意。好。
Isn't his information better than ours? Where is Ms. Wang? Zhao Zi said it naturally. I don't know either. Never mind them. Old Mo, are you okay? It's okay, I just came to see you. Mo Danian said something cheerful and smiled to express his congratulations. Okay.
咱们谈一谈。赵子曰说着，把两只眼睛睁得像两朵向日葵，随着莫大年脸上的红光乱转，身上的痛苦似乎都随着李景纯走了。老莫，你知道王女士和张教授的秘密不知道？
Let's talk. Zhao Ziyue said, opening his eyes like two sunflowers. As the red light on Mo Danian's face turned around, the pain on his body seemed to have disappeared with Li Jingchen. Old Mo. Do you know the secrets of Ms. Wang and Professor Zhang?
什么秘密？莫大年问。我问你呀，我不知道。你什么也不知道，老莫。除了吃你的红烧鱼头。赵子曰笑起来，脸上的气色像雷雨过去的浮云，被阳光映的灰中带着一点红。老赵。
What secret? Mo Danian asked. I'm asking you. I don't know. You know nothing, Lao Mo. Except eating your braised fish head. Zhao Zi said with a smile. His face looked like floating clouds after a thunderstorm, with a little red in the gray reflected by the sun. Old Zhao.
明天见。明天我给你买橘子来。莫大年满脸惭愧，要往外走。老莫，我跟你说笑话，你就急了。别走，我还有事，明天来。莫大年说着出了屋门。刚出屋门，立刻把嘴撅起来。
See you tomorrow. I'll buy you oranges tomorrow. Mo Danian was ashamed and wanted to go out. Old Mo. I'm telling you a joke and you're in a hurry? Don't go. I still have something to do, come tomorrow. Mo Danian said and walked out of the house. As soon as he walked out of the house, he immediately pouted.
自医院直到天台公寓，一刻不停地嘟噜着，什么也不知道。不知道。人人叫咱傻老。傻老。3。莫大年第二天给赵子曰送了10几个橘子去，交给医院的号房。
From the hospital to the rooftop apartment, I kept mumbling, I don't know anything. I don't know. Everyone calls us a silly old man. A silly old man. 3. The next day, Mo Danian sent a dozen oranges to Zhao Ziyue and handed them over to the hospital ward.
并没进去见赵子曰。他绝不是恼了赵子曰，也不是心眼小料不开事。他所不痛快的是，生在这个新社会里，要是没有一种眼观六路，耳听八方，到处显出精明强干的能力。
He didn't go in to see Zhao Zi. He is definitely not angry with Zhao Ziyue, nor is he being petty and careless. What he was not happy about was that in this new society, if he did not have the ability to see all directions, hear all directions, and show his shrewdness and ability everywhere.
任凭有天好的本事，满肚子的学问，治好落个老好，或毫不客气叫你傻蛋。做土匪的有胆子拆铁路，绑洋人就有做旅长的资格，还用说别的？以他的家计说，就是他终身不做事。
No matter how talented you are and how knowledgeable you are, you'd better be a good old friend, or call you idiot, without any politeness. If a bandit has the courage to demolish railways and kidnap foreigners, then he is qualified to be a brigade commander, and what else needs to be said? In terms of his family background, it means that he will never do anything for the rest of his life.
也可以衣食无愁地过他一个人的太平天下。可是他曾嫌傻蛋这一类的徽号，他要在新社会里做个新式的红胡子、蓝靛脸的英雄。
He can also live a peaceful world by himself without any worries about food and clothing. But he hated badges like idiot. He wants to be a new kind of hero with red beard and indigo face in the new society.
哪怕是做英雄，只是热闹耳目而没有真益处呢，到底英雄比傻蛋强。他明知道赵子曰是和他开玩笑，打哈哈，他也知道不知秘密与爱吃红烧鱼头算不了什么大逆不道。
Even if being a hero is just for fun and entertainment without any real benefit, after all, a hero is better than a fool. He knew clearly that Zhao Ziyue was joking with him, and he also knew that, not knowing the secret and loving to eat braised fish head were not treason.
可是，人人要用赵子曰式的笑脸对待他，还许就是窝囊废、死于头一类的恶名造成之因呢。这类的徽号不是欢蹦乱跳的青年所能忍受的。新青年有3位，胃不强硬。
However, everyone wants to treat him with Zhao Zi's smiling face, which may be the reason for his bad reputations such as wimp and dead fish head. This kind of emblem is not something that a cheerful young man can endure. New youth have 3 fears: fear of not being tough.
胃不合逻辑，胃没头脑。莫大年呢，是天生的温厚，横眉立目耍刺儿玩花枪是不会的。对于逻辑呢，他和别的青年一样不明白，可是和别个青年一样的要避免这个不合逻辑。
Fear of being illogical, fear of being brainless. Mo Danian was born with a kind-hearted nature, and he was incapable of being arrogant and sarcastic. As for logic, he doesn't understand it like other young people, but like other young people, he must avoid this illogic.
的罪名，怎样避免？自然第一步要有头脑。所以3位之中，莫大年第一要逃出没头脑的黑影。知秘密自然是头脑清晰、多知多懂的一种表示。那么，知秘密
Crime. How to avoid it? Naturally, the first step is to have a brain. Therefore, among the 3 fears, Mo Danian must first escape from the shadow of mindless. Knowing the secrets is naturally an expression of having a clear mind and knowing more. So, knowing the secrets
可以算作新人物的唯一要素。知秘密便是实行不傻蛋主义的秘宝。莫大年一面想一面走，越想心中越难过。有时候他停住脚，呆呆地看着古老的建筑物。
The only element that can be counted as a new character. Knowing the secret is the secret treasure of practicing not being an idiot. Mo Danian thought about it and walked away. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became. Sometimes he stopped and stared blankly at the ancient buildings.
他恨不得当时把北京城拆个土平，然后另造一座比纽约还新的城。自己的铜像立在2550层的楼尖上，用红绿的电灯忽明忽灭地射出，改造北京之莫大年。老莫
He wished he could tear down the city of Beijing immediately and build a new city that was newer than New York. A bronze statue of himself stands on the top of the 2,550-story building, with red and green electric lights flashing on and off, a great year to transform Beijing. Old Mo.
上那儿去。莫大年收敛，走出8万多里的悬想，回头看了看。老五，我没事闲逛。五端穿着新做的灰色洋服，蓝色双金大氅，雪白的单硬领。
Go there? Mo Danian restrained his thoughts of traveling more than 80,000 miles, and looked back. Old Wu. I have nothing to do to hang out. Butuan wore a new gray dress, a blue double-breasted cloak, a snow-white single stiff collar,
系着一根印度织的绿地金花的领带，头上灰色宽檐呢帽，足下一尘不染的黄色橡皮底皮鞋，胸脯鼓着，腰板挺着，大长与裤子的折缝根根见骨地立着，不粗不细的马蜂腰。
wearing a tie made of green gold flowers woven in India. On his head is a gray wide-brimmed felt hat, and on his feet are spotless yellow, rubber-soled, leather shoes. Her chest is bulging, her waist is straight, and the folds of her cloak and trousers are standing straight to the bone. A wasp waist that is neither thick nor thin.
被大厂圆圆的箍住，看不出是衣裳做的合适，还是身子天生来的架得起衣裳来。他向莫大年端着肩膀笑了一笑，然后由洋服的胸带中掏出一块古铜色的绸子手巾。
Being hugged roundly by the big cloak, it was hard to tell whether the clothes were made to fit, or whether the body was born with the ability to hold up the clothes. He smiled over his shoulder at Mo Danian, and then took out a bronze silk handkerchief from the breast pocket of his suit.
先顺风一抖，然后按在鼻子上，手指轻按，专凭鼻孔的哼力蹭蹭响了2声。这个浑厚多力的响声，闭上眼听，正和高鼻子的洋人的鼻音分毫不差。莫大年像看遍戏法。
First, shake it with the wind, then press it on your nose, press it lightly with your fingers, and make 2 sounds based on the humming power of your nostrils. This rich and powerful sound, if you close your eyes and listen to it, is exactly the same as the nasal sound of foreigners with high noses. The great New Year elephant watched the magic.
是的，看着武端，心中由羡慕而生出几分惭愧。武端是在莫大年想已经欧化成熟的新青年，他自己只不过比中国蠢而不灵的傻乡民少着一条发辫而已。老莫，玩一玩去。
Looking at Wu Duan as if he felt a little ashamed from envy in his heart. Wu Duan was, in Modanian's mind, a new young man who had become European and mature. He himself only had 1 less braid than the stupid and inept villagers in China. Old Mo, let's have some fun.
乘着罢课的机会，上那儿。莫大年说着，往后退了2步，低着头看武端的皮鞋一闪一闪的射金光，又看了看自己脚上的那双轻缎厚底棉鞋。先上西食堂去吃饭。武端说
Take advantage of the opportunity of the school strike. Go there? Mo Danian said and took 2 steps back. He lowered his head to see the golden light shining on Butuan's leather shoes, and then looked at the pair of green satin thick-soled cotton shoes on his own feet. Go to the Western cafeteria first. Going to eat? Butuan said.
我没洋服，坐在西食堂里未免发僵。这2句话却是莫大年的真经验，因为西餐馆的摆台的事，对于穿洋服说洋话的客人，不给小账也伺候得周到；对于穿华服
I don't have any Western clothes, so I feel stiff sitting in the Western cafeteria. These 2 sentences are indeed Mo Danian's true experience. Because the table setting in Western restaurants is, for guests who wear Western clothes and speak foreign languages, they will serve them attentively without giving a small bill. For those who wear Chinese clothes, they will serve them attentively.
说华语的照顾主，就是多给小账也不屑于应酬。更特别的，他们对穿洋服的说中国话，对穿华服的说外国话。所以认不清洋字菜单的人们为避免被奚落起见。
The caregiver who speaks Chinese doesn't even bother to socialize even if he pays a small amount. What's even more special, they speak Chinese to those wearing Western clothes, and foreign languages to those wearing Chinese clothes. So people who can't read the menu with foreign characters are trying to avoid being ridiculed.
顶好上山东老哥儿们的大碗居去吃打卤面，比什么也不惹气。然而，那么上民英西餐馆，你猜怎么着？那里全是中国人吃饭，摆台的也是中国话，而且喝酒可以划拳，好不好？走。
It's better to go to the Shandong folks de Wanju to eat braised noodles than to make you angry at all. However. So, let's go to Mining Western Restaurant. Guess what? There are all Chinese people eating there. The people setting the table are also in Chinese, and you can do boxing while drinking, okay? Let's go.
武端把左手插在大厂阔其有容的口袋里，右手戴着小羊皮的淡黄色手套，过去插在莫大年右肘之下。两个人并肩而行，莫大年为武端的洋服展览，不便十分拒绝。
Butuan put his left hand in the pocket of his cloak, and his right hand, wearing a light yellow lambskin glove, inserted it under Mo Danian's right elbow. The two of them walked side by side, and Mo Danian was showing off Butuan's Western clothes, but he refused because of the inconvenience.
虽然他真怕吃洋饭，远远地看见民营餐馆的两面大幌子，左边一面白旗画着鲜血淋漓的一块2尺见方的牛肉，下面横写着3个大字“炸牛排”。
Although he is really afraid of eating foreign food. From a distance, I saw 2 big banners of Mining Restaurant. A white flag on the left showed a blood-soaked piece of beef 2 feet square, with 3 large characters, fried steak, written across it.
右边一面红旗画着几位东倒西歪的法国醉鬼，手中拿着5星啤酒瓶往嘴里灌。武端看见这两面幌子，眉开眼笑的口中直往下咽唾液，正是望幌子而大嚼，也解一些洋馋。
A red flag on the right depicts several French drunkards stumbling around, holding 5-star beer bottles in their hands and pouring them into their mouths. When Butuan saw these 2 masks, he smiled happily and began to swallow saliva. It was precisely because he was looking at the masks that he chewed them to satisfy his greed.
莫大年的精神也振作起一些，觉着这两面大旗的背后埋伏着一些西洋文化。两个人进了民营餐馆，果然3星，5魁之声清亮而含着洋味，大概因为客人们喝的是洋酒。
Mo Danian's spirit also cheered up a little, and he felt that behind these 2 big flags, there was some Western culture. The 2 of them entered the Mining Restaurant, and as expected, the voice of 3 stars, 5 liters, was clear and had a foreign flavor, probably because the guests were drinking foreign wine.
柜台前立着的老掌柜的把小帽脱下，拱着手说：“来了 ，Sir， 来了 ，Sir。”摆台的系着抹满牛油的黑油裙，白的时代已经岁久年深，不易查考了，过来擦抹桌案。
The old shopkeeper standing in front of the counter took off his hat, raised his hands and said, "Here it comes, sir, here it comes, sir." The man setting the table wore a black oil skirt smeared with butter. The white era, it's been a long time and it's hard to check. Come and wipe the table.
摆上刀叉和洋式酱油瓶。简单着说，这座饭馆样样是西式，样样也是华式，只是很难分析怎么调和来着。若是有人要做一部东西文化与其吃饭
Put out knives and forks and a Western-style soy sauce bottle. To put it simply, everything in this restaurant is Western style, and everything is Chinese style, but it is difficult to analyze how to reconcile it. If someone wants to make a book about Eastern and Western culture and eating.
这座饭馆当然可以供给无数的好材料。吃什么，大爷 ，Sir？ 摆台的打着山东活问。乘着武端看菜单之际，他把抹布放在肩头，掏出鼻烟壶，脆脆地吸了2鼻子。
This restaurant can certainly provide countless good ingredients. What do you want to eat, sir? The man setting the table asked in the name of Shandong. While Butuan was looking at the menu, he put the rag on his shoulder, took out his snuff bottle, and took 2 crisp sniffs.
2个人要了西红柿炒山药蛋、烧桂鱼、小瓶白兰地、冷牛舌头和羊椒3鲜、咖啡。武端把刀叉耍得漂亮而地道，真要压倒留学生，不让蓝眼鬼。
The two of them ordered fried yam eggs with tomatoes, roasted mandarin fish, a small bottle of brandy, cold beef tongue, and Yangjiao Sanxian, coffee. Butuan played the knife and fork beautifully and authentically, really trying to overwhelm the foreign students and stop the blue-eyed ghost.
莫大年闭着气把一口西红柿吞下，忙着灌了半杯凉水。老五，莫大年没有再吃第2口西红柿的勇气，下了一点白兰地，笑着问：“告诉我，怎么就能知道秘密？”目的，那一种。
Mo Danian held his breath and swallowed a mouthful of tomatoes, and then drank half a glass of cold water. Lao Wu, Mo Danian didn't have the courage to take a second bite of tomatoes. He sipped a little brandy and asked with a smile, "Tell me, how can you know the secret? Purpose? Which one?"
武端说完，又把摆台的叫过来，要了一个干炸丸子加果酱。还有多少种？什么是经科学方法分析没有种类呢？真是！告诉我2样要紧的，多了我记不住。好，你猜怎么着？好。
After Butuan finished speaking, he called the waiter over and ordered a dry croquette with jam. How many more kinds are there? Why is there no category when analyzed by scientific methods? Really? Tell me 2 important things. I can't remember more. Okay. Guess what? Okay.
告诉你2种，利用秘密和报告秘密，这是目的。你猜？好，先说目的，后说方法。武端觉得自己非常宽宏大量，肯把他的经验传授给莫大年。莫大年傻老似的，聚精会神地听着。
Let me tell you 2 kinds, using secrets and reporting secrets, this is the purpose. Guess, okay. Let's talk about the purpose first, then the method. Butuan felt that he was very magnanimous and willing to pass on his experience to Mo Danian. Mo Danian listened attentively like a stupid old man.
武端呷了一口酒，嚼着牛舌头，又点上一支香烟。酒、牛舌头、烟在嘴中匀和成一股令人起革命思想的味道。酒顺着食道下行，牛舌头一上一下的运动于齿舌之间。
Butuan took a sip of wine, chewed the cow's tongue, and lit another cigarette. The wine, beef tongue, and smoke blended together in the mouth to create a taste that evoked revolutionary thoughts. As the wine goes down the esophagus, the cow's tongue moves up and down between the radula.
烟从鼻子眼慢慢的往外冒，谁要是这么做，谁也不能不感谢上帝造人的奇妙。他把牛舌头咽尽，才正式向莫大年陈说：供给秘密是为讨朋友的欢心，博得社会上的信仰。
Smoke slowly came out from the nose. Anyone who did this could not help but thank God for the wonderful creation of man. He swallowed the cow's tongue and then formally said to Mo Danian, "Providing secrets is to please friends and win the trust of society."
这是在社会上活动唯一的要素，造成英雄伟人的第一步。举个例说，你猜怎么着？张天赐，你知道张天赐？财政部司长，司长。你要问他的出身，不必细说，凭他的名字可以猜得出。
This is the only element of activity in society, the first step in creating a hero. For example, guess what? Zhang Tianxi, do you know Zhang Tianxi? Director of the Ministry of Finance, Director. If you want to ask about his origin, you don't need to go into details. You can guess it from his name.
他本来叫张四，做了官才改成张天赐，张四，张司长。前3年他还是张四，因为报告给绥远都统一件秘密，你猜怎么着？当时他来了个绥远都统驻京办事处的科员张科员。
His original name was Zhang Si, but after he became an official, he was changed to Zhang Tianxi, Zhang Si, Director Zhang. In the first 3 years, he was still Zhang Si, because he reported a secret to Sui Yuan. Guess what? At that time, he had a clerk from Sui Yuan Metropolitan Office in Beijing, Clerk Zhang.
前3个月，他又报告给财政总长一件秘密，哈哈，抖起来了，司长。由张四而张天四而科员而司长，将来谁能说得定呢？也许张大帅、张总长、张总统、张牛头。
3 months ago, he reported another secret to the chief financial officer. I'm shaking, director. From Zhang Si to Zhang Tianxi, section member and director, who can say for sure in the future, maybe Zhang Deshui, Chief Zhang, President Zhang, Zhang Nyodo.
因为他住家在三河县牛头镇，由张四而张总统一根线拴着，知秘密。武端喘了一口气，又吃了一块牛舌头，心里想：设若张四人以第一名有张牛头的希望，怎见得自己没有
？Because he lives in Nyodo Town, Sanha County. From Zhang Si to President Zhang, they are tied by a thread. Know the secret. Butuan took a breath and ate another piece of cow's tongue, thinking to himself, if Zhang Si is named after the place, has the hope of having a cow's head, how can he know that he doesn't?
人以物名而被呼为五牛舌的可能呢？他笑了一笑，接着说：“至于利用秘密，你猜怎么着？那可就更有用、更深审、更陡了。利用一件秘密，往小里说，你可以毁一个人、一个学校。”
The possibility of people being called bultongs after names of things. He smiled and continued, as for using secrets, guess what? That would be more useful, deeper, and more trembling. By using a secret, in a small way, you can destroy a person or a school.
一个机关，往大里说，推倒一个内阁，逼走一个总统。谁有这份能力，谁就有立铜像的资格，又非张四之流，仅仅荣耀一时的可比了。因为小而毁一个人，大而赶走一个总统。
An agency, speaking more broadly, it can overthrow a cabinet and force out a president. Whoever has this ability is qualified to erect a bronze statue, and it is not comparable to the temporary glory of Zhang Si and his like. For being small, he will destroy a person, and for being big, he will drive away a president.
不管成功的大小，这样的举动与运用秘密的能力，非天生的雄才大略不办，非真英雄不办，非你猜。说了半天是这么2种，是不是？莫大年问，告诉我，我该采用哪一种？
No matter how big or small the success is, such actions and the ability to use secrets cannot be done by a natural talent, a true hero, or, you guessed it dash, I have been talking for a long time, these are the 2 types, right? M.O. Danian asked, tell me, which one should I use?
你现在用的是那一种，和怎样用法？惭愧，我用的是供给秘密，这个比利用秘密好办得多。你猜怎么着？欧阳天风近于利用秘密了，可是他的聪明，咱们如何敢比呢？那么，你看。
Which one are you using now, and how do you use it? Ashamed. I use supply secrets. This is much easier to handle than using secrets. Guess what? Ouyang Tianfeng is close to using the secret, but how can we dare to compare with his intelligence? Well, look.
我该先练习报告秘密，是不是？告诉我，怎么的秘密？莫大年诚恳地问。其实，你猜也没有一定的方法，只在自己留心。你看，瓦特看见开水壶就发明蒸汽机。
I should practice reporting secrets first, shouldn't I? Tell me, how did you get the secret? M.O. Danian asked sincerely. Actually, guess what? there is no certain way, you just have to pay attention to yourself. You see, what invented the steam engine when he saw a kettle boiling?
他得着了开水壶的秘密，事事留心，处处留心，时时留心。呵，秘密多了。比如说，你在公园喝茶，看见一对男女同行，跟着他们，那必有秘密。假如你发现了他们的暧昧的事，得。
He has learned the secret of boiling a kettle and pays attention to everything, everywhere and all the time. Drink. So many secrets. For example, if you see a man and woman walking together while drinking tea in the park, follow them. There must be a secret. If you discover their dark things, yes.
写在你的小笔记本上，一旦用着，那个结果绝不辜负你跟着他们的劳力。我告诉你，你知道学生会主席孙权怎么倒了，新任主席吴审敏怎么成的功。
Write it down in your little notebook, and once you use it, the result will definitely live up to your hard work following them. Let me tell you, do you know how Sun Quan, the student union president, failed, and how did Wu Shenmin, the new president, succeed?
就是因为吴审敏在公园捉了孙权的箭。再说，就是不图什么，得一些秘密说着玩，不是也有趣吗？你猜？那么我得下死功夫，先练习而言，是不是？一定。手眼身法和练武术一样。
It was because Wu Shenmin caught Sun Quan raping in the park. Besides, even if you don't care about anything, wouldn't it be fun to learn some secrets and talk about them for fun? Guess. Then I have to work hard to practice my ears and eyes first, right? Must. The hand, eye, and body techniques are the same as practicing martial arts.
得下苦功夫。好，老五，谢谢你，饭账我厚了。告诉我，你还吃什么？4. 几天医院的生活，赵子曰在他自己身上发现了许多奇迹，右手按着左腕的脉门。
Gotta work hard. Good. Lao Wu. Thank you. I'll wait for the meal. Tell me, what else do you eat? 4. After a few days in the hospital, Zhao Ziyue discovered many miracles in himself. His right hand pressed on the pulse gate of his left wrist.
从手指上会能觉到自己的心1秒钟也不休息，那么有节有拍的跳动。脑子更奇怪了，有时候在一阵黑潮狂浪过去之后，居然现出山高月小的一张水墨画。
You can feel your heart beating rhythmically from your fingers without resting for a second. My mind is even stranger. Sometimes after a dark wave passes, an ink painting by Sean Gaoyue will appear.
心中现出这种境界，叫他怀疑医院给他的洋药水里有什么不正当作用，至少那种药水的作用与烧酒不同，而作用异于烧酒的东西根本应当怀疑。医院的饭食不错，设备。
This state of mind made him suspect that the foreign potion given to him by the hospital had some illegitimate effect. At least the effect of that potion was different from that of soju, and anything that had a different effect from soju should be suspected at all. The hospital meals are pretty good. Equipment.
周到。然而他寂寞、无聊、烦苦。心中空空的，像短了一块要紧的东西，像一位50岁的寡妇把一颗明珠似的儿子丢了一样的愁闷。生命只是一片泛溢不定的潮水。
Thoughtful. However, he is lonely, bored and troubled. My heart felt empty, as if something important was missing, like a 50-year-old widow who had lost her son, who was like a pearl. Life is just an overflowing tide.
没有一些着落，设若脑子不经烧酒击刺着。他开始明白人生与烧酒的关系。不但人生，世界文化的发展不过是酒瓶里的一点副产品。心房的跳动，脑中的思想。
There is no solution if the brain is not stimulated by soju. He began to understand the relationship between life and soju. Not only life, but also the development of world culture is just a byproduct of the wine bottle. The beating of the heart, the thoughts in the brain.
都是因为烧酒缺席，他们才敢这样作怪，才这样扰乱和平。他恨这个胡思乱想的脑子，他命令着他的脑子不准再思想失败。
It's all because of Xiaojiu's absence that they dare to act like this and disturb the peace like this. He hated this random thinking. He ordered his brain not to think anymore. Failure.
原来没烧酒泡着的脑子是个天然要思想的玩意儿，他急得直跺脚。没办法，他于无聊中觉悟了，为什么医院中把死人脑子装在酒精瓶子里？因为不用酒泡着。
It turns out that a brain that is not soaked in soju is a natural thing to think about. He stamped his feet anxiously. He had no choice but to realize out of boredom. Why do hospitals put dead people's brains in alcohol bottles? Because there is no need to soak it in wine.
死后也不会得平安，还是要思想。他宁愿登时死了，把脑子装在酒精瓶子里，也比这样活受罪强。他长叹了一声，有心要触柱而死，可是他摸了摸脑瓢，舍不得。忍耐，忍耐。
You won't find peace after death, you still have to think about it. He would rather die immediately and put his brain in an alcohol bottle than suffer like this. He let out a long sigh, intending to touch the pillar and die, but he rubbed his head and couldn't bear it. Patience. Patience.
出了医院再说。忍耐。希望。李景纯的话不错，我应当找些事做。他忽然想起来了，至于怎么想起来的和怎么单想起做事而忘了李景纯告诉他的读书与种地，不但别人不知道。
Let's talk after we get out of the hospital. Endure. Hope. Li Jingchuan's words are good. I should find something to do. He suddenly remembered. As for how he remembered it, and how he only thought about work and forgot about studying and farming that Li Jingchun told him, not only others don't know.
赵子曰自己也纳闷，好像一颗流星在天空飞过，不知从那里落下来的，也不知道落到哪里去。好在这在空中一闪是不可磨灭的事实。找什么事？当教员，开买卖，做官。对，做官。
Zhao Zi said that he himself was puzzled, as if a meteor was flying across the sky, and he didn't know where it fell from or where it landed. Fortunately, the fact that it flashed in the sky was an indelible fact. What are you looking for? To be a teacher? To start a business? To be an official? Yes. To be an official.
他扑哧的一笑，嘴中溅出几点唾星，好像一朵鲜花吐蕊把露水珠弹落下来似的。也别说会思想也有趣，居然想起做官了。哈哈，他这一笑叫他想起。
He chuckled, and a few drops of saliva splattered from his mouth, just like the spit of a flower flicking down dewdrops. Don't mention it, it's interesting to be able to think. I actually want to be an official. Haha. His smile reminded him of.
他7岁的时候，在门外用自己的点心钱买过一只小黄鸟，7岁就会自动的买一只小黄鸟，快26岁了，又自动的想起应该做官。赵子曰啊，要不是圣人，难道是狗？
When he was 7 years old, he bought a little yellow bird with his snack money outside the door. When I was 7 years old, I automatically bought a little yellow bird. When I was almost 26 years old, I automatically remembered that I should become an official. Zhao Master said, if he is not a saint, is he a dog?
欧阳天风为什么不来？他脑中那只小黄鸟又飞入他记忆力的最深远的那一处去。欧阳天风的暖烘烘的粉脸蛋与他自己的笑脸，像隔一层玻璃的2朵鲜花互相掩映。 他
Why doesn't Ouyang Tianfeng come? The little yellow bird in his mind flew into the deepest place in his memory again. Ouyang Tianfeng's warm pink face and his own smiling face were like two flowers separated by a layer of glass, covering each other. He
正在激烈的奔走运动，一定别累坏了啊！他探头往窗外看了看，窗外那株老树慈眉善目的静静地立在那里，没刮风。谢谢老天爷，他的脸可受不住狂风的吹刺啊！哈哈。
He is running around intensely, for sure. Don't be exhausted. He looked out the window. The old tree outside the window stood there quietly with kind eyes. It's not windy. Thank God. His face couldn't stand the harsh wind. Ha ha.
他笑着笑着，眼前像电影换片子似的，把那天打校长的光景复现出来。校长像屠户门前的肥羊似的绑在柱子上，你一拳我一腿的打，祖宗三代的指着脸子骂。对。
He smiled and replayed the scene of beating the principal that day like a movie. The principal was tied to a pillar like a fat sheep in front of a butcher's door. You punched me, and I kicked you. 3 generations of our ancestors. Yes.
聂国鼎还啐了校长一脸唾沫呢。老树的耳朵血淋淋地割下来，当当当钉在门框上。他身上觉得一阵不大合适，心中像大暗贼临行的那一刻，追想平生的事迹。
Nia Guoding even spat on the principal's face. The old servant's ear was bloody and cut off, and it was nailed to the door frame. He felt uncomfortable for a while, and his mind was like thinking about the deeds of his life at the moment when a thief in a major crime was about to be executed.
说不出是酸是甜，是哭是笑，老校长也怪可怜的。反正我没打他，我只用绳子捆他来着，谁知道捆上一定就打呢？他恨我不恨？我在他背后捆他来着，当然没看见我。可是啊
I can't tell whether it's sour or sweet, whether I'm crying or laughing. The old principal is so pitiful. Anyway, I didn't beat him, I just tied him with a rope. Who knows he will be beaten after tying him up? He hates me or not. I was tying him up behind his back, but of course he didn't see me.
就是他看见我，他又敢把咱赵子曰怎样？他敢开除我，也敢。凭咱在学界的势力，凭咱这2膀子力气，他也敢。除非他想揭他未完好的伤口。这么一想，他心中的不自在又平静了。
Even if he saw me, what would he dare to do to me, Zhao Zi? He dares to fire me? Dare to. With our power in the academic world and the strength of our 2 arms, he dares to do it, unless he wants to expose his incomplete wounds. Thinking of this, the discomfort in his heart calmed down again.
他觉得自己的势力所在，称孤道寡而有余，小小的校长，一个卖不小贩的儿子，有什么能为？纵然是错打了他，错就错了吧，谁叫他不去当军阀而做校长呢？
He felt that his power was there, and he said that there were only a few, but there were more than enough. What could a little principal, the son of a cloth hawker, do? Even if I hit him by mistake, it was a mistake. Who told him not to become a warlord but to become a principal?
军阀做错了事也是对，我反正不惹他们拿枪的。校长做对了也是错，也该打，反正打完他没事。他越想越痛快，越想越有理，觉得他打校长与不敢惹军阀都合于逻辑。
If the warlord did something wrong, it was right. I wouldn't provoke them to use guns anyway. If the principal did something right, it was also wrong, and he should be beaten. Anyway, he will be fine after beating him. The more he thought about it, the happier and more rational he became. He felt that it was logical for him to beat the principal and not dare to provoke the warlord.
这种合于逻辑的理论，叫他联想到他自己的势力与责任， 咱老赵在医院，现在同学的开会谁做主席呢？难道除了咱，还有第二个会做主席的？说着玩的呢，动不动也会做主席。
This logical theory reminded him of his own power and responsibility. Old Zhao is in the hospital. Who will be the chairman of the class meeting now? Is there another person besides me who can be the chairman? Just for fun, I can be the chairman at every turn.
就是有会的，他也得让咱老手一步不是。势力、声望、才干所在，不瞎吹。咱还根本不闹风潮呢，要不为做主席。他这样一想，开始觉得自己的身体有注意静养的必要。
Even if he knows how to do it, he still has to let us veterans take a step forward. Don't brag about your power, reputation, and talents. We don't want to cause any commotion at all, otherwise we will be the chairman. When he thought about it, he began to feel that his body needed to take some rest.
并不是为自己，是为学校、为社会、为国家，或者说为世界。他身上热腾腾的直往外冒热气，身子随着热气不由得往上飞，一直飞到喜马拉雅山的最高峰。
Not for myself, but for the school, the society, the country, or the world. His body was steaming with heat, and his body couldn't help but fly upwards with the heat, all the way to the highest peak of the Himalayas.
立在那里，只有他自己可以看清世界，只有他自己有收拾这个残落的世界的能力。身上的伤痕，好在是被军阀打的，觉得有一些疼痛了，跟看护妇要点白兰地喝吧。
Standing there, only he could see the world clearly, and only he had the ability to clean up this ruined world. The scars on my body, fortunately they were beaten by the warlord, feel a little painful. Ask the nurse to order some brandy.
他正在这么由一只小黄鸟而到喜马拉雅山活动着他的脑子，莫大年忽然满脸含笑地走进来。赵子越把刚才所发现的奇迹奇想慌忙收在那块琉璃球似的脑子里。
He was just wandering from a little yellow bird to the Himalayas to exercise his brain, when M.O. Danian suddenly walked in with a smile on his face. Zhao Ziyue hurriedly put the miraculous thoughts he had just discovered into his mind that was like a glass ball.
对莫大年说：“老莫，你昨天给我送橘子来，怎不进来看看你的老犬哥啊？没秘密可报告，进来干嘛？”莫大年傻而要露着惊喜的样子说：“那么今天当然是有秘密了，那还用说？你看。”
Said to M.O. Danian. Old M.O., you brought me oranges yesterday, why don't you come in and see your old dog brother? There's no secret to report, why are you coming in here? M.O. Danian said in a silly but subtle manner. So of course there is a secret today? That goes without saying. Look.
老莫学的鼻子是鼻子，嘴是嘴了。来，听听你的秘密，你被革除了。老赵，我管保我是头一个来告诉你的，是不是？莫大年得意洋洋地说：“你是说笑话呢，还是真事？”
Lao Mo learned that the nose is the nose and the mouth is the mouth. Come. Hear your secrets. You are dismissed, Lao Zhao. I'm sure I'm the first one to tell you, right? M.O. Danian said proudly. Are you telling a joke? Or is it true?
赵子约笑得微有一点不自然了。真的，一共17个，你是头一个。不说瞎话，你的乡亲周少莲也在内。赵子约脸上颜色变了，半天没有言语。真的，莫大年中了一句。
Zhao Ziyue's smile was a little unnatural. Really? There are 17 in total. And you are the first one. Don't tell lies. Your fellow countryman Zhou Shaoyan is also included. Zhao Ziyue's face changed color and he was speechless for a long time. Really? M.O. Danian said seriously.
希望赵子曰夸他得到消息这么快。老莫，你是傻子。赵子曰笑得怪难看的，只有笑的形式而没有笑的滋味。你难道不明白不应当报告病人恶消息吗？再说
I hope Zhao Ziyue will praise him for getting the news so quickly. Old Mo, you are a fool. Zhao Zi said that he was smiling very ugly, with only the form of a smile but no taste. Don't you understand that you shouldn't report bad news to a patient? Besides,
他的笑容已完全收起去，声音提高了一些。凭那个打不死的校长，什么东西敢开除赵子曰、赵铁牛？笑话！莫大年的一团高兴像撞在石头上的鸡蛋，拍嚓的一声，完了。
his smile had completely gone, and his voice was a little louder, with that unbeatable principal, who dares to fire Zhao Zi, Zhao Tinu, what a joke. Mo Danian's bundle of joy was like an egg hitting a rock. With a clap of forks, it was over.
他呆呆地看着赵子曰，脸上的热度一秒钟一秒钟的增高，烧得白眼珠都红了。忽然一语未发，扭身便往外走。老莫，别走！赵子曰随着莫大年往外看了一眼。
He looked at Zhao Ziri blankly, the heat on his face increasing every second, and the whites of his eyes turned red. Suddenly, without saying a word, he turned around and walked out. Old Mo, don't go. Zhao Ziyue followed Mo Danian and glanced outside.
由莫大年开的门缝，看见远远往外走着一个人，弯弯的腰，细碎的脚步，好像是李景纯。他又做什么来了？啊！莫大年回头看着赵子曰：“没什么，老莫。再见，老赵。”第5 B
Through the crack of the door opened by Mo Danian, he saw a person walking out in the distance. With a bent waist and thin steps, he seemed to be Li Jingchun. What did he do again? Ah. Mo Danian looked back at Zhao Zi and said, Nothing, Lao Mo. Goodbye, Lao Zhao. 5th. 1.
子曰兄，何等的光荣啊！你捆校长，我写了50多张骂校长的新诗，我们都被革除了，虽败犹荣呀。同乡中能有几个做这样赤色的事，恐怕只有你我吧。
The master said, Brother. What an honor. You tied up the principal, and I wrote more than 50 new poems scolding the principal. We have all been expelled. Even though we are defeated, it is still glorious. How many of my fellow villagers can do such a red thing? I'm afraid it's just you and me.
惭愧不能到医院去看你，乡亲，因为今晚上天津入神医大学，学哲学而不明白周易，如同打校长而不捆起来一样不彻底呀。这是我入神医大学的原因。
I'm ashamed that I can't go to the hospital to see you, folks. Because I am going to Tianjin to enter Shini University tonight. Studying philosophy without understanding the Book of Changes is as incomplete as beating the principal without tying him up. This is the reason why I entered Shini University.
盼望你的伤痕早些好了，能到天津去找我。不必气馁，明正大学不要咱们，别的大学去念，别的大学也不收咱们，拉倒。哈哈，勇敢的乡亲，天津3不管见。你的诗谣。
I hope your scar will heal soon and you can come to Tianjin to find me. Don't be discouraged. Mingjing University doesn't want us. Go to other universities. Other universities won't accept us either. They will push us down. Ha ha. Brave folks, see you all in Tianjin. Your poetry friend.
周少莲念完这封信，赵子曰心中痛快多了。到底是诗人的量宽呀！本来嘛，念书和不念书有什么要紧？太也不完了。对，找老周去，天津玩玩去，把老莫也得罪了。
Zhou Xiaoyan. After reading this letter, Zhao Ziyue felt much happier. After all, it is the poet's tolerance. Originally, it doesn't matter whether he studies or not, the master is not interested. Yes. Go to Lao Zhou. Tianjin go play. Offend Lao Mo too.
这是怎会说的？少年的信早到一会儿，也不至于叫老莫撅着嘴走啊！真他妈的，我的心眼怎那么窄呢？2. 赵子曰身上的伤痕慢慢的好了。
How could you say this? If Xiaoyan's letter had arrived a little earlier, it wouldn't have caused Lao Mo to leave with a pout on his lips. Damn it, why am I so narrow-minded? 2. The scars on Zhao Ziyue's body slowly healed.
除了有时候精神不振作，还有理想上觉得有些疼痛以外，在实际上伤疤被新的嫩肉顶得一阵阵痒的钻心，比疼痛的难过多了几分讨厌。医生准他到院中活动活动。
In addition to being depressed sometimes and feeling some pain in reality the scar was itching from the new tender flesh, which was a bit more annoying than the pain. The doctor allowed him to do some activities in the hospital.
他喜欢的像久旱逢甘雨的小蜗牛，伸着小犄角满院里溜达。喜欢之外，他心中还藏着一点甜蜜的希望，这点希望叫他的眼珠定在女部病房那边。
What he likes is like a little snail that welcomes good rain after a long drought, wandering around the yard with its little horns extended. Besides liking it, he also had a little sweet hope hidden in his heart. This hope made his eyes fixed on the women's ward.
比张天师从照妖镜中看九尾仙狐还恳切细心。那边的门响，那边的笑声，那边的咳嗽，对于他都像很大的用意。楼廊上东来西去，一个一个头蒙白纱、身穿白衣的看护妇们。
He is more sincere and attentive than Zhang Tianshi looking at the nine-tailed fairy fox in the demon mirror. The sound of the door over there, the laughter over there, and the cough over there all seem to mean a lot to him. On the corridor, caretakers with their heads covered with white gauze and dressed in white clothes walked from east to west.
小白蝴蝶似的飞来飞去，都是看护妇，没用。也别说看护妇也有漂亮的呀。可是，一天过去了，只看见些看护妇。第二天，北风从没出太阳就疯牛似的吼起来。
Little white butterflies flew around. They are all nannies, useless. Not to mention, there are beautiful nannies too. But dash, dash. The day passed and I saw only a few caregivers. The next day, the north wind roared like a mad cow even before the sun came up.
看护妇警告他不要到院中去，他气急了，婚姻到底是天定呀！万一他明天出院，今天又不准我到院子里去，你看这不是坐失其机吗？疯啊！设若这里有个风神。
The caregiver warned him not to go into the hospital. He was extremely angry. Marriage is a destiny after all. What if she is discharged from the hospital tomorrow and I am not allowed to go to the yard today? Look, this is not a missed opportunity. Wind. Suppose there is a wind god here.
风神根本不是个好东西。设若风是大气的激荡，为什么单在今天激荡？他咒骂了一阵，风嬉皮笑脸的刮得更有筋骨了。他无法，只好躺在床上，把朋友们送来的小说拿起看。
Function is not a good thing at all. If the wind is the agitation of the atmosphere, why is it agitating only today? He cursed for a while, and the wind blew his bones even harder. He had no choice but to lie on the bed and pick up the novel sent by his friends to read.
越看越生气，一群群的黑字在眼前乱跳，一群过去，又是一群，全是一样的黑，连一个白净好看的也没有。他把小说用力往地上一摔，过去踏了两脚。
The more I looked at it, the angrier I became. Groups of black characters were jumping around in front of my eyes. One group passed by, and another group followed. They were all the same black, not even a fair and good-looking one. He threw the novel to the ground hard and stepped on it twice.
把心中的怒气略解了1/1000，然后背着手，鼓着胸，撅着嘴，在屋中乱走。有时候立在窗前往外看，院中那株老树摇着秃脑袋，一个劲儿的乱动。妹妹的，把你连根刨出来。
The anger in my heart has been relieved to a millionth. Then he walked around the house with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest, pouting his lips. Sometimes I stand at the window and look outside. The old tree in the yard shakes its bald head and keeps moving. Sister, I'll dig you out by the roots.
叫你气我。他于无可奈何之中，只好再躺在床上想哲学问题。他的哲学与乱想是1而2，2而1的。酒要是补脑养身的，妇女便是满足性欲的东西。
Make you angry with me. He had no choice but to lie in bed and think about philosophical issues. His philosophy and random thoughts were one and the same. If wine can nourish the brain and nourish the body, women can satisfy their sexual desire. Thing.
酒与妇女便是维持生活的2大要素。对，娶媳妇喝酒，喝酒娶媳妇，有功夫再出些风头，闹些风潮，挣些名誉。对，内而酒与妇人，外而风潮与名誉，一部人生哲学。
Wine and women are the two main elements to maintain life. Right. Marry a wife and drink, drink and marry a wife. When you have time, you will be more prominent, make some waves, and earn some fame. Right. Inside there is wine and women, outside there is fashion and reputation, a philosophy of life.
把哲学问题想得无可再想，他又想到实际上来，欧阳天风能帮助我，可是相隔咫尺，还要什么传书递简的红娘吗？牢里的人不错，可是他与他，哼，有主意了。
Having thought nothing more about philosophical issues, he thought about reality again. Ouyang Tianfeng can help me, but do I need a matchmaker who is so far away to deliver letters to Jane? Lao Li is a good person, but he and her? Humph. I have an idea.
他从床上跳起来，用他小棒槌似的食指按了3下电铃。这一按电铃，叫他觉出物质享受的荣耀。虽然他的哲学思想有时候是反对物质文明的。赵先生。
He jumped up from the bed and pressed the bell 3 times with his mallet-like index finger. This ringing of the electric bell made him realize the glory of material enjoyment, although his philosophical thoughts were sometimes opposed to material civilization. Mr. Zhao. 看
护妇好像小鬼似的被电铃拘到，静候赵子曰的神言法旨。你忙不忙？赵子曰笑着问。有什么事？我要知道一件事，你能给我打听打听不能？什么事，赵先生？
The nurse was detained by the electric bell like a little devil, waiting for Zhao Zi's divine words and decrees. Are you busy? Zhao Ziyue asked with a smile. What's the matter? I want to know something. Can you ask me about it? What's the matter, Mr. Zhao?
看护妇脸上挂着冬夏常青的笑容，和善恳切地问：“你要能给我办得好，我给你2块钱的小账，酒钱报酬。”赵子曰一时想不起恰当的名词来。医院没有这个规矩，先生。
The nurse had an evergreen smile on her face, and she asked kindly and sincerely, If you can do a good job for me, I will give you a small account of 2 yuan, wine money, reward. Zhao Ziyue couldn't think of the right term for the moment. There is no such rule in the hospital, sir.
不管有没有，你落2块钱不好。到底什么事，先生？他是你 你给打听打听，女部病房有位王灵石女士，她住在第几号，得的是什么病和病势如何？行不行？这不难。
Regardless of whether there is or not, it's not good for you to lose 2 yuan. What is it, sir? He is, you, please inquire about Ms. Wang Lingshi in the women's ward. What number does she live in, what disease she has, and her condition. Is that okay? It's not difficult.
我去看一看诊查部就知道了。看护妇笑着走出去。赵子约倒疑惑了，怎么看护妇这么开通？一个男人问一个女人的病势，难道是正大光明的事？
I'll find out just by looking at the medical records. The nurse walked out with a smile. Zhao Zi said, confused, why is the nurse so open-minded? Is it an honest thing for a man to ask a woman about her illness?
或者也许看护妇们做惯了红娘的勾引事业。奇怪，男女间的关系永远是秘密的，男女到一处，除了我和他，不是永远做臭而不可闻的事吗？医院自然是西洋办法。
Or maybe the caretakers are into the matchmaking business. Strangeness. The relationship between a man and a woman is always secret. When a man and a woman are in the same place, except for me and her, isn't it always a stinking and unheard thing? The hospital is naturally built with Western methods.
可是洋人男女之间是否可以随便呢？他后悔了，他那个孔教打底、西法、恋爱镶边的小心房一上一下地跳动起来。傻佬，我为什么叫看护妇知道了我的秘密呢？傻。
But can foreign men and women be casual? He regretted it, and his Confucianism as a foundation, Western French love as a border, little heart jumped up and down, silly old man. Why did I let the nurse know my secret? Stupid.
可是他一点奇经的样子没有，或者他用另一种眼光看这种事。哼，也许他为那2块钱。赵先生，不大的功夫，看护妇便回来了。王女士住第7号房。
But she didn't look surprised at all, or did she see this kind of thing in another way? Huh, maybe she did it for those $2. Mr. Zhao. After a short while, the caregiver came back. Ms. Wang lives in room number 7.
她害的是妇女们常犯的血脉上的病，现在已经快好了。他一说就往外走，毫没注意赵子约的脸色举动。你回来，给你，这是你的2块钱，不算什么，先生。他笑着摆了摆手。
She suffered from a blood disease common to women. It's almost healed now. As soon as she said that, she walked out without paying attention to Zhao Ziyao's expression and actions. Come back. Here you go, here are your $2. Nothing, sir. She smiled and waved her hand.
医院中没有这个规矩。赵子约坐在床上想了半天，想不出道理来。不要小账，不以男女的事为新奇。不用说，这个看护妇的干爸爸是洋人，他想不透这个看护妇的心理。
There is no such rule in the hospital. Zhao Ziyue sat on the bed and thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any reason. Don't make petty accounts, and don't treat men and women as novelties. Needless to say, the godfather of this caregiver is a foreigner. He couldn't think of anything. Understand the psychology of this caregiver.
于是只好不想。他以为天下的事全有2方面，想得透的与想不透的。这想不透的，一方面是根本不用想，有人要是非钻牛犄角死想不可，他一定是傻蛋。赵子约绝不愿做傻蛋。
So I had no choice but to think about it. He believes that there are 2 sides to everything in the world, those who can think clearly and those who cannot. One of the things that makes this difficult to understand is that you don't have to think about it at all. If someone insists on trying to figure it out, he must be a fool. Zhao Zi said that he would never be a fool.
于是他把理想丢开，又看到事实上来。我以他是受了伤，怎么又是血脉病呢？李景纯这小子不告诉我，他与他一定没有好事。好，你李景纯等赵先生的。
So he threw away his ideals and looked at the facts. I thought she was injured, but why is it a blood disease? If Li Jingchun didn't tell me, there must be nothing good going on between him and her. Okay, you, Li Jingchun, wait for Mr. Zhao.
不叫你们的脑袋一起掉下来才怪。第六 B 赵子曰的伤痕养好，出了医院。他一步一回头地往女部病房那边看，可怜咫尺天涯，只是看不见王女士的倩影。
It would be weird if you don't make your heads fall off at the same time. 6th. 1. Zhao Ziyue recovered from his wounds and left the hospital. He turned back step by step to look at the women's ward. It was pitiful. It was so far away, but he couldn't see Ms. Wang's face. It would be weird if you don't make your heads fall off at the same time. 6th. 1. Zhao Ziyue recovered from his wounds and left the hospital.
他走到渐渐看不清医院的红楼了，叹了一口气，开始把心神的注意由王女士移到欧阳天风身上去，跟着把脑中印着那个他撕得粉碎，一心的快回公寓去见他。
He walked to the red building of the hospital where he could no longer see clearly. He sighed and began to shift his attention from Ms. Wang to Ouyang Tianfeng. Then, tear the sheet printed in my mind to pieces, and rush back to the apartment to see him.
他进了公寓，李顺笑脸相迎地问他身上大好了没有，医院中伺候的周到不周到。赵子曰心中有一星半点的感激李顺的诚恳，可是身份所在还不便于和仆人谈心。
When he entered the apartment, Li Shun greeted him with a smile and asked him if he was feeling better. The service in the hospital was not attentive. Zhao Ziyue felt a little grateful for Li Shun's sincerity, but due to his status, it was not convenient for him to talk to his servants.
于是呵呵的虚伪支应了几句。李顺开了第3号的屋门，提坛擦尘土，又忙着去拿开水泡茶。赵子曰进屋里四围一看，屋中冷飕飕的，惨淡了许多。
Soham Hair's hypocrisy agreed. Li Shun opened the door of number 3 house, wiped the dust, and went to get boiling water to make tea. Zhao Ziyue entered the house and looked around, and found that the room was very cold and bleak.
好像城隍爷出巡后的城隍庙那么冷落无神。他不觉地叹了一口气。欧阳先生呢？赵子曰问。和武先生出去了。李顺回答，大概回来得快。赵子曰抓耳挠腮的在屋里等着。
It seems that the temple of the city god was so deserted after the city god went on tour. He sighed unconsciously. Where is Mr. Ouyang? Zhao Zi asked. I went out with Mr. Wu. Li Shun replied, I'll probably be back soon. Wow. Zhao Ziyue scratched his head and waited in the room.
忽然院中向武端咳嗽，推开屋门一看，果然欧阳天风和武端正肩靠着肩往南屋走。我说赵子曰喜欢的跳起多高，嚷着我说，哈哈，老赵，你可回来了，倒霉的破伤风死了。
Suddenly there was a cough in the courtyard like Butuan. After opening the door, Ouyang Tianfeng and Wu Duan were walking towards the south room, shoulder to shoulder. I said dash, Zhao Ziyue jumped as high as he liked and shouted, I said dash dash. Ha! Lao Zhao. You're back. You didn't die from tetanus.
欧阳天风一片被风吹落的花瓣似的扑过赵子曰来，两个人亲热地拉住手。赵子曰不知道哭好还是笑好，只觉得欧阳天风的俏皮话比李顺的庸俗而诚恳的问好。
Ouyang Tianfeng rushed towards Zhao Ziyue like petals blown by the wind, and the two held hands affectionately. Zhao Ziyue didn't know whether it was better to cry or laugh. He just felt that Ouyang Tianfeng's witty words were better than Li Shun's vulgar and sincere greetings.
好听的不止10万倍。他又向武端握手，武端从洋服的裤袋中把手伸出，轻轻地向赵子曰的手指上一挨，然后在他的黄肿脸上似是而非地画了一条笑纹。进来，老赵。
It sounds more than 100,000 times better. He shook hands with Butuan again, and Butuan stretched out his hand from his trousers pocket, gently touched Zhao Ziyue's fingers, and then drew a specious smile line on his swollen face. Come in. Lao Zhao.
告诉我们你在医院都吃什么好东西来着？欧阳天风把赵子曰拉进屋里去。吃好东西？你不打听打听你老大哥受的苦处？赵子曰和欧阳天风像两只小猫。
Tell us what good things you eat in the hospital. Ouyang Tianfeng pulled Zhao Ziyue into the house. Eat something good? Why don't you ask about your big brother's suffering? Zhao Ziyue and Ouyang Tianfeng are like two kittens.
你用小尾巴抽我一下，我把小耳朵触着你的小鼻子，那样天真烂漫地逗弄着。先别拌嘴，武端说，老赵，你猜怎么着？我有秘密告诉你。走，上饭馆去说。上进来凤，喝点老印陈。
You slap me with your little tail, and I touch my little ears to your little nose, playing with it innocently. Don't argue yet, Butuan said. Old Zhao, guess what? I have a secret to tell you. Let's go. Let's go to the restaurant and talk. Go to Jin Lifeng and have some old xianchen.
怎么样？赵子曰问。你才出医院，我给你押京接风，欧阳作陪。武端说，你猜怎么着？听我的秘密，就算赏脸刺光，酒饭倒是小事。不论谁花钱吧，咱欧阳破着老都吃你们个落花流水。
How about it? Zhao Zi asked. You have just left the hospital. I will calm your nerves and take care of you. Ouyang will accompany you. Butuan said, guess what? If you listen to my secret, even if you are rewarded with honor and glory, wine and food are nothing. No matter who spends the money, Ouyang will eat you like a loser with a broken belly.
自己朋友。欧阳天风这样一说，赵子曰和武端脸上都挂上一层金光，非在欧阳面前显些阔气亲热不可。武端披上大氅，赵子曰换了一件马褂。
My friend. When Ouyang Tianfeng said this, Zhao Ziyue and Wu Duan's faces were covered with a layer of golden light. They had to show their generosity and affection in front of Ouyang. Wu Duan put on a big cloak, and Zhao Ziyue changed into a Mandarin jacket.
三个人乌烟瘴气的到了金来凤阳肉馆。赵先生、武先生、欧阳先生。金来凤掌柜的含笑招待他们。赵先生怎么10几天没来？又打着白旗上总统府了吧？
The three people arrived at the Jin Lifeng mutton restaurant in a chaotic atmosphere. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Wu, Mr. Ouyang. Shopkeeper Jin Lifeng greeted them with a smile. Mr. Zhao, why haven't you been here for more than 10 days? Did you go to the presidential palace with a white flag again?
这一回打了总统几个跛拐。赵子曰笑而不答，心中暗暗欣赏掌柜的说话有分寸。掌柜的领着他们三位往雅座走，三位仰着脸谈笑，连散座上的人们看也不看。
How many times did you slap the president on the neck this time? Zhao Zi said with a smile but did not answer. secretly appreciating the propriety of the shopkeeper's words. The shopkeeper led the three of them to the private seats. The three of them talked and laughed with their faces raised. Even the people in the seats watched. Don't even look.
好像是吃一碗羊杂碎，喝2两白干的人们是没有吃饭馆的资格似的。进了雅座，赵子曰老大哥似的命令着他们：欧阳，你点菜；老五，告诉我你的秘密；老赵。
It seems that people who eat a bowl of haggis and drink 2 ounces of haggis are not qualified to eat in restaurants. After entering the dining room, Zhao Zi ordered them like a big brother. Ouyang, take your order. Lao Wu, tell me your secret. Old Zhao,
这可是关于你的事，你听了不生气？武端问。不生气，有涵养。你猜怎么着？武端低声地说：王女士已经把相片给了张教授。那个相片在那里照的我都知道，廊坊头条光荣相馆。
This is about you. Are you angry? Butuan asked. Don't be angry. Be self-restrained. Guess what? Butuan said in a low voice. Ms. Wang has given the photo to Professor Zhang. I know where the photo was taken, Langfang Tushio Guangrong Photo Gallery.
6寸半身是4块半钱一打，他洗了半打。这个消息有价值没有？老赵，赵子曰没言语。老五，欧阳天风点好了菜，把全副精神移到这个秘密圈里来。你的消息是千真万确。
6.5 inches was $4.50 a dozen, and she washed half a dozen. Is this news valuable? Lao Zhao. Zhao Zi said speechless. Old Wu. Ouyang Tianfeng ordered the food and moved all his energy into this secret circle. Your news is absolutely true.
所不好办的是我们不敢惹张教授。你把善多数说清楚了。赵子曰说：是我还是我们不敢惹姓张的？我老赵凭这2个拳头，哪怕姓张的是3头6臂9条尾巴，我一概不论。
The hard thing is that we don't dare to mess with Professor Zhang. You made it clear about the odd and the plural. Zhao Zi said, is it me or we who don't dare to offend people named Zhang? With these 2 fists, I, Lao Zhao, even if the person named Zhang has 3 heads, 6 arms and 9 tails, I don't care.
为一个女人本职不得拿刀动杖，我要赌这口气。况且姓张的是王女士的老师，我要替社会杀了这种败伦伤俗的狗。老赵原谅我，我说的是我不敢惹张教授。
A woman is not worth using a knife or a cane, I will bet on this. Besides, the person named Zhang is Ms. Wang's teacher. I want to kill this immoral dog for society. Old Zhao, forgive me. What I'm saying is that I don't dare to mess with Professor Zhang.
可是你真有心斗气，我愿意暗地帮助你。哼，其实你猜怎么着？张教授也不过是卖酸枣出身，又有什么不好斗？武端说：我并不是说张教授的势力一定比咱们大。
But you are really vindictive. I am willing to help you secretly. Snort. Actually, guess what? Professor Zhang only started out selling jujubes, so why not be aggressive? Butuan said. I'm not saying that Professor Zhang is definitely more powerful than us.
我说的是他的精明诡道不好斗。欧阳天风向武端说，然后又对赵子曰说：据我看，我们还是斗智不斗力。什么意思？赵子曰问。你先告诉我，你还愿意回学校不呢？书念腻了。
What I'm talking about is that he is shrewd and not aggressive. Ouyang Tianfeng said to Wu Duan, and then said to Zhao Zi, as far as I can see, we are still fighting wits but not strength. What's the meaning? Zhao Zi asked. Tell me first, are you still willing to go back to school? I'm tired of studying.
回学校不回没什么关系，自然本着良心不念书了，谁也拦不住你。可是别人怎样批评你呢？欧阳天风笑着说：“难道人们不说？”呵，赵子曰，堂堂学生会的主席。
It doesn't matter if you go back to school or not. Of course, if you stop studying in good conscience, no one can stop you. But how can others criticize you? Ouyang Tianfeng said with a smile, Don't people say, drink? Zhao Zi said he is the chairman of the Tangtang Student Union.
被学校革除之后，避猫鼠似的忍了气了。老赵，凭这样2句话，你几年造成的名誉岂不一旦扫地？那么我得运动回校。赵子曰的精神振作起好多，放下书本到社会上去服务。
After being expelled from school, I endured it like a cat and mouse. Old Zhao, with these 2 words, won't the reputation you have built up over the past few years be wiped out in one fell swoop? Then I have to exercise and go back to school. Zhao Zi said that his spirit was lifted a lot. Put down your books and go to serve the society.
的决定又根本发生了摇动。自然，回校以后不想念书，再光明正大的告退。告退的时候，叫校长在你屁股后头行3鞠躬礼，全体执教员送出大门，呼3声赵子曰万岁。
The decision was fundamentally shaken again. Of course. After you return to school, if you don't want to study, you can resign openly and openly. When you resign, ask the principal to bow 3 times behind your buttocks, and all the staff will send out the door and shout, Long live Zhao Ziyue, 3 times.
你猜怎么着？武端的新史又翻开了一页。商业大学的周校长在礼堂上给学生们行3跪9叩首礼，这是前3个月的事，我亲眼看见的。3跪9叩，韭菜上来了。
Guess what? Butuan's mental history opened another page. Principal Zhou of the University of Commerce kneeled 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to the students in the auditorium. This happened 3 months ago. I saw it with my own eyes. Kneeling 3 times and knocking 9 times. The food and wine are here.
3个人暂时把精神迁到炸春卷、烧羊尾上面去。杯碟匙金相触，与唇齿舌喉互动之声，渐次声势浩大。没话的不想说，有话的不能说，因发音的机关大部分都被食物塞的。
The 3 of them temporarily turned their attention to fried spring rolls and roasted lamb tails. The sounds of cups, saucers, keys, and tendons touching each other, as well as the interaction of lips, teeth, tongue, and throat, gradually became louder and louder. Those who have nothing to say don't want to say it, and those who have something to say can't, because most of the pronunciation organs are stuffed with food.
此路不通，你听着，吃了老大半天，欧阳天风决意牺牲，把一口炸春卷贴在腮的内部，舌头有了一点翻腾的空隙。我告诉你，现在同学们的情形。
This road is blocked. Listen, Ouyang Tianfeng decided to sacrifice after eating for a long time. He put a bite of fried spring rolls on the inside of his cheek, leaving a little room for his tongue to writhe. I tell you, the situation of the classmates now.
你就明白你与学校风潮的关系了。现在500多同学，大约着说分成327党，有主张拥护校长的，有主张拥戴张教授的，有主张组织校务委员会的。
You will understand your relationship with the trend in the school. Now there are more than 500 students, roughly divided into 327 parties. Some advocates supporting the principal, some advocates supporting Professor Zhang, and some advocate organizing a school committee.
有主张把校产变卖，大家分钱一散的，一时说不尽。他缓了一口气，把贴在腮部的炸春卷接下来咽下去。 主要原因是缺乏有势力的领袖，缺乏像你老赵这样有势力能干。
There are those who advocate selling off the school property and dividing the money among everyone. I can't say much at the moment. He took a breath and took off the fried spring roll stuck to his cheek and swallowed it. The main reason is the lack of powerful leaders, the lack of powerful and capable leaders like you, Lao Zhao.
名望的领袖。所以现在你要是打起精神干，我管保同学们像共和国体下的国民，又见着真龙天子一样的欢迎你，服从你。老赵，你猜怎么着？
A famous leader. So now if you cheer up, I will ensure that the students will welcome you and obey you just like the citizens of the Republic and the real Dragon Emperor. Old Zhao, guess what?
武端先把墨一块炸春卷夹在自己碟子里，然后这样说：听说德国还是要复辟，真的？那么欧阳天风接着说：你要是有心回校，当然成功，因为凭你的力量使校长复职。
Butuan first put the last piece of fried spring roll on his plate, and then said, I heard that Germany will still be restored, it's true. Then, Ouyang Tianfeng continued, if you are determined to return to school, of course you will succeed. Because with your own strength, you can reinstate the principal.
校长能不把开除你的牌示撤销吗？回校以后再告退不念了，校长能不在你屁股后头鞠三躬吗？可是我打了校长，现在又欢迎他复职，不是叫人看着自相矛盾吗？
Can the principal not revoke your expulsion? After returning to school, if you don't want to resign, can the principal not bow 3 times behind your back? But, I beat the principal, and now I welcome his reinstatement. Doesn't it seem like a contradiction?
赵子曰在医院中养成哲学化的脑子，到如今酒已喝了不少，还会这样起玄妙的作用。到底住医院有好处，他自己也这么承认。那不是此一时彼一时吗？
Zhao Zi said that he developed a philosophical mind in the hospital. Now, he has drunk a lot of wine, and it still has mysterious effects. After all, staying in the hospital is beneficial, and he himself admits it. Isn't it this time and that time?
不是你要利用机会打倒张教授，夺回王女士吗？这不过是一种手段，谁又真心去捧老校长呢？怎么？你看，捧校长便是打倒张教授，打倒张教授便是夺回王女士。
Aren't you going to take advantage of the opportunity to defeat Professor Zhang and take back Ms. Wang? This is just a means, who really wants to praise the old principal? How? You see, to praise the principal is to defeat Professor Zhang, and to defeat Professor Zhang is to take back Ms. Wang.
现在咱们设法去偷王女士给张教授的相片。欧阳天风说着，看了武端一眼。偷出来之后，在开全体学生会议的时候，当众宣布他们的秘密。这样
Now we try to steal the photo that Ms. Wang gave to Professor Zhang, Ouyang Tianfeng said, glancing at Butuan. After stealing it, we will announce their secret in public during the all-student meeting. So.
拥张的同学是不是当时便得倒戈？是，一定。同时，拥护校长的自然增加了势力。然后我们在报纸上再登他几段关于张教授的艳史，叫他名誉扫地，再也不能在教育界吃饭。
Did the classmates who supported Zhang have to defect at that time? Yes. Must. At the same time, those who support the principal naturally increase their power. Then we published a few more paragraphs about Professor Zhang's erotic history in the newspaper, telling him that his reputation would be disgraced and he would no longer be able to work in the education world.
他没有事做，当然挣不到钱，没有钱还能做风流的事。自然谁也知道，不用我说，金钱是恋爱场中的注定石，没钱而想讲爱情，和没眼睛想看花一样无望。那么，你乘这个机会。
If he has nothing to do, of course he can't make money. How can he do romantic things without money? Of course, everyone knows, and I don't need to tell you that money is the cornerstone of love. Wanting to fall in love without money is as hopeless as wanting to see flowers without eyes. Well, you take this opportunity.
破梁请地，老赵，你呀，哈哈，大喜了。王女士变成了赵太太了。可是赵子曰心里已乐得痒痒的难过，可是依旧板着面孔地问：这么一办，王女士的名誉岂不也跟着受影响？没关系。
Breaking 2 hectares of land, Lao Zhao, you, are so happy. Ms. Wang has become Mrs. Zhao. But, Zhao Ziyue felt happy and sad in his heart, but he still asked with a straight face, if we do this, won't Ms. Wang's reputation also be affected? It doesn't matter.
怎么？我们一共有多少同学？500多，557个，比上学期多23个。武端说，其中有多少女的啊？欧阳天风问。10个，有1个是瘸子。武端替赵子曰回答。完了。
How? How many classmates do we have in total? More than 500. 557. 23 more than last semester. Butuan said. How many women are there? Ouyang Tianfeng asked. 10, one of them is lame. Wu Duan answered for Zhao Ziyue. How? How many classmates do we have in total? More than 500. 557. 23 more than last semester. Butuan said. How many women are there? Ouyang Tianfeng asked. 10, one of them is lame. Wu Duan answered for Zhao Ziyue. It's over.
女的还不过2%，换句话说，一个女子的价值等于50个男人。所以男女的风流是被揭破之后，永远是男的背着罪名，女的没事，而且越这样吵嚷，女的名誉越大，越吃香。
Women are only 2%. In other words, the value of a woman is equal to 50 men. Therefore, after the affair between a man and a woman is exposed, the man will always bear the blame and the woman will be fine, and the more noisy this is, the greater the woman's reputation and popularity.
你明白这个，我的小铁妞？干！赵子曰乐得不知说什么好，一连气说了不2个，武端记得清楚。干！2。赵子曰遍访天台公寓的朋友，握手、点头，交换烟卷。
Do you understand this? My little iron cow. Dry. Zhao Zi said he was so happy that he didn't know what to say. He said 2 things in anger. Butuan remembered it clearly. Do it. 2. Zhao Zi said that he visited friends in the rooftop apartment every day, shaking hands, nodding, and exchanging cigarettes.
人人觉得天台公寓的灵魂失而复得。在他住医院那几天，他们插麻雀甚至于不出清3番，烧酒喝多了，只管呕吐，会想不起乱打一阵发酒疯。赵子曰回来了，可回来了。
Everyone feels that the soul of the rooftop apartment has been regained. During the few days when he was in the hospital, they could not even clear 3 times, while forking a sparrow. After drinking too much soju, they would just vomit and not remember to fight and become drunkenly crazy. Zhao Ziyue is back. But it's back.
头一次坐下打牌就出了15个冠盒，头一次喝酒就有4个打破了鼻子的，痛快，高兴。赵子曰回来又把生命的真意带回来了，吃酒、打牌、听秘密，计划风潮的进行，唱2黄。
The first time I sat down to play cards, I got 15 hits, and the first time I drank, I got 4 broken noses. Happy. Zhao Ziyue came back today and brought back the true meaning of life. Eat wine, play cards, listen to secrets, plan the progress of the trend, and sing Erhuang.
拉胡琴、打架、骂理顺，全有生气。赵子日忙得头昏眼晕，夜间连把棉裤脱下来再睡的功夫也没有，早晨起来连漱口的功夫也没有。可是他觉得嘴里更清爽。
Playing the huqin, fighting, scolding Li Shun, all angry. Zhao Zi was so busy that he felt dizzy and dizzy. He didn't even have time to take off his cotton pants before going to bed at night. He didn't even have time to rinse his mouth when he got up in the morning, but his mouth felt refreshed.
姓王的告诉他的新闻，他告诉姓张的，姓张的告诉他的消息，他又告诉给姓蔡的，所没有的说，坐在一块讲烟卷的好歹，讲完烟卷，再没的说，造个谣言。
The person surnamed Wang told him the news, and he told the person surnamed Zhang, and the person surnamed Zhang told him the news, and he told the person surnamed Kai. What he didn't say was that they sat together and talked about the good and bad of cigarettes. After talking about cigarettes, there was no more news. Say, start a rumor.
他早晨起来遇上心气清明，也从小玻璃窗中向李景纯屋里望一望。然而老李这小子和王女士有一腿，该杀。况且自从他由医院出来，朋友们总伸着大拇指称他为志士。
When he woke up in the morning, his heart was clear, and he looked into Li Jingchuan's house through the small glass window. However, he said, this kid Lao Li had an affair with Ms. Wang and deserves to be killed. Moreover, ever since he came out of the hospital, his friends have always called him a patriot and a patriot with their thumbs up.
英雄，只有李景纯淡而不厌的未曾夸奖过他一句。在新社会里有两大势力，军阀与学生。军阀是除了不打外国人，见着谁也直三皮带；学生是除了不打军阀。
Hero. Only Li Jingchuan never praised him even once. In the new society, there are two major forces, warlords and students. Warlords don't fight foreigners, but they are worth 3 belts to anyone they see. Students don't fight warlords except warlords.
见着谁也执一手杖。于是这两大势力并进齐驱，叫老百姓们见识一些新武化主义。不打外国人的军阀要是不欺侮平民，他根本不够当军阀的资格。
Everyone you see is worth a cane. So these two major forces moved forward hand in hand, allowing the common people to experience some new weaponism. If a warlord who does not attack foreigners does not bully civilians, he is simply not qualified to be a warlord.
不打军阀的学生要不打校长教员，也算不了有志气的青年。只有李景纯不夸奖赵子曰的武功，哼！只有李景纯是个不懂新潮流的废物。至于赵子曰打了校长，
Students who do not fight against warlords or principals and teachers are not considered ambitious young people. Li Jingchun was the only one who didn't praise Zhao Ziyu's martial arts, huh? Only Li Jingchun is a waste who doesn't understand new trends. As for Zhao Zi said he beat the principal.
而军阀又打了赵子曰。这个问题赵子曰没有思想过，也值不得一想。3. 光阴随着冬日的风沙飞过去了，匆匆已是阴历新年。赵子曰终日奔忙。
And the warlord hit Zhao Zi again? Zhao Zi said that he had never thought about this problem before, and it was not worth thinking about. 3. Time flies by with the wind and sand of winter, and it is already the Lunar New Year in a hurry. Zhao Zi said that he was busy all day long.
屋里的月份牌从入医院以后就没往下撕，可是街上的爆竹一声声的响，叫他无法不承认是到了新年。公寓中的朋友一个个满脸喜气的回家去过年，只剩下了赵子曰。
The calendar card in the room has not been torn off since I entered the hospital. But the sound of firecrackers on the street made him have to admit that it was the new year. All his friends in the apartment went home to celebrate the new year with happy faces, and only Zhao Zi was left.
欧阳大风和李景纯，赵子曰是起下士，不再吃他那个小脚媳妇捏的饺子，并不是他与饺子有仇，是恨那个饺子制造者。他对于这个举动有个很好的名词来表示，抵制家伙。
Ouyang Dafeng and Li Jingchun. Zhao Zi said that he swore not to eat dumplings made by his little-footed wife. It was not that he had any grudge against the dumplings, but that he hated the dumpling maker. He had a good term for this move: boycott the family goods.
欧阳天风呢，一来是无家可归，二来是新年在京，正好打牌多挣一些钱。李景纯是得了他母亲的信，不愿他冬寒时冷的往家跑，他自己也愿意乘着年假多念一些书。
As for Ouyang Tianfeng, firstly, he was homeless, and secondly, he happened to be playing cards in Beijing during the new year to earn more money. Li Jingchun got his mother's letter that she didn't want him to run home in the cold winter, and he himself was willing to take advantage of the annual vacation to study more.
他们母子彼此明白亲爱，所以他们母子决定不在新年见面。除夕，赵子曰寂寞的要死了，躺在床上，外面生生的爆竹惊碎他的睡意。到街上去逛，皮袍子被欧阳天风拿走。
They understand and love each other, so they decide not to meet each other on New Year's Day. Lunar New Year's Eve. Zhao Zi said he was so lonely that he was going to die. Lying in bed? The sound of firecrackers outside shook his sleepiness. Go shopping on the street? The leather robe was taken away by Ouyang Tianfeng.
大概是暂时放在典当铺，穿着棉袍上大街去，纵然自己有此勇气，其奈有辱于人类何？桌上摆着3瓶烧酒，10几样干果点心，没心去动，为国家社会起见，也是不去动好，不然。
Probably put it in a pawn shop temporarily, wearing a cotton robe and going out on the street, even if you have the courage. Is it an insult to mankind? There are 3 bottles of soju and a dozen kinds of dried fruit snacks on the table, but I have no intention of touching them. For the sake of the country and society, it is better not to touch them, otherwise.
酒入愁肠，再兴了自杀之念，如苍生河。到了1点多钟，南屋里李景纯还哼哼唧唧的念书，不合人道。赵子曰几次开门要叫老李，话到唇边又收回去了。当当，2点钟了。
When drinking alcohol makes me sad, I feel suicidal again. How can I live like this? At around 1 o'clock, Li Jingchun was still reading in the south room. Inhumane. Zhao Ziyue opened the door several times to shout, "Old Li." He took it back when he reached his lips. Dang. It's 2 o'clock.
他鼓着勇气，拿起1瓶酒和几样干果，向南屋跑去。老李，老李，进来，老赵，我要闷死了，咱们2个喝一喝。好，我陪你喝一点吧，只是1点，我的酒量不成。老李，好朋友。
He plucked up the courage, picked up a bottle of wine and some dried fruits, and ran towards the south room. Old Li. Old Li. Come in, Lao Zhao. I'm going to die of suffocation. Let's have a drink. Okay, let me drink a little with you. Just a little, I can't drink enough. Old Li. Good friend.
赵子曰灌下2杯酒，对李景纯又亲热了好多，告诉我你与王女士的关系，我们的交情要紧，不便为一个女人犯了心，是不是？我与王女士、王灵石女士没关系。好。
Zhao Ziyue drank 2 glasses of wine and became affectionate with Li Jingchun a lot more. Tell me about your relationship with Ms. Wang. Our friendship is very important, so we can't fall in love with a woman, right? Me and Ms. Wang Lingshi? It doesn't matter. Good.
老李，你这个人霸道，不拿真朋友待我。老赵，我们自幼没受过男女自由交际的教育，我们不懂什么叫男女的关系。我们谈别的吧。4. 先生，大年底下的，不多给，还少给吗？
Lao Li, you are a domineering person and don't treat me like a true friend. Old Zhao. We have not received the education of free communication between men and women since childhood. We do not understand what the relationship between men and women is. Let's talk about something else. 4. Sir. If you don't give more for the New Year's Eve, why don't you give less?
公寓外一个洋车夫嚷嚷着：“你混蛋！太爷才少给钱呢！”欧阳天风的声音：“先生，你要骂人，妈的，我可打你！你敢？你姥姥！”欧阳天风的舌头似乎是卷着说话。赵子曰放下酒杯。
A rickshaw driver shouted outside the apartment. You bastard! Your Majesty gave me less money. Ouyang Tianfeng's voice sounded. Sir, if you want to curse, I will beat you. How dare you, your grandma! Ouyang Tianfeng's tongue seemed to be curled up as he spoke. Zhao Zi said, putting down the wine glass.
猛虎扑食似的扑出去，跑到街门外，看见洋车夫拉着欧阳天风的胳膊要动武，欧阳天风东倒西歪的往外夺他的胳膊。公寓门外的电灯因祝贺新年的原因
It pounced like a tiger on its prey. When I ran outside the street gate, I saw the rickshaw driver pulling Ouyang Tianfeng's arm and trying to use force. Ouyang Tianfeng staggered out and grabbed his arm. The electric light outside the apartment door is used to celebrate the new year.
特别照上了一个红纱灯罩，红的灯光把欧阳天风的粉面照得更艳美了几分。那个车夫满头是汗，口中沸下的冒着白气，都在唇上的乱胡子上凝成水珠。
A red gauze lampshade was specially put on. The red light illuminated Ouyang Tianfeng's pink face even more beautifully. The coachman's head was covered with sweat, and white gas came out of his mouth, which condensed into water droplets on the messy beard on his lips.
这个车夫立在红灯光之下，不但不显着新年有什么可庆贺的地方，反倒把生命的惨淡增厚了几分。你敢拉车的？赵子曰指着车夫说：“先生，你听明白了。”
This coachman standing under the red light not only does not show that there is anything to celebrate in the new year, but it actually makes the bleakness of life a bit thicker. How dare you, pull the cart! Zhao Ziyue pointed at the cart driver and said, Sir, you understand.
讲好30个童子拉到这里，现在他给我18个，讲理不讲理？你们做先生的。车夫一边喘一边说：“欠多少？”李景纯也跑出来问：“12个，先生。”
I negotiated 30 coppers to get here, and now he gives me 18. Reasonable or not, you are the teacher. The coachman said while panting. How much do you owe? Li Jingchun also ran out and asked, 12. Gentlemen.
李景纯掏出一张20童子的钱票给了拉车的。谢谢先生，这是升官发财的先生。别像他，拉车的把车拉起来，嘴中刀黎明烙的向外走去。欧阳天风脸喝得红扑扑的。
Li Jingchun took out a 20 copper note and gave it to the puller. Thank you, sir. This is the man who got promoted and made a fortune. Don't be like him. The driver pulled up the cart and walked out of the alley in a clear voice. Ouyang Tianfeng's face turned red from drinking.
像2片红玫瑰花瓣， 他把脸伏在赵子曰的肩头上，香喷喷的酒味一丝丝的向外发散，把赵子曰的心像一团黄蜡被热气吹化了似的。老赵，老赵，我活不了，死，死。
Like 2 red rose petals. He laid his face on Zhao Ziyue's shoulder, and the fragrant smell of wine spread outwards, making Zhao Ziyue's heart feel like a ball of yellow wax melted by the hot air. Old Zhao. Old Zhao. I can't live. Die. Die.
欧阳天风闭着眼睛，半哭半笑地说：“老赵，我们搀着他，叫他去睡吧。”李景纯低声地说：“满天的星斗，时时空中射起一星星的烟火，和散碎的星光连成一片。烟火散落。”
Ouyang Tianfeng said with his eyes closed, half crying and half laughing. Old Zhao. Let's help him and tell him to go to sleep. Li Jingchun said in a low voice. The sky is full of stars, and every now and then a star of fireworks shoots up in the sky, joining the scattered starlight. Fireworks scattered.
空中的黑暗看着有无限的惨淡。街上的人喧马叫闹闹吵吵的混成一片，邻近的人家呱嗒呱嗒的切煮饽饽馅子，雍和宫的号筒时时随着北风吹来。
The darkness in the sky looks infinitely bleak. The people on the street were noisy and noisy. Neighbors are cutting and cooking stuffing for pastry. The trumpet of Yonghe Temple blows with the north wind from time to time.
门外不时的几个要饭的小孩子喊：“送财神哥来了！”惹得四邻的小狗不住的汪汪的叫。这些个声音叫旅居的人们不由得想家。北京的夜里
From time to time, several children begging for food outside the door shouted, "Here comes the god of wealth," which made the puppies nearby bark nonstop. These sounds make the travelers feel homesick. Beijing at night.
差不多只有大年30的晚上有这么热闹。这种异常的喧嚣叫人们不能不起一种特别的感想。赵子曰在院中站了好大半天，点了点头，叹了一口气。第7，第
Almost only the night of New Year's Eve is so lively. This unusual noise made people have a special feeling. Zhao Ziyue stood in the courtyard for a long time, nodded and sighed. 7th. 1.
莫大年在一个住在北京的亲戚家过年，除了酒肉的享受，一心一意的要探听些秘密，以便回公寓去的时候得些荣誉。那是正月初3的晚间。
Mo Danian spent the new year at a relative's house in Beijing. In addition to enjoying wine and meat, he focused on finding out some secrets so that he could gain some honors when he returned to his apartment. It was the evening of the 3rd day of the first lunar month.
一弯新月在天的西南角，只笑了一笑就不见了。莫大年吃完晚饭，对他的亲戚说：“去逛城南游艺园。”自己到厨房灌了一小酒闷子烧酒，带在腰间。街上的铺户全关着门。
A crescent moon in the southwest corner of the sky just smiled and then disappeared. After dinner, Mo Danian said to his relatives, "Go visit the Qingnan amusement park." He went to the kitchen and drank a small amount of Mensi Shaojiu, carrying it around his waist. All the shops on the street were closed.
猪肉铺的徒弟们敲着锣鼓，奏着屠户之乐，听着有一些杀气。小酒铺半掩着门，几个无家可归的酒徒小铃似的喊着新春之声的歌俩好，四季发财。
The apprentices in the pork shop were beating gongs and drums and playing butcher music, which sounded murderous. The door of the small wine shop was ajar, and a few homeless drunkards shouted like little donkeys in the new year, "Hello, brothers. Get rich all year round."
马路上除了排着队走的巡警，差不多没有什么行人。偶尔一两辆摩托车飞过， 整队的巡警忙着把路让开，显出街上还有一些动作，并不是全城的人们。
There were almost no pedestrians on the road except for the patrol policemen lining up. Occasionally, one or two motorcycles would fly by, and a whole team of patrol officers would be busy getting out of the way, showing that there was still some movement on the street, and not the whole city.
因新春酒肉过度的结果，都在家里闹肚子拉稀。再说，不时的还听见凄凉而含有希望的撤呀，撤，莫大年踱来踱去，约摸着有10点多钟了，开始扯开大步往东直门走。
As a result of excessive food and wine during the new year, everyone suffered from diarrhea at home. Besides, from time to time, I heard the sad but hopeful car. M.O. Danian paced back and forth, feeling that it was already past 10 o'clock, and began to walk towards Dongzaimen with long strides.
走到北新桥，往东看黑洞洞的城楼，一声不发的，好像一个活腻了的老看护妇，半打着盹儿看着这群吃多了闹肚子的病人，嗡嗡，雍和宫的号声。
Walking to Bikesinkyo, I looked east at the dark city tower. She looked like an old nurse who was tired of her life. She was half dozing off and looking at the group of patients who had eaten too much and had stomach problems. Buzz dash, buzz, Yongha. The sound of the palace.
阴惨惨，好似在地狱里吹给鬼们听。莫大年抖了抖精神，从北新桥往北走，走到张家胡同的东口，他四围望了一望，才进了胡同口。胡同里的路灯很羞涩而虚心的，不敢多照。
It's like being blown to ghosts in hell. M.O. Danian shook his head and walked north from Bikesinkyo. When he reached the east entrance of Zhangjia Hutong, he looked around before entering the alley entrance. The street lights in the alley are very shy and modest, and I dare not shine too much.
只照出1尺来大一个绿圆圈，隔着18、9丈就有一只灯，除了近视眼的人，谁也不敢抱怨景区不做公益事，只要你能有运气，不往死角上走。莫大年在黑影里走了5、6分钟。
Only a green circle about 1 foot wide was illuminated. There is a light 18 or 10 feet away. Except for the short-sighted, no one dares to complain that the police district does not do public welfare, as long as you are lucky enough not to walk up the arrow. M.O. Danian walked in the shadows for 5 or 6 minutes.
约摸着到了目的地，他掏出火柴假装点烟，就是向路南的一家门上照了照62号。他摸着南墙又往前走，走到60号，他立住了，寺外没有人声，他慢慢上了台阶。
About to reach the destination. He took out a match and pretended to light a cigarette, then took a photo of number 62 on the door of a house in London. He touched the south wall and walked forward. When he reached number 60, he stood still. There was no sound of anyone around, and he slowly climbed up the steps.
把耳朵贴在街门上听，里边没有动静。他试着推了推门，门是虚掩着，开了一点。他忙着走下台阶来，心里扑咚扑咚直打鼓，脑门上出了一片年汗。哗啷哗啷的刀链响。
I put my ear to the street door and listened, but there was no movement inside. He tried pushing the door, but it was ajar and opened a little. He hurriedly walked down the steps, his heart pounding, and a layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. The clanging knife chain sounded.
从西面来了一个巡警，莫大年想拔腿往东跑，心中偶然一动，镇静了几秒钟，反向前迎过那个巡警来。借光，这是60号吗？黑影里看不真。不错，先生。
A patrolman came from the west. M.O. Danian wanted to run eastward, but something happened in his heart. He calmed down for a few seconds, then turned around to meet the patrolman. Borrow the light. Is this number 60? It doesn't look real in the shadows. Not bad. Sir.
那个巡警并没停住脚，向东走去。莫大年等巡警走远，又上了台阶，大着胆子轻轻推开门，门洞漆黑的，好像一群鬼影做成的一张黑幔。他一步一步试着往里走。
The patrolman did not stop and walked eastward. M.O. Danian waited for the patrolman to go away and then went up the steps again. I dared to push the door open gently, and the doorway was as dark as a black curtain made by a group of ghosts. He tried to walk in step by step.
除了自己的牙哒哒的响，一点别的声音听不到。除了门洞，西边有一株小树，离小树3-4尺便是界墙。树的西边是北房。
Apart from the clicking of his own teeth, no other sound could be heard. After exiting the doorway, there is a small tree to the west. 3 or 4 feet away from the small tree is the boundary wall. To the west of the tree is the north room.
门洞与北房的山墙形成一条小胡同似的，夹着那株小树。他倚在北房的墙垛探着头看，北屋中一点光亮没有，可是影影绰绰地看见西房，大概是2间，微微有些光亮。
The doorway and the gable of the north room formed a small alley sandwiching the small tree. He leaned against the wall of the north room and looked around. There was no light at all in the north room, but he could vaguely see the west room, which was probably 2 rooms, slightly bright.
不是灯烛，而是一跳一跳的炉中的火光。他定了定神，退回到那株小树，背倚着树干，掏出小酒闷子，咂了一口酒。酒咽下去，打了一个冷战，精神为之一振。他计划着，他没在家。
Not a candle, but a flickering fire in the furnace. He calmed down, returned to the small tree, leaned his back on the trunk, took out the small bottle of wine and took a sip of the wine. After swallowing the wine, I shivered and felt refreshed. He planned. She's not home.
还是睡了。不能睡，街门还没关好。等他回来。可是怎么问他呢？他认识我，对。可是他要是疑心，而喊巡警拿我呢？他又喝了一口酒。我啊，乘早跑。他把小酒闷子带好，正要往外跑。
Still asleep? Can't sleep, the street door is not closed yet. Wait for her to come back. But how to ask her? She knows me, right? But what if she is suspicious and calls the patrol to take me? He took another sip of wine. Me? Take a morning run. He took Xiaojiu Menzi away and was about to run out.
街门响了一声，他的心要是没有喉部的机关挡着，早从嘴中跳出来了。他紧靠着树干，闭着气，腿在裤子里离筋离骨的哆嗦。街门开了之后，像是2个人的脚步声音走进来。
There was a ring at the street door. If his heart hadn't been blocked by the mechanism in his throat, it would have jumped out of his mouth. He was leaning against the tree trunk, holding his breath, and his legs were shaking in his pants. After the street door opened, the sound of footsteps like 2 people came in.
可是还没有出门洞就停止住了。一个女的声音低微而着急地说：“别走，走，不然我喊巡警。我不能走，你得应许我那件事。”一个男子的声音这样说。莫大年竖着耳朵听。
But he stopped before he even got out of the cave. A female voice said in a low and anxious voice, "Go. Go. Otherwise, I'll call the patrol." "I can't leave, you have to promise me that," a man's voice said. M.O. Danian listened carefully.
眼前漆抹乌黑，外面2个人嘀咕，他不知这到底是在梦里还是真实。我喊巡警。那个女的又重了一句：“我不怕丢脸。” 你怕，你喊，你喊。那个男子低声地威吓着。那个男子的声音。
It was pitch black before his eyes, and the two people outside were muttering, and he didn't know if this was a dream or a real thing. I'm calling the patrol, the woman said harshly again. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. You are. You shout. You shout. The man threatened in a low voice. That man's voice.
莫大年听着怪耳熟的，他心中震惊了许多，轻轻地扭过头来往外看，什么也看不见。那两个人似乎在门洞的台阶上立着，正好被墙垛给遮住。那两个人半天没有言语。
It sounded strangely familiar to Mo Danian, and he felt much calmer. He turned his head slightly and looked outside, but couldn't see anything. The two people seemed to be standing on the steps of the doorway, just hidden by the walls. The two men were silent for a long time.
忽然那个女的向院里跑来，那个男的向前赶了几步，到正房的墙垛便站住了。那个女子跑到西屋的窗外，低声地叫：“钱大妈，钱大妈！”啊！西屋中一个老婆婆似由梦中惊醒。
Suddenly the woman ran towards the courtyard. The man hurried forward a few steps and stopped when he reached the wall of the main room. The woman ran to the window of the west room and shouted in a low voice, "Aunt Qian! Aunt Qian!" Ah! An old woman in the west room seemed to wake up from a dream.
钱大妈，起来！王姑娘，怎么了？我走，我走。那个男子像对他自己说，可是莫大年听得真真的。说完，他慢慢地走出去。给我2根火柴，钱大妈。那个女的对屋中的老妇人说
Aunt Qian, get up. Miss Wang, what's wrong? I'm leaving. Let me go. The man seemed to be saying to himself. But Mo Danian listened seriously. After speaking, he walked out slowly. Give me 2 matches, Aunt Qian. The woman said to the old woman in the house.
莫大年心中一动，从树根下爬到北墙，把耳朵贴在地上听，墙外咚咚的脚步是往西去了。他又听了听院中2个妇人还一答一喝的说话。他爬到门洞，一团毛似的滚出去。
Mo Danian's heart moved, so he climbed under the tree roots to the north wall and put his ear to the ground to listen. The thumping footsteps outside the wall were heading west. He listened to the 2 women in the courtyard talking in harmony. He climbed to the door and rolled out like a ball of hair.
出了街门，他的新房咚的一声落下去，他喜欢的疯了似的往东跑去，一气跑到了北新桥。只有一辆洋车在路旁放着。洋车，交道口，4毛钱，先生，拉过来。
After walking out of the street, his heart dropped with a thump, and he ran eastward like crazy because of his love. I ran to Bikesinkiyo in one breath. There was only one foreign car lying on the roadside. Foreign car. Jayadeyaku. 40 cents. Sir, pull over here.
他藏在一家铺户的檐下，2眼不错眼珠的看着十字道口的那盏煤气灯。从北来了一个人，借着煤气灯的光，连衣裳都看得清清楚楚的。不错，是他。2. 初4早晨。
He hid under the eaves of a shop and stared at the gas lamp at the crossroads. A man came from the north. By the light of the gas lamp, he could even see his clothes clearly. Yes, it's him. 2. The morning of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year.
李顺刚起来打扫门外，莫大年步下走着，满头是汗进了巷口。先洗。莫先生，怎么这么早就起来了？李顺问。赵先生在不在？先洗。李顺。 还睡着呢。来，李顺，把这块钱拿去。
Li Shungang got up to clean the door, and Mo Danian walked into the alley with sweat on his head. Xin Shi. Mr. Mo. Why are you up so early? Li Shun asked. Is Mr. Zhao here? Xin Shi. Li Shun. Still asleep. Come on, Li Shun. Take this $.
给你媳妇买只红石榴花带。莫大年从夜里发现秘密之后，看见谁都似乎值得赏1块钱，见着李顺才现诸实行。那有这么办的，先生？李顺说着，把钱接过来，在手心中掂了掂。
Buy a red pomegranate flower for your wife to wear. After Mo Danian discovered the secret at night, everyone he saw seemed worthy of $1, and when he saw Li Shunkai, he started to put it into practice. Then there is such a thing, sir. Li Shun said, taking the money and turning it in his hand.
藏在衣袋中的深处。谢谢先生，给先生拜年了，这是怎会说的？真是。莫先生，欣喜，这里给先生拜拜年。卖白薯的春二挑着一担子大山里红糖葫芦和一些小风筝之类。
Hidden deep in your pocket. Thank you, sir. I wish you a happy new year. How can you say this? Really? Mr. Mo. New Year's greetings. Chun Air, who sells sweet potatoes, carries a load of brown sugar haws from the mountains, and some small kites.
新年暂时改行，往城外去赶庙会。欣喜，春二，糖葫芦做得好啊！来，孝敬先生一串。真正13陵大山里红，不屈心。春二选了一串糖葫芦，做了一个揖，又请了一个安，递给莫大年。
Temporarily changed my career during the new year, and went out of the city to catch the temple fair. Xin Shi. Spring air. Great work on the candied haws. Come. Give me a bunch of Mr. Filial Piety. The real Ming tombs are as red as the mountains and never give up. Chun Air selected a bunch of candied haws, made a bow, said goodbye, and handed it to Mo Danian.
可是李顺慌忙地接过去了。春二，给你这4毛钱。嘿，我的先生，财神爷，就盼你娶个顺心的、漂漂亮亮的财神奶奶。哇啦泼，哇啦哇啦泼泼，金銮殿中翻江倒海似的起口来。老赵。
But Li Shun hurriedly took it. Chun Air, I'll give you these 40 cents. Hey. My husband. The god of wealth. I hope you will marry a happy and beautiful grandma, the god of wealth. Wow, puff, wow, wow, puff, puff, the Jinwan palace said as if the river was overflowing. Old Zhao.
欣喜，欣喜。莫大年走过第3号来。哇老，泼墨，谢泼。新年过得怎样？莫大年进了第3号。赵子曰的嘴唇四围画着一个白圈，牙粉好像刚和磨坊的磨官亲了个嘴似的。别提。
New joy. New joy. Mo Danian walked past number 3. Wow, pft. New, poof. How was your new year? Mo Danian entered number 3. There was a white circle, tooth powder, around Zhao Ziyue's lips, as if he had just kissed the grinder of the mill. No question.
要闷死！你们有家有庙的全去享福，谁管我这无主的孤魂？赵子曰的漱口已告一段落，开始张牙舞爪的洗脸。欧阳呢？莫大年低声地问。大概还睡呢。今天咱们逛逛去，好不好？
Suffocate to death. All of you who have homes and temples go and enjoy your blessings. Who cares about me, a lonely soul without an owner? Zhao Zi said that he had finished rinsing his mouth and started to wash his face with all his teeth and claws. Where is Ouyang? Mo Danian asked in a low voice, probably still sleeping. Let's go shopping today, okay?
行不行？莫大年唯恐赵子曰说道不行，站在他背后重了3、4遍，行不行？为是叫赵子曰明白这个请求是只准赞成而不得驳回的。上那儿，随你。除了游逛之外。
Is that okay? Mo Danian was afraid that Zhao Zi would say no, so he stood behind him and asked 3 or 4 times, Is it okay? In order to make Zhao Ziyue understand that this request can only be approved but not rejected. Where are you going? Whatever. Apart from traveling.
还有秘密要告诉你。上白云观。好，快着。说走就走，别等起风。莫大年催着赵子曰快走，只恐欧阳天风起来，打破他的计划。赵子曰是被新年的疾苦折磨的，一心盼有个朋友来。
I have a secret to tell you. Go to Baiyun Temple? Good. Hurry up. Just leave, don't wait for the wind to blow. Mo Danian urged Zhao Ziyue to leave quickly, fearing that Ouyang Tianfeng would blow up and break his plan. Zhao Ziyue was tortured by the loneliness of the new year, and he only wanted a friend to come.
不敢冷淡莫大年，忙着七手八脚的擦脸、穿衣裳、戴帽子，打扮挺妥，对着镜子照了照，左耳上还挂着一团白蚁子墨。人们由心里觉得暖和了，其实天气还是很冷。
Don't dare to be indifferent to Mo Danian. I was busy wiping my face, getting dressed, and putting on my hat. After finishing dressing up, I looked in the mirror. There was still a ball of white foam hanging from my left ear. 3. People feel warm in their hearts, but in fact the weather is still very cold.
尤其是逛庙会的人们，步行的、坐车的，全带着一团轻快的精神。平泽门外的黄沙土路上，骑着小驴的村女们，裹着绸缎的城里头的小姐太太们。
Especially the people who visit the temple fair, whether on foot or by car, are all in a lively spirit. On the yellow sand road outside Ping's Gate, there are village girls riding donkeys and city ladies wrapped in silk and satin.
都笑吟吟到白云谷寺去挤那么一回。吃喝玩逛是新春的生命享受。所谓逛者就是挤，挤得出了一身汗，逛之目的达矣。浅蓝的山色，翠屏似的在溪边摆着。
They all smiled and went to Baiyun Ancient Temple for a while. Eating, drinking, playing, and shopping is the enjoyment of life in the new year. The so-called shopping means squeezing, and the purpose of shopping is achieved by squeezing until you are sweating. The light blue mountains are like a green screen in the west.
古木上的老松崎岖古怪地探出苍绿的枝儿，有的枝头上挂着个撕破的小红风筝，好似老太太带着小红绢花那么朴美。路上沙沙的蹄声和叮叮的铃响。
The old pine trees on the ancient tombs poked out their green branches in strange ways. On some branches hung a torn little red kite, as simple and beautiful as an old lady wearing a small red silk flower. The rustling of hooves and the tinkling of bells on the road.
小驴儿们像随走随作诗似的那么有音有韵的。然而这些个美景都不在逛的范围以内。茶棚里的娇美的太太们，豆汁摊上的红袄绿裤的村女们，庙门外的赌堂的。
The little donkeys seemed to be composing poems as they walked, so rhythmic. However, these beautiful scenery are not within the scope of shopping. The pretty ladies in the tea shed, the village girls in red jackets and green trousers at the bean juice stall, the sugar gamblers outside the temple gate.
压洋烟的 庙内桥翅下坐着的只顾童子不怕挨打的老道士，这些个才是值得一看的。白云观有白云观的历史与特色，大钟寺有大钟寺的古迹和奇趣。
The old Taoist who smokes foreign cigarettes, the old Taoist priest who only cares about the copper and is not afraid of being beaten sitting under the bridge in the temple, these are the ones worth seeing. Baiyun Temple has the history and characteristics of Baiyun Temple, and Dazhong Temple has the historical sights and wonders of Dazhong Temple.
可是逛的人们永远是喝豆汁、赌糖、压洋烟。大钟寺和白云观的热闹与拥挤是逛的目的，什么古迹不古迹的倒不成问题。白云观的茶棚里和海王村的一样喊着：“这边您啊！”
But people who go shopping are always drinking bean juice, gambling on sugar, and betting on foreign cigarettes. The liveliness and crowding of Dazhong Temple and Baiyun Temple are the purpose of visiting. It doesn't matter whether they are historic or not. The tea shed in Baiyunwen shouted the same as those in Haiwang Village, "Here you are."
高搜眼亮，得瞧得看。瞧什么？看什么？这个问题要这样证明：设若有一家茶棚的茶艺这样喊，这边得看西山，这边清静。我准保这个茶棚里一位照顾主也没有。
Gao Saw has a bright eye, you have to take a look. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? This question needs to be proved like this. Suppose a tea servant in a tea shed shouts, "We have to see the western hills from here. It's quiet here. I'm sure there isn't a caretaker in this tea shed.
所以形容北京的庙会不必一一的描写，只要说人很多，把妇女的鞋挤掉了不少，就够了。虽然这样形容有些千篇一律的毛病，可是事实如此，非这样写不可。
Therefore, it is not necessary to describe the temple fairs in Beijing one by one. It is enough to say, there are so many people that a lot of women's shoes are squeezed out. Although there are some stereotypes in describing it this way, it is the fact and it must be written this way.
赵子曰和莫大年到了很热闹的白云观。莫大年主张先在茶棚里吃些东西，喝点茶，倒不是肚子里饿，是心里窝藏着的那些秘密，长着一对小犄角似的，一个劲儿往外顶。
Zhao Ziyue and Mo Danian arrived at the very lively Baiyun Temple. Mo Danian suggested eating something and drinking some tea in the tea shed first. It wasn't that he was hungry, but that the secrets he harbored in his heart were pushing out like a pair of small horns.
赵子曰是真饿，闻着茶棚内的叉烧肉味，肚里不住的咕噜咕噜直奏乐。老赵，我该说了吧？两个人刚坐好，没等要点心茶水，莫大年就这样问：“别忙，先要点吃食。”
Zhao Zi said he was really hungry. He smelled the barbecued pork in the tea shed and couldn't stop playing music in his stomach. Old Zhao. Should I say something? Mo Danian asked as soon as the two of them sat down and before they could order snacks and tea. Don't be busy. Order some food first.
反正你的秘密不外乎糖豆大酸枣。赵子曰笑着说，跟着要了些硬面火烧、叉烧肉和2壶白干。老赵，你别小看人。我问你，昨天你和欧阳在一块儿来着没有？没有。完了。
Anyway, your secret is nothing more than jelly beans and jujubes. Zhao Ziyue said with a smile, and then ordered some hard noodle roasted pork, barbecued pork, and 2 pots of dried vegetables. Old Zhao, don't underestimate people. Let me ask you, were you and Ouyang together yesterday? No. It's over.
我看见他了，不但他，还有他。莫大年高兴非常，脸上的红光真不弱于逛庙的村女的红棉袄。谁？赵子曰自要听见有女字旁的字，永远和白干酒一样，叫他心中起异样的愤心。
I saw him. Not only him, but also her. Mo Danian was very happy, and the blush on his face was really no weaker than the red cotton-padded jacket of a village girl visiting the temple. Who? Zhao Zi said that whenever he heard the word next to it, it would always be the same as by Ganjiu, which would arouse a strange excitement in his heart.
他张着大嘴又要问一声谁？王女士。可是他们两个是好朋友，我没看见过那样的好朋友。他对她的态度不是朋友们所应有的，更不是男的对女的所应有的。
He opened his mouth and wanted to ask again, who? Ms. Wang. But they too are good friends. I have never seen such a good friend. His attitude towards her is not what friends should have, let alone what a man should have towards a woman.
莫大年把夜里的探险详详细细地说一遍，然后很诚恳地说：“老赵，我老莫是个傻子，我告诉你一句傻话，赶快找事做或是回家，不必再趟浑水。欧阳那小子不可靠。”
Mo Danian recounted the night's adventure in detail, and then said sincerely, Old Zhao. I, old Mo, am a fool. Let me tell you a silly thing. Find something to do or go home quickly. There is no need to wade through muddy waters again. That boy Ouyang is unreliable.
可是我自己也得访查访查，不是？万一这件事的内容不像你所想的呢？再说学校的事我也放下不管。回家，赵子曰带出一些傲慢的态度，说着咂了一口酒。学校将来是要解散。
But I have to investigate myself, right? What if the content of this matter is not what you think? Besides, should I just let go of school matters? Go home? Zhao Ziyue showed some arrogance and took a sip of wine. The school will be disbanded in the future.
莫大年坚决地说：“你怎么知道？李景纯这样说吗？听他的。老赵，对，我的话说完了，你爱逛庙你自己逛吧，我回公寓去睡觉。听我的话，赶快往干净地方走，别再趟浑水。回头见。”
Mo Danian said firmly. How do you know? Li Jingchun said that. Listen to him. Old Zhao, yes. I'm done. If you like to visit temples, you can do it by yourself. I'll go back to the apartment and go to sleep. Listen to me and go to a clean place quickly. Don't wade in the muddy water again. See you later.
第八，赵子曰坐在二等车上，身旁放着一只半大的洋式皮箱，箱中很费周折地放着一双轻缎鞋。车从东车站开动的10分钟内，他不顾想别的事。
8th. 1. Zhao Ziyue was sitting in the second-class car, with a half-sized foreign-style leather suitcase beside him, and a pair of blue satin shoes placed in the suitcase with great difficulty. During the 10 minutes it took for the train to leave the East Station, he didn't think about anything else.
只暗自赞赏这不用驴拉也走得很快的火车，增光耀祖。祖宗连火车没有见过，还用说坐火车？自然火车的发明是科学家的光荣，可是赞美火车是我的义务。
I just secretly admired this train that went very fast without being pulled by a donkey. Glorify my ancestors. Our ancestors have never even seen a train, let alone take a train. The invention of the natural train is the glory of scientists, but it is my obligation to praise the train.
他看了看车中的旅客，有的张着大嘴打着旅行式的哈欠，好像没上车之前就预备好几个哈欠在车上来表现似的，有的拿着张新生张新生一类指当时流行的黄色小说。
He looked at the passengers in the car. Some had their mouths wide open and yawned like traveling, as if they had prepared a few yawns in the car before getting on the bus. Some were holding Zhang Xincheng, note, Zhang Xincheng, category refers to the pornographic novels that were popular at the time.
张某是写这种小说的代表人物。一类的车站上的文学书，而眼睛呆呆地射在对面女客人的腿上，有的口衔着大吕送烟，每隔3分钟掏出金表看一看，俗气，讨厌。
Zhang is a representative figure in writing this kind of novel. And other literature books on the station, while their eyes were staring blankly at the legs of the female guests opposite. Some held Luzon cigarettes in their mouths and took out their gold watches to take a look every 3 minutes. Tacky. Hate.
他把眼光从远处往回收，看到自己身旁的洋式皮箱，他觉得只是他自己有坐2等车的资格与身份。莫大年的话确实有几分可靠，可是闷。火车拉了2声汽笛，这样偷跑。
He looked back from a distance and saw the foreign-style suitcase beside him. He felt that it was only he who had the qualifications and status to ride in the second-class train. Mo Danian's words are indeed somewhat reliable, but boring. Stuffy. The train blew its whistle twice. Escape like this.
不把欧阳的小心击碎。可是咕隆咕隆，火车走过一道小铁桥。王女士，想也无益。她看了看窗外，屋宇、树木、电线杆都一瞬间地往外倒退着。哼，车到了廊坊。
Don't you want to break Ouyang's heart? But the train passed a small iron bridge. Ms. Wang? It's useless to even think about it. He looked out the window. The houses, trees, and telephone poles were all moving backwards. Huh. The car arrived at Langfang.
他觉得有些心生去与希望，渐渐把在廊坊以北所想的埋在脑中的深部，而计划将来的一切。周少莲接到我的信没有？快信！这只箱子至少叫几个脚夫抬着，2个也许够了。
He felt some new interest and hope, and gradually buried what he was thinking north of the Langfang deep in his mind, and planned everything for the future. Has Zhou Shaolian received my letter? Express letter? At least a few porters should be required to carry this box. Maybe 2 are enough.
好在只有1双缎鞋。下了火车，雇洋车是摩托车，自然是摩托车。坐2等车而雇洋车不像一句话。车到了老龙头，旅客们搬行李、掏车票、喊脚夫、看表、打个末次的哈欠。
Fortunately, there is only 1 pair of satin shoes. When you get off the train and hire a foreign car, is it a motorcycle? Of course it's a motorcycle. Taking a second-class car and hiring a foreign car is not like a sentence. When the bus arrived at Lealongtu, the passengers carried their luggage, took out their tickets, called the porters, looked at their watches, and yawned for the last time.
闹成一团。赵子曰安然不动地坐在车上，专等脚夫来领纸搬皮箱。他看着别人的忙乱，不由得笑了笑，没有涵养。子曰，子曰，站台上像用钢错磨锯齿那么尖儿难听地喊了2声。
There was a fuss. Zhao Zi said that he was sitting calmly in the car, waiting for the porter to come and carry the suitcase. He looked at the hustle and bustle of others and couldn't help but smile. You have no self-cultivation. Confucius. Confucius, shouted twice on the platform, sharp and unpleasant like the teeth of a steel file.
赵子曰随着声音往四下看，周少莲正在人群中往前挤。他穿着一身蓝色制服，头上顶着一个8角的学士帽，帽顶上绣着金线的一个八卦。赵子曰看周少莲的新装束。
Zhao Ziyue looked around following the voice. Zhou Shaolian was pushing forward in the crowd. He was wearing a blue uniform and an octagonal bachelor's hat on his head, with a gossip embroidered in gold thread on the top of the hat. Zhao Zi said that he was looking at Zhou Shaolian's new outfit.
忍不住的要笑，心里说：真正改良八卦教匪呀！老周，喊脚夫搬箱子。周少莲跳着2根熟秸秆似的小细腿，心肥腿瘦的，勇敢而危险的跳上车去。他和赵子曰握了握手。
I couldn't help but laugh. I said in my heart, really reform the Bagua cult bandits. Old Zhou. Call the porter to move the box. Zhou Shaolian jumped onto the car with 2 thin legs like straw, fat heart and thin legs, brave and dangerous. He shook hands with Zhao Ziyue.
把2只笑眼的笑纹展宽了一些，同时鼻子一耸，哭的样式也随着扩充，跟着把他那只皮箱提起来了。等脚夫搬。赵子曰倒不是怕周少莲受累，却是怕有失身份。不住。
He widened the smile lines in his 2 smiling eyes, raised his nose, and expanded his crying style, and then lifted his suitcase. Wait for the porters to move. Zhao Zi said, not because he was afraid that Zhou Shaolian would get hurt, but because he was afraid of losing his status. It's not heavy.
这金黄色的箱子和空的一样。周少莲提着箱子就往外走，赵子曰也只好跟着走。这橙子好，赤色的相亲，悲观得很。赵子曰说，其实不叫脚夫搬箱子也是可悲的一件事。
This golden box looks just like an empty one. Zhou Shaolian carried the box and walked out, and Zhao Ziyue had no choice but to follow. Is this going well? Red folks? Very pessimistic. Zhao Zi said. In fact, not asking the porters to move the boxes is also a sad thing. Dash.
2个人说着话走出了站台，赵子曰向前抢了几步，把辆摩托车点手叫了过来。他先叫周少莲上车，然后他手扶着车门往四下一望，笑了笑，弯着腰上了车。法界神医大学。
The 2 people walked out of the platform while talking. Zhao Ziyue took a few steps forward and called a motorcycle over. He first asked Zhou Shaolian to get in the car, then he held the car door and looked around, smiled, and bent down to get in the car. Dharma Realm, Shini University.
2. 天津法界神医大学是驰名全世界的以易经注，易经5经中的一种，又名周易，是古代为着占卜吉凶的著作，由卦、爻2种符号和卦辞。
2. Tianjin, Dharma Realm, Shini University is famous all over the world for its Book of Changes. Note, Book of Changes, one of the 5 classics, also known as Book of Changes, is an ancient work for divination of good and bad luck. It is composed of hexagrams and lines. 2 kinds of symbols and hexagrams.
爻辞2种文字构成，为主体而研究而发明一切科学与哲学的。神医大学共设8科：哲学、文学、心理、地质、机械、电气、教育和政治。学生入学先读2年易经。
Yao Ci is composed of 2 kinds of words. Research and invent for the subject, all science and philosophy. Shini University has 8 subjects: philosophy, literature, psychology, geology, mechanics, electrical, education and politics. Students first study the Book of Changes for 2 years before entering school.
易经念得朗朗上口，然后准其分科入系。入那一科是由校长占卜决定之，各科的讲义是按照64卦的程序编定的，因版权所有的关系。
Read the Book of Changes in a catchy way, and then allow it to be divided into subjects. Which subject to enter is determined by the principal's divination. The lecture notes for each subject are compiled according to the procedures of the 64 hexagrams. Due to copyright issues.
我不敢抄袭那神圣不敢侵犯的讲义，再说道理太深，也不是常人所能了解的。 我只好把最粗浅的一些道理说明一番。由卦、爻两种符号和卦辞、爻辞两种文字构成。
I dare not copy the lecture notes that are sacred and cannot be violated. Besides, the principles are too profound and cannot be understood by ordinary people. I can only explain some of the most superficial principles. It is composed of 2 symbols, hexagram and line, and 2 words, hexagram and line.
以乾坤二卦说，在神医大学的地质学科是这么讲，和便是地层的横断图，而坤卦当中特别看得出地层分裂的痕迹。设若画成这样，便是地层的竖断图。经上所说的。
According to the 2 hexagrams of Qian and Kuan, the geology department of Shini University says this. He is the cross-sectional diagram of the strata, and traces of stratigraphic divisions can be particularly seen in the Kuan hexagram. If it is drawn like this, it is a vertical diagram of the strata. What the Bible says.
初9潜龙勿用，初2现龙在田，那是毫无疑义地说明地层里埋着的古代生物化石。所谓潜龙，所谓在田，不是说古代生物埋在地里了吗？所谓初9、初2，不是说地层的层次吗？
Don't use hidden dragons on the 9th day of the lunar month, and sea dragons in the fields on the 2nd day of the lunar month, which undoubtedly indicate that ancient biological fossils are buried in the strata. The so-called hidden dragons, and the so-called in the fields, do not mean that ancient biological fossils are buried in the ground. Are you in the ground? The so-called 9th day and 2nd day don't refer to the layers of the ground.
况且龙又是古代生物，不然为什么不说见猫在田？再把这两卦移到机械学里讲，那便是阴阳螺丝的说明。假若把这两卦画成这样，这不是2个螺丝吗？把它们放在一处。
Besides, dragons are ancient creatures. Otherwise, why not say, I saw a cat in the field? If we move these 2 hexagrams into mechanics, that is the explanation of the yin and yang screws. If the 2 hexagrams are drawn like this, aren't these 2 screws? Put them all in one place.
难道不是一个螺丝钻透一块木板的图吗？那么，把64卦应用到电气学上讲，那更足使人惊叹中国古代文明的不可及。伏羲画卦是已然发明了阴阳电的作用。
Isn't it a picture of a screw drilling through a piece of wood? Then, when applying the 64 hexagrams to electrical science, it is even more surprising to see the inaccessibility of ancient Chinese civilization. Fuxi's hexagrams had already invented the function of yin and yang electricity.
后圣衍卦已经发明了电报，那64卦便是不同的收电和发电机。那乾坤否泰的64个卦名，便是电报的号码，正如现在报纸上所谓诱电、验电一样。经中短窍的词句
Ho Xing Yan Gua has invented the telegraph. The 64 hexagrams are different power collection and generators. The names of the 64 hexagrams of Qian Kuan Feitai are the telegram numbers, just like the so-called forgive telegrams and sexual telegrams in newspapers today. Short and sharp phrases in the scriptures.
正和今日的电报文字的简单有同样用意，如利见大人，利有攸往，利涉大川。不过是说姓厉的见着大人了，姓厉的已经启程，姓厉的过了大江。至于姓厉的这个人，
It has the same meaning as the simple words in today's telegrams, such as Li will see you, Li will go there, and Li will cross the great river. They just say, the person named Li has met the Lord, the person named Li has already set off, and the person named Li has already set off. Cross the river profitably. As for the person named Li,
是古代的银行大王，还是煤铁大王，虽然不敢断定，可是无疑的他是个大人物，因为经上说了几次利坚贞，那不是说姓利的是个能吃苦、讲信用的汉子吗？
Although he is not sure whether he is an ancient bank king or a coal and iron king, there is no doubt that he is a big shot, because the Bible says, Li is hard and honest, several times. That does not mean that the person with the surname Li is a man who can endure hardships and is trustworthy.
神医大学的校舍按着《易经》上的蒙卦建筑的，立是非我求同盟，同盟求我。往粗浅里说，来这里念书的要遵守一切规则，有这样决心的来，不愿受这样拘束的走。
The campus of Shini University was built according to the Meng hexagram in the Book of Changes. The intention is, if I don't ask for Tongmeng asks for me. To put it more simply, those who come here to study must abide by all the rules. If you have such determination, come. If you don't want to be restrained like this, let's go.
我们就这么办，你来，算你有心向善，你不来，拉倒。有这样的宗旨，加以校址站的风水好，所以在举国闹学潮的期间，只有神医大学的师生依旧弦歌不绝地修业乐道。
This is what we will do. If you come, it will count as your intention to do good. If you don't come, you will be kicked down. With such a purpose and the good feng shui of the school site, during the nationwide student unrest, only the teachers and students of Shini University continued to sing and practice music.
第一层是办公室、校长室和教员室，第二、第三、第四、第六层是8科的教室，第5层是学生宿舍和图书馆。四围的界墙满画着八卦，大门的门楼上悬着一方镇物先天太极图。
The first floor is the office, principal's room and staff room. The second, third, fourth and sixth floors are classrooms for 8 subjects. The fifth floor is the student dormitory and library. The surrounding boundary walls are covered with Bagua paintings, and on the door tower of the main gate hangs a symbol of the innate Tai Chi.
这些东西原来不过是一些装饰，那知道暗中起了作用。自从界墙上的八卦画好，门上的镇物悬起，对面的中法银行的生意便一天低落一天。
It turned out that these things were just some decorations, but I knew they had a secret effect. Ever since the 8 diagrams were painted on the boundary wall and the counterweights on the door were hung, the business of the Sino-French bank opposite had been declining day by day.
不到2年，竟自把一座资本雄厚的银行会挤倒歇业。虽然法国人死不承认这些镇物有灵，可是事实所在。
In less than 2 years, a well-capitalized bank was forced out of business. Although the French refused to admit that these little things were effective, the fact remains.
社会上一般的舆论全以为神医大学是将来中国不用刀兵而战胜世界列强的希望所在。车到了神医大学的门外，赵子曰打发了车前，周少莲把皮箱提起来。
Public opinion in the society all thinks that Shini University is China's hope for defeating the world's powers without using weapons in the future. When the car arrived at the gate of Shini University, Zhao Ziyue paid the fare and Zhou Shaolian picked up the suitcase.
2个人往学生宿舍走，赵子曰东看一眼西看一眼，处处阴风惨惨。虽然没有鬼哭神号，这种忧惨境际已足使他出一身冷汗。老周，现在有多少学生？15个，15个。
The two people walked to the student dormitory. Zhao Zi looked around and saw that there was a cold wind and misery everywhere. Although there were no cries of ghosts or gods, the silence was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Old Zhou. How many students are there now? 15. 15.
住这么大的院子，不害怕吗？有太极图镇着大门，还怕什么？周少莲很郑重地说。赵子曰半信半疑的多少壮起一些胆子来，一声没言语，随着周少莲到了宿舍。
Aren't you afraid of living in such a big yard? There is a Tai Chi diagram guarding the gate, so what are you afraid of? Zhou Shaolian said solemnly. Zhao Ziyue, who was doubtful, mustered up some courage and followed Zhou Shaolian to the dormitory without saying a word.
屋中除了一架木床之外，还有一把古式的椅子靠着墙立着，离了墙是没法子立住的，因为是3条腿。靠着窗子有一张小桌，上面摆着一个古铜香炉，炉中放着一些瓜子皮儿。
In addition to a wooden bed, there is also an ancient chair standing against the wall. It cannot stand without the wall because it has 3 legs. There is a small table next to the window, with a bronze incense burner on it, and some melon seed peels placed in the burner.
桌子底下放着一个小炭盆和一把深绿色的夜壶，墙上黄绿的干台，一片一片的什么形式都有，都被周少莲用粉笔按着台痕画成小王八、小兔子、撅着嘴的小鬼儿。
Under the table were a small charcoal basin and a dark green chamber pot. There are patches of yellow-green dry moss on the wall in various forms. Zhou Shaolian used chalk to press the moss marks and draw them into little tortoises, little rabbits, and pouting little devils.
纸棚上不怕人的老鼠磕着棚纸，咯吱咯吱的响，有时还口滋口滋的打架。屋外拍，很听匀的这样响，好像有2个鬼魂在那里下棋。老周，这是什么响？赵子曰坐在床上。
Rats who are not afraid of people on the paper shed make a squeaking sound by chewing on the paper, and sometimes they even fight loudly. Shoot! 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 Was heard outside the house very steadily, as if there were 2 ghosts playing chess there. Old Zhou! What is this noise? Zhao Zi said, sitting on the bed.
头发跟直往起树，老刘在屋里摆先天周易呢。老赵，我给你沏茶去。周少莲说着，向床底下找了半天，在该放夜壶的地方把茶壶找出来。你是喝浅绿色的龙井。
The hair stands straight up. Old Lu is placing Shantian's Book of Changes in the room. Old Zhao, I'll make tea for you. Zhou Shaolian said, looking down on the bed for a long time, and found the teapot where the chamber pot should be. You drink the light green Longjing.
深红色的香片还是透明无色的白水。不拘，老周。周少莲出去沏茶，赵子曰心里直扑咚。太，隔壁还是那么停匀而惨凄的响，赵子曰渐渐有些坐不住了。
Deep red scented tablets, or transparent, colorless white water. It doesn't matter, Lao Zhou. Zhou Shaolian went out to make tea, and Zhao Zi said his heart was pounding. Shoot! 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 The sound next door was still so steady and miserable, and Zhao Ziyue gradually became unable to sit still.
他刚想往外走到院子里等周少莲去，隔壁忽然革马叫似的笑了一阵，他又坐下了。周少莲去了有1刻来钟才回来，一手提着茶壶，一手拿着2个茶碗。老赵，你怎么脸白了？
Just as he was about to go out to the yard and wait for Zhou Shaolian, the neighbor next door suddenly laughed like a clam for a while, and he sat down again. Zhou Shaolian went away for a quarter of an hour before coming back, holding a teapot in one hand and 2 tea bowls in the other. Old Zhao, why are you so pale?
周少莲问。我大概是乏了，喝碗茶，喝完出去找旅馆。赵子曰心里说，这里住一夜准叫鬼捏死。你告诉我，住在这里，怎么又去找旅馆？周少莲越要笑越像哭。
Zhou Shaolian asked. I'm probably tired, so I'll have a bowl of tea and then go out to find a hotel. Zhao Ziyue said in his heart, if I stay here for one night, I'll be crushed to death by a ghost. Tell me, why are you looking for a hotel when you live here? Zhou Shaolian started to laugh more and more like crying.
越像哭，其实是越要笑的这样问。 我给你写信的时候，本打算住在这里，可是现在我怕搅你用功，不如去住旅馆。赵子曰说：“我现在放年假没事，不用功，不用功。”
The more you cry, the more you laugh. When I wrote to you, I planned to stay here, but now I'm afraid of disturbing your studies, so I might as well stay in a hotel. Zhao Zi said. I'm on annual leave now, it's okay, I don't have to work hard, I don't have to work hard.
周少莲一面倒茶一面说：“回来再说，先喝茶。”赵子曰把茶端起来，茶碗里半点热气也看不见，只有一根细茶叶梗浮在比白水稍微黄一点的茶上。赵子曰一看这碗茶，
Zhou Shaolian said while pouring tea. We'll talk about it when we get back. Let's drink tea first. Zhao Zi said, picking up the tea. There was no trace of heat in the bowl. There is only a thin tea leaf floating on the tea, which is slightly yellower than plain water. Zhao Zi said, Look at this bowl of tea.
住旅馆的心更坚决了一些，他试着含了一口，假装漱口，开门吐在地上。你这次来的目的？子曰。周少莲说着，一仰脖，把一碗凉茶喝下去，跟着挺了挺腰板。
I am more determined to stay in a hotel. He tried to take a mouthful, pretended to rinse his mouth, opened the door and spat on the ground. The purpose of your visit this time? Confucius said. Zhou Shaolian said, tilting his neck to drink a bowl of herbal tea, and then straightened his back.
好像叫那股凉茶一直走下去似的。我想找事做，把书念腻烦了。找什么事？不一定。若是找不到呢？赵子曰没回答。周少莲是一句跟着一句，赵子曰是一句懒似一句。
It seems that the herbal tea keeps going. I want to find something to do. I'm tired of reading. What are you looking for? Uncertain. What if I can't find it? Zhao Zi said without answering. Zhou Shaolian's sentences follow each other, while Zhao Ziyu's sentences are lazy and lazy.
一心想往外走，两个人静默了半天，还是周少莲先说话。你吃什么？子曰：少莲，我出去吃些东西，就手找旅馆，你别费心。我同你一块儿去找旅馆。我有熟旅馆，在日租界。
I just want to go out. The two were silent for a long time, but Zhou Shaolian spoke first. What do you eat? Master said. Shaolian, I'll go out to eat something and find a hotel. Don't bother. Shall I go with you to find a hotel? I have a hotel. It's in the Japanese concession.
赵子曰说着，把皮箱提起来了。好，